A Growing Affection. Book 3 Part 2. By Xavon Wrentaile. The two women held their ground, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Then the crash of a collapsing building outside the Uchiha wall rumbled across the compound, acting as a signal. Both shinobi charged forward, drawing their swords into diagonal slashes. Yugo sent her chakra into the copy of the second Hokage's sword, generating the vibration in the blade. She hoped it would allow her weapon to cut through the paper imitation, but Konan's sword held. The blades met, and the women strained, but their strength was too closely matched. The Akatsuki Kunoichi placed her left hand on her sword's hilt, to try to overpower the protective mother. Yugo stepped to the left, changing the angle of the opposition, and with her free hand loosed the scabbard from her belt, and swung it at Konan's right temple. The paper user dropped under the attack, again changing the angle of their clashing blades. This allowed her to push the metal katana higher, while driving the tip of her own sword towards Yugo's throat. The leaf warrior broke off, hopping back to avoid being beheaded. Katun, fireball jutsu, Yugo dropped her scabbard, brought her left hand to her lips, and activated the technique without using hand signs. She spit a mass of flames at Konan, not really expecting to be able to burn the other kunoichi's focus material, but testing the possibility. The paper katana unfolded in Konan's hand, and she added 3 more sheets. Ninja art, paper aegis jutsu, the 8 blank pages took on the form of a large circular shield, and Konan ducked behind it. The paper barrier stopped the fireball without so much as a scorch mark. As Yuzuki's jutsu ended, the Akatsuki member snatched 2 of the sheets at the edge of the shield, each one automatically folding into a kunai with only a slight pulse of her chakra. She threw the daggers at Rei's mother, and the former ANBU member knocked them away with her sword. Konan followed her projectiles, the other pages twisting into a slightly longer and wider katana than before. Konan sliced high, aiming for Yugo's left shoulder, and reached into her shirt with her other hand. The leaf agent deflected the paper blade, dropping low and starting a leg sweep. The Akatsuki Kunoichi brought out 4 more sheets of her ammunition and formed them into a second shorter blade. She jammed the new weapon down, and scored a shallow cut in Yugo's right calf before the younger woman could halt her momentum. Yugo dove to the side, and rolled into a crouch, regarding her opponent's daisho thoughtfully. "I'm going to need a stronger jutsu to burn through that paper," Yuzuki decided, as she blocked the kidnapper's katana, and slid away from the wakizashi, but not soon enough to avoid damage to her loose shirt. "The abyssal flare would probably do it, but I don't think she will give me the chance. Getting it wet might weaken it, except I never learned water jutsu." Yugo's eyes drifted to the old well at the edge of the courtyard, and she started to form a new plan. But her distraction cost her, and Konan nearly disarmed her, katana to katana, while jabbing the paper wakizashi deep into Yuzuki's left bicep. Kakashi's fiancée retreated again, but this time with a purpose. As she did, the paper user unfolded her bloody short sword, and turned all 4 sheets into kunai, launching them at the leaf shinobi. Now, Shikaku instructed, and Sasami pulled her threads tight, cutting into the heaviest invader. He could not move further without seriously injuring himself. At the same time, the camouflaged insects detached from the wall and swarmed over the long-haired water user. Their bites each carried a minor paralytic, and they began to feast on the trespasser's chakra. Finally, the Yamanaka father and daughter hit the 2 remaining enemies with mind destruction jutsus. Choza Akimichi relaxed, returning to his normal size, and gently touched the red and purple bruise forming over his right temple. "Easy enough," the deer herder noted, as Gunma and Reito joined him. "Let the Hokage know we have captured them, and she can send the ANBU to take them into custody for interrogation." His statement trailed off as Inoichi Yamanaka shuddered and collapsed. The leader of the intruders turned and fired a weak gravity attack at his infested ally, crushing or dislodging the beetles without harming the shinobi. Ino cried out, and fell like her father, but remained barely conscious. The feline summoner turned, slashed at the Fuma clan threads with her fingernails. Sasami's jaw dropped as the nearly unbreakable strands were cut through, releasing the last of the intruders. The water user turned on the members of Yugo's team and gestured, incanting quietly, "Sushin, water dragon jutsu." Massive waves appeared from Weibo's palms, taking the form of a giant dragon and washing over Shino and Sasami. Aburame struck one of the buildings and his colony leg briefly broke apart from the force and his wavering consciousness. Sasami managed to drive 2 anchors into the ground and was not swept away by the deluge. But her choice hurt her more than if she had let the jutsu take her. The water battered her body worse than her partner's and she was forced to hold her breath longer. As soon as the jutsu ended, its user was behind Fuma. He reached for her head with his hand, and then, remembering his instructions, instead drove his fist into her side. As she gasped, already starving for oxygen, Weiba spun around and, without leaving the ground, brought his heel down on the petite teen's collarbone. Sasami fell hard, her clavicle cracked but not broken. Sasami, Shino hissed, forcing himself forward. He kicked out with his prosthetic leg, but the long-haired invader did not dodge, believing himself to be out of range of the desperate attack. The insect limb stretched, and before it hit, bent in the middle. Shino's boot was lifted clear, and the kunai hidden in the swarm was exposed, cutting into the intruder's stomach. The water user backed away, tightly clutching his gut. Anchor jutsu, Choza Akimichi announced, and the gravity blast from pain flowed over him without dislodging him. Partial expansion jutsu, the large jonin punched, his right forearm fist becoming larger and heavier than the entire rest of his body. The cool-down time of the Shinra Tensei had not elapsed, and Pain was forced to block the strike with his arms. The renegade let his body go limp, allowing Choza to knock him back to limit the damage of the strike. He completed his mental count, and hit the Leaf Shinobi with another wave of force. Raiton, lightning cannon jutsu, Gunma intoned, firing the compact sphere of electrical energy at the muscular invader. Doton, personal avalanche jutsu, Rato's attack ripped out the cobblestones behind their opponent and hurtled them at his back with the speed of an arrow. Hell Path, skin of torment, the big man announced, closing his eyes before allowing the attacks to hit him. The 2 jutsu only inflicted minor damage to him. The lightning that should have burned through him only damaged his cloak and lightly burned his skin. At the same time, the hail of rocks failed to break his bones. One struck his neck, raising a small bump, but any other injuries Rato might have inflicted were hidden under his robe. The Akatsuki warrior's eyes snapped open, the blue circles glowing with a perverse pleasure. "Give me more pain," he demanded. Shizune landed near Ino, while Shikaku sparred with Yujito. The cat-like Kunoichi dodged and feinted, trying to avoid the shadows that darted towards her. "Ino, are you okay?" the medic asked. She already had 2 nurses moving Inoichi and Sasami away from the battle, and had been informed that the neither appeared to be in serious danger, though the blonde Jonin's mental state was difficult to diagnose. His mind was like nothing I've ever seen, the Chunin panted. His mind? Shizune prompted, confused. It's like there are 3 minds in her, Ino explained, the mind of Yujito Ni, broken, hidden, controlled, trapped behind the second mind, this incredible, feral force. But the one controlling her body. His presence is almost as massive as the shadow rock. He is there, but also not there. Whole, yet split in 7 parts. The younger woman trailed off, exhausted and at a loss for words. "What are we fighting?" the medic asked, lifting the young woman. Futon, pocket tornado jutsu, Yugo had finally made her way across the yard, though she had taken a few hits more in the process. She directed the tiny whirlwind down the well, and quickly drew her katana against, catching the paper Naginata Konan had switched to using. The cyclone hit the water and sent a column of it upwards, soaking the 2 women. Yugo did not let her hope show, but drew back her katana, and sent more chakra into the bonded jutsu that generated the deadly vibration through the blade. She swung the longsword overhand at Konan, who grinned slightly as she blocked. The water ran off the paper as if it were metal, and the steel blade of the sword was stopped cold. "Sorry, my paper resists water as well as fire," the former Akatsuki member sounded genuinely apologetic. Then she rotated her pole arm upwards, knocked the katana from Yugao's hand and clipping her chin. The younger Kunoichi fell back, and Konan put the blade of the spear in front of her opponent's eyes. "I ask you again," Konan said kindly, "give me the child, and you will survive." Yugo snarled, and thrust forward her hands, shouting, "Katen, Nova Jutsu." Konan did not have time craft her paper into a proper shield, so she just blew the polearm apart. The scattered pages mostly protected her from the first sphere of flame, though her left bicep and the right leg of her pants both suffered mild singes. Nagato's lover jumped back, bringing out enough pages to block the next two explosions. The kidnapper recognized she could have beheaded her opponent, but in that case the fire technique would have destroyed her as well. She was willing to let me finish her if I died too, the origami expert recalled her earlier thoughts. She brought out the rest of her paper and covered her skin in a layer of it. The few sheets not used in her armor became Azifos, and Conan pointed the blade at Yugao, as she landed standing over the younger woman's katana. I understand, she blue-haired woman noted, no more mercy. I have a job to do, and you have a daughter to protect. Earth-style, collapsing fault jutsu. The ground opened under Yugao, and the prone woman was almost nimble enough to avoid the technique. But her right leg was snagged when the fissure closed, and her knee was yanked painfully as her jump abruptly stopped. Conan charged, and Yuzuki started signing instantly. Raiten, double thunder, she proclaimed, pointing her right hand at the ground and her left at Conan. 2 lines of lightning appeared, though only one was successful. Yugo freed her foot, but the bolt that struck the paper user broke on her convex sword and did not slow her. Kakashi's lover cast about for a jutsu to use against the kidnapper, but Conan was too close for her to sign anything powerful enough to have a chance. She moved to block the Ziphos, preparing to sacrifice her left forearm to gain a few more seconds to find a way to save her child. She raised her limb into the path of the horizontal slashing paper blade. Yuzuki tried to turn her body out the way, but was slowed by her injured foot. A figure appeared before her, and the leaf-shaped paper sword clanged off the metal post. A second shadow hit Conan in the ribs, driving her back. Enko, Irika, Yugo's voice echoed with relief as she recognized her teammates. And here I was going to yell at you for hanging up on me, Mitarashi scolded her friend, before helping Yuzuki stand. Team Hizashi faced her as one, as Conan recovered, watching them uncertainly. Hayashi fell back, panting. His right leg was seriously burned, and he shifted most of his weight to the other limb. As promised, Madara had shifted to using advanced fire and lightning-type jutsu, negating Hyuga's water and earth techniques, and too powerful for the heavenly spin. Uchiha had continued to remain out of range of the rotating jutsu. The clan leader was growing tired, and this new injury would slow him down further. Hayashi's only compensations were that he had managed to avoid the worst of the attacks, and Madara was expending more chakra than he was. Father, a high, clear voice rang out, and a slight form landed in front of him. Hanabi, Hayashi's surprise quickly turned to fear. What are you doing here? You are supposed to be patrolling the village. I was indisposed and distracted when the call came in, Hanabi answered evasively, not lying but not admitting she had been showering with her music turned up. As I was leaving my room, I saw Hariko's body. Her voice trembled slightly, so I decided to investigate. Is that Itachi Uchiha? I was told he was killed. That isn't Itachi, Hayashi shook his head, it is someone else using his form. Madara let them talk, his eyes hungrily appraising the tween, a fact her father did not miss. Hayashi remembered Uchiha's stated reason for being there. Hanabi, get behind me, Hayashi said, pointing his left foot south. His daughter blinked at him. Father, I can help, she said derisively. Now, daughter, he barked, angling his injured leg east. He pointed at her with his right arm, incidentally towards the north, and then swept his left arm away, ending with it pointing toward the falling mid-afternoon sun. The girl's eyes widened, and she quickly complied. Itachi's eyelids narrowed, partially covering his hovering eyes. You will not take my daughter, Hayashi snarled, all of his remaining chakra glowing visibly through his flesh and robes. 8 trigrams, angelic molting, he shouted. Hayashi focused all of the spears forward. The barbs of energy shot forward, impaling Itachi's body over 100 times. Some of the pikes even passed out the other side of the controlled corpse. As Hyuga's chakra ran out, the pikes disintegrated and Madara collapsed. Exhausted, injured, and out of chakra, Hayashi fell to his knees. Father, Hanabi crouched over him, openly concerned. Then a hollow laugh met their ears, and father and daughter instinctively lifted their heads to look. Madara rose to his feet. That is a very impressive technique, his voice wheezed from the new holes in Itachi's lungs. Black fire danced around his eyes, where he had used a touch of Amaterasu to protect himself from spikes. Once I have the Byakugan, I look forward to using it. Can't have her. Hayashi tried to pull himself upright. Incorrect, Madara began signing, then announced, Keten, Kagusuchi. He pointed his right hand at Hayashi, his fingers curled slightly. Yellow flames emerged from his thumb, an orange flare shot from his pointer, a red inferno roared from his middle finger, a blue conflagration exploded from his ring finger, and a white blaze flowed from his pinky. The 5 fires merged and burst over Hayashi's body. His hair and garments scorched away, and the Hyuga clan leader dropped to the smoldering grass. Dad! Hanabi shouted, tears streaming down her face. She charged toward Madara, who smirked at her in amusement. Tsukuyomi, the Shinin Sharingan flared, and the girl froze in her tracks. Her eyes widened in raw terror, and she let out a weak whimper. Her knees gave out, and Madara caught her gently as she fell. Ganma and Reito crashed down in front of Shizune, unconscious. The medic stopped short of launching her needles so she wouldn't hit the Takujo cousins. Their extra-large opponent charged towards Shino and the long-haired invader. He knocked Aburame away, putting out the young man's lights with a single surprise blow. The Naraka path grabbed Weiba's shoulders, and a pool of blue-black flames formed around the water user. They flowed up over the former waterfall ninja, and started burning the injury that threatened to spill the human path's intestines. But instead of charred flesh, the flames left behind unmarked skin. Yujito lashed out, her forearm and hand turning into a tiger's paw. Shikaku jumped back, but the claws snagged his vest and spun him around. He jumped forward as his training dictated, which saved him from her left-handed follow-up strike. He sent shadows back blindly, but the former Jinchuriki avoided them. The deer herder faced her again, pulling in some of the water that had been unleashed by Weiba, firing a quick bubble burst jutsu at the animal path. Choza collapsed to one knee, as pain steadily increased the gravity under him, quadrupling, then quintupling the sturdy Jonan's weight. He appeared fascinated by Akimichi's struggling. "Does it hurt?" he asked, almost innocent in his curiosity. "Are you in pain?" Another set of eyes fell on them, taking in the whole battle, and the medic's work, and a handful of the other Chunin and Takujo around her. Hiroko Hyuga focused on the 4 invaders, fascinated and horrified by what she saw. She opened her phone and dialed quickly. After a few quick conversations, she was put through to the Hokage. "Cursebreaker, what is it?" Tsunade tried to control her tone, respecting the younger woman's self-control and insight. All reports indicated the battle was not going well, and she was trying to determine who to send in next. "Those intruders," the Hyuga Kunoichi began uncertainly, "they are unnatural. Each one has 2 chakra signatures. But not like a Jinchuriki, both appear human. But the thing is, both energies are strange as well. The first set of chakra is the same in each of them, as if they were the same person. But they don't appear to be clones either. And the second signature. Each one is unique, but they all have something in common. They are all frayed and fractured. I've seen it once before, when I watched my teammate's life end with my Byakugan. This is what happens to someone's chakra network as they die." "Hiroko." Tsunade sounded as disturbed as the Hyuga scout. Then someone behind the Hokage said something that the Cursebreaker couldn't hear. "Hiroko, since I have you," the Sannin sounded relieved, "go in there, and have Shizune get Shikaku and the others out of there. Reinforcements are inbound." Dynamic entry, a voice roared, and a foot slammed into Yahiko's ear, disrupting the jutsu that was starting to crush Choza's insides. At the same time, a Manriki Gusari wrapped around Yujito's wrist, pulling her away from Shikamaru's father. The 4 paths of pain all turned to face the new arrivals with matched expressions of triumph. "Naruto, I've asked you not to do that." Kakashi shook his head at his student, as Sakura handed Hinata's weighted chain back to her. The renowned knucklehead just grinned at his teacher. "Naruto Uzumaki," Pain's Deva Path said with smug satisfaction. As the 2 teams stared each other down, Shizune and Hiroko Hyuga moved in swiftly and silently behind Pain and extracted Shikaku Nara and Choza Akimichi. "And I hear your pain," the leader of the Akatsuki, the blonde Takujo countered, his mirth instantly switching to controlled fury. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the attention focused on his apprentice. Yes, all 4 invaders answered in unison. Sakura and Naruto both frowned in annoyed confusion. Hinata activated her Suijin Byakugan and immediately picked up on what her great-aunt had seen, though the younger woman was unaware of the significance of the damaged, second source of chakra in each figure. "You are all pain?" Kakashi asked evenly. Like the Hokage, he had recognized the face and figure of Yuji Toni. Just as there are 6 realms into which a soul can be reincarnated, Yahiko's body confirmed, there are 6 paths of pain. Thus, we are all pain, again Nagato's subdivisions spoke as one. "You don't seem too surprised, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura noted. "That woman is, or maybe I should say was, Yuji Toni," the copy ninja explained, and both Hinata and Naruto recognized the name without his continued explanation, the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails Cat Demon. She died when Nane was extracted, yet here she is, with a few modifications. Most notably the Rinnegan. "So pain took over her body?" Naruto growled angrily. "I resurrected her, as a part of me," the animal path answered. "She was too powerful, and her connection to the animal realm was too strong. I had to have her." "That's disgusting," Sakura snapped. "Better than an uncertain fate on the wheel of karma," Weiba, Pain's human path countered. "Where are the rest of you?" Kakashi asked. "There is no need for you to know that," the Deva path answered, "you or your Hokage, who I am sure is listening." "Why are you here?" Hinata demanded softly. She and Kakashi both caught the flicker of worry across their opponents' respective brows. "Recruiting," the Deva path finally answered. "My Ashura path was not as powerful as I expected. And I decided, who better to represent the demon realm than the Jinchuriki who destroyed my plans." "Liar," another voice growled, and Kiba Inuzuka staggered into the intersection. "You said you were happy Naruto wasn't here, it would make things easier." The 4 paths frowned in unison, and human path broke off towards the injured Chunin. His right arm reached for the dog trainer's head, but Naruto appeared between them and smashed Weiba's wrist with Kitsune. Uzumaki's teammates took it as their signal. Sakura barreled into the Naraka path, knocking the muscular shinobi back. 8 trigrams, empty palm, Hinata thrust her right hand at the Deva path. "Shinra Tensei," he countered, and the gravity strike barely overwhelmed the Hyuga technique, pressing Hinata back a few feet. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Kakashi blew a barrage of small fireballs, focusing most of them at Yujito, but allowing some to fly close to Yahiko as well. Fire absorption, the animal path countered with a quick set of hand signs, pulling Kakashi's energy into her body. The Deva path simply avoided the flames targeting him, moving closer to Hinata but also glancing over at the former waterfall ninja. "Kakashi," Shizen's voice seemed to emerge from the air beside his left ear. "Shikaku wants me to warn you that the guy Sakura is fighting has some sort of healing power." Shino disemboweled Weiba, the one with the long hair, and the big one restored him in a matter of seconds. The copy ninja nodded as the genjutsu ended. "Kiba, are you okay?" Naruto asked quickly, keeping the staff blade between his comrade and former waterfall ninja. The long-haired human path regarded Uzumaki angrily, cradling his injured wrist. "I'll live," Inuzuka barked harshly, then somewhat contritely offered, "but these guys took down me, Akamaru, Choji, Shikamaru, and Tamari without breaking a sweat. So you had better not underestimate them." "Don't worry, we'll take care of them," Naruto grinned smugly. He stepped in, swinging Kitsune's blade at Human Pain's head. Weiba gestured, and a lens of water intercepted the weapon. The blonde Takujo quickly sheathed his staff blade and placed his hands together, stating, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." 4 versions of the teen surrounded the former waterfall ninja, each launching a different punch or kick, both to try to overwhelm him and to learn how he fought. As the Narutos put space between their fight and Kiba, a slender young man in medical robes slipped in and extracted the injured dog trainer. Sakura's attacks appeared ineffective against the Naraka path. He did not block or dodge, he merely took every hit with a grimace of pain. Blows that should have shattered bone and ruptured organs did not inflict any visible damage to him. After taking her first few punches, he struck out in return, and Sakura blocked easily, surprised his blow wasn't more powerful. She kicked at his stomach, barely moving him, and he swung again, this time noticeably stronger. After delivering a back fist that should have caved in his skull, He launched a left jab with substantially more speed and force than he had previously exhibited. "He's getting stronger from my attacks," she shouted, so her allies would be privy to her realization. Then the medic requested, "Hinata, switch with me." The gentle fist user complied happily, on the verge of being crushed by Yahiko's attacks. As the two kunoichi crossed paths, the pale beauty whispered, "He was mainly using jutsu that control gravity to push or pull me around. Your strength should make it easier for you to resist." Sakura nodded as she darted towards Diva Pain. Based on her friend's advice, she decided not to summon her axe. Instead, she struck the ground, cracking the cobblestone street under Yahiko's feet. Arms of paper, holding kunai of the same material, were knocked aside by twin staff blades. Conan's eyes darted from Enko to Iruka and back. She had removed the sheets that she had been using as armor, and formed them into an extra set of limbs, twice the length of her flesh appendages. She also had split her naginata into 4 slightly oversized kunai, holding one in each hand. "Are you all right?" Iruka asked, glancing back at his wounded teammate. "Yes, thanks to you too," Yuzuki observed the fight carefully, readying herself to strike. Enko had already kicked her katana back to her, and the younger woman had sheathed the weapon. "Enko was worried when your phone suddenly was cut off," Yumino explained, smiling slightly at his lover, "Katan, fire trace jutsu. Why are you fighting one of the Akatsuki?" Enko barked, already suspecting the answer but wanting to change the subject. She swung her weapon horizontally as Conan danced out of the way of Iruka's streams of flame. Mitarashi should have hit the intruder, but the paper arms snaked out and cushioned the blow. "She is here to take Rei," Yugao confirmed, her ire rising again. She signaled her friends with sign language and eye movements, and the other members of Team Hizashi dipped their heads slightly in acknowledgement. Conan tried to capitalize on the momentary distraction and jumped at Enko with all 4 blades extended. But Iruka was faster than she expected, and he caught her left ankle with his weapon. The weak attack disrupted her path, if only enough for the snake charmer to block one of the paper blades and avoid the other 3 stabbing kunai. For the first time, Conan regretted not having her Akatsuki cloak. The robe may have represented her forsworn position as Madara's underling, but she reluctantly admitted to herself that it allowed her to carry more paper than her chosen uniform, and was slightly better armored. She landed, and turned to face the 2 melee attackers once more, putting a little extra weight on her right leg. Both Enko and Iruka charged her again, Yumino aiming for her head, and Mitarashi targeting her left hip. Conan blocked with her paper limbs, but the couple was ready for that. Each shifted to a one-handed grip, and raised their left hands, palming then releasing a quartet of shurikens. The paper user yanked back her artificial limbs, wrapping the sheets around her stomach and bust to stop the 8 throwing stars. Hizashi students completed their admittedly weakened melee attacks, lightly striking the kidnapper's right ear and left thigh. Sensing her opening, Yugo started to sign. Staggered by the mild concussion, Conan prepared to stab at her attackers with lances of her treated wood pulp. But before she could, they vanished behind her, and then caught her arms, trapping them at extension against the poles of their staff blades. Conan admired the attack briefly. It would have neutralized most shinobi by limiting both their movement and hand signs, while also offered the duo an opportunity kick at their victim's chest, back, and legs. She shifted her paper around her torso, preparing to show them that the trick wouldn't work on her. "Katan, Abyssal Flare Jutsu," Yugo intoned, and Conan's eyes widened in fear as she recognized the mistake had been hers. Sakura Haruno dug in her feet, sending chakra out to adhere to the street beneath her, and increase her connection to the earth underneath that. Pain's Deva incarnation sent a stronger Shinra Tensei at her, but the Jonin medic bore through the shift in gravity, unmoved. She had already observed that his jutsu required at least 5 seconds between uses, seemingly more if the attack was stronger. After the wave ended, she lifted her left foot and stomped the ground. "Sisa Jutsu," she proclaimed, and as the cobblestones under her feet sank, an exponentially larger and taller portion of the intersection shot up under Pain. Bansho Tenin, Yahiko pointed his left palm at Sakura as he was projected into the air, pulling her after him. The pink-haired teen briefly showed surprise at the inverse technique, but she recovered and drew a kunai as the distance between them closed. Just before she reached him, as he started to fall, Deva Pain thrust his left hand back at Tsunade's apprentice, proclaiming, Shinra Tensei. Gravity reversed violently for the kunoichi, yanking her back towards the street with great speed. The sudden change in inertia strained her limbs painfully, and caused her eyes to become unfocused. She forced her attention back into place, and as she fell caught the stone pillar she had created, using it to slow and then arrest her fall. As she stopped 5 feet above the ground, clinging to the rock with her right palm and foot, she threw the kunai at Pain left-handed. Not expecting her to recover, the Deva path was caught unaware, and the dagger buried itself deep in his right shoulder. Yahiko landed beside the earthen column and stared up at her with a tiny bit of respect. Suetun, sea turtle jutsu, Weiba created a thick shell of water, stopping Naruto's Odama Rasengan. The boy and the clone broke apart, abandoning the failed attack while the 2 other copies moved in from behind. One aimed a kick at the back of the human path's neck, the other at his knees. As they struck, Weiba exploded in a mass water. A water clone, the real Naruto noted, glancing around. When did he? One of the copies stammered. Where is he? Another Uzumaki demanded. Hayaton, ice prison jutsu, the water around the 2 clones began to creep up their legs, freezing solid. Before they could be trapped, they ended themselves, sending their energy and knowledge to the original Uzumaki and the remaining copy. At the same time, the last duplicate turned and fired a kunai at where Weiba's voice had been. The knife hit the wall of water, which both guarded Pain and bent the light around him, rendering him invisible. The liquid stopped the dagger, though it would have missed him anyway. Suetun, Hand of Waves, the former waterfall shinobi disrupted part of the barrier to gain the ammunition to push Naruto back and hopefully destroy his clone. While the teen was distracted, Pain planned to move his human path to a new hiding place. Instead, both of the teens exploded in plumes of chakra, and Weiba's gifted Rinnegan widened. Did you think that would let you hide from me? Uzumaki roared, dropping down from the top of the column guarding the water user. A Rasengan flashed in each of his hands as he descended on Pain. Hinata ducked under her opponent's beefy fist. His blow still contained the strength he had obtained from Sakura, and Gentle Fist Expert knew it would take one direct hit to finish her. She had already deflected one punch with Jinmaki, and despite the Kote's padding of both cloth and implanted jutsu, her right wrist was numb and that elbow stung from being twisted out of the way. She observed the odd flow of chakra around his body, attempting to determine what the jutsu surrounding him did. As she sidestepped a vertical knife hand, she decided she had reached the limits of simple observation and needed to experiment. Naraka Pain swung his right arm, aiming his wrist at the pale beauty's neck. He kept his left arm back, ready to fire it if she dodged within his range. Instead, Hinata hopped away and lightly tapped her glowing index finger on the point between Pain's second and third knuckles. His wide face exhibited shock as his hand partially unfolded, the chakra flow to his ring and middle fingers blocked. He stepped forward to add both power and reach to his left hand as he aimed it for her skull. She turned into the strike, her fingers settling briefly on 3 tenketsu in his extended wrist, and then she spun the rest of her body around to gingerly press her elbow, wrapped by the energy of the Gentle Fist, into his solar plexus. He coughed as she drew back, and few flecks of blood wet his lips. How, he demanded, this path's voice deep and harsh. I don't fully understand how you are protecting yourself, Hinata answered, but it appears to react more to forceful attacks. He growled and clenched his fists again. Then he took a deep breath and forced himself to relax. He took comfort in knowing that under other circumstances, this would be a different fight. Kakashi and Yujito circled one another, watching carefully. Upon learning he was fighting Pain, Hatake had raised his headband, and his Sharingan carefully recorded her moves. The former Jinchuriki sniffed at the air, taking in her opponent's confusion and curiosity. But she in turn wondered why the normal fear scent did not accompany his emotions. What are you hoping to discover, observing me like that? The female Pain asked sweetly. Is any part of you Yujito, or are you all Pain? The copy ninja answered by offering his own query. She countered by signing quickly, wrapping her fingers and nails in long claws of blue flame. Kakashi raised an eyebrow as he avoided her attack. Knowing her jutsu does not make you her, he shook his head, crafting his own seals, water style, sea turtle jutsu. He illustrated his point by copying Weiba's technique, blocking the fire talons. The two jutsu neutralized each other in a cloud of steam. Kakashi charged through the heated mist, aiming his foot at her midsection. Yujito's body skittered back, landing on all fours, facing him. She hissed at him, showing slightly elongated canines. The nails of both her fingers and toes grew as well, and she pounced on him. The leaf jonin was caught off guard by the feral attack, but managed to throw her off before her claws bit too deeply. Still, his left cheek and jaw stung, and he could feel the blood running down his right arm. I still don't buy it, he shook his head. Yujito was supposedly very loyal to the Hidden Cloud Village. If she had any control, she wouldn't be here now. Unless you really are working with the Raikage in some fashion. Pain's animal path snorted, but Kakashi could tell he had struck a nerve. Unfortunately, Minato's student didn't know which nerve he had struck. Yujito's arms continued to lengthen, and she charged him again, now more of a quadruped than a biped. Hatake also noticed her ears. The tips had grown longer and more pointed, but they were curled back by the metal bar connecting the points to her lobes. The copy ninja swept her aside, but her rear claws tagged his ankle. Weiba wanted to dodge, but he could not. The doubly defensive jutsu trapped him as well as keeping others out. Naruto was above the human path, and Pain did not have time to sign an earth jutsu to escape through the street below. He ended the barrier, pulling in the water as well as he could without a real technique, hoping to would slow Uzumaki as little. As the liquid hit the teen, Weiba dove recklessly to the side. The first Rasengan scattered the water easily. There was not enough power or form to the chakra holding the water to fully destroy the spiraling sphere. Naruto drove the second sphere forward, even pouring a little more of his energy into it to compensate for the loss of his dual strike. The human path was no longer dead center in his view, but he had no fully escaped the blonde youth either. Rasengan! Naruto shouted needlessly. He ran the sphere down the back of Weiba's right leg, grinding the muscles down to the bone, until he met Pain's knee. The whirling orb engulfed the joint completely, and as the jutsu ended, the human path's lower leg fell in a different direction than the rest of his body. Ignoring the injury, Pain returned unsteadily to an upright stance, facing his attacker on only one leg. Hinata, keep your opponent there, he can heal Pain's other bodies, Kakashi ordered, ducking under Animal Pain's leaping stab with all four sets of claws. The white-haired jonin rolled forward to avoid Yujito's backwards kick, incidentally placing himself part of the way between Hinata and Naruto. The Hyuga heiress nodded, diverting her fingers from Naraka Pain's chest to his hips. Pain's Deva path attempted to use his gravity attack to dislodge Kakashi and Hinata, but Sakura took advantage of his distraction, burying a kunai between the bones of Yahiko's left forearm, and then driving her elbow into the back of his skull as she continued past him. Let's see him heal this, Naruto exclaimed, spawning a single copy without a word or gesture. He held his hand above his head, and an orb of turbulent silver chakra appeared above it. Weiba's face twisted in fear, and the other three Pains looked angry and worried. The revived Waitfall ninja began to gesture rapidly, but his hand seals were too late. The shadow clone had finished drawing the sphere out into a disc, and Naruto brought his arm down. Futon, Rasenshurikkenn, the two Uzumakis roared, projecting the chakra star at Pain's human path. Water was beginning to congeal in front of Weiba, but the Rasen Shuriken passed right through the incomplete shield. It struck Weiba, engulfing his body, shredding it first to the cellular level, and then even destroying those cells. For a brief instant, Weiba's face showed a contented smile, and then he was gone. The clone disappeared a second later, and Naruto grinned triumphantly at the other 6 shinobi. Pain's 3 remaining bodies went from shock to rage in an instant. The Naraka and animal paths began to attack with much greater speed, force, and accuracy, maneuvering Hinata and Kakashi until they were back to back. They tried to capitalize on the Leaf Ninja's sudden restriction in mobility, but Hinata just smiled at them triumphantly. 8 trigrams palms enfolding dome, she proclaimed, and the altered version of the heavenly spin knocked both of the invaders away without touching Kakashi. Naraka Pain stood quickly, unharmed despite being knocked around, while Yujito was more slow to recover. Yahiko's Rinnegan locked onto Sakura, the blue rings pulsing even faster at Hinata's minor success. He placed his hands together, pointing his fingers at the pink-haired Jonin's midsection. Shinra Bansho, he intoned darkly, pulling his hands slowly apart. Sakura froze, her eyes widening in surprise, fear, and finally pain. She let out an anguished cry, and wrapped her arms around her stomach. Pain's technique lifted Haruno slightly into the air, and Hinata's eyes also expanded in terror, as she observed what was happening inside her teammate. Naruto started to run towards Deva Pain, and Nagato's consciousness was struck by how much the young man resembled his leader. In that heartbeat, he recalled Goki's request for the mission. Pain suddenly shifted his hands, aiming at Sakura's left shoulder instead of her torso. The medic followed suit, releasing her stomach and grabbing her left shoulder with her right hand instead. Just before Naruto reached him, the Deva path violently separated his hands. Sakura's scream pierced the ears of her teammates and the observing medics, as her left arm was torn off her body. Pain released his jutsu, and the girl and her limb both fell to the ground. "You goddamned bastard," Naruto howled, his form changing instantly. His real tail and 4 chakra extensions whipped violently behind him, and before Pain fully understood, Naruto's claws were wrapped around his neck. "Shinra Tensei," Yahiko croaked, but the gravity attack did not even budge the Ascendant Fox. Behind them, the healers quickly moved in. Shizune lifted Sakura, while a white-robed young man collected her arm, enacting a jutsu to preserve the appendage. For the first time since the 4 Pains began their attack, Shizune did not pass the wounded shinobi to another medic. She darted towards the hospital, carrying her junior herself. "Shinra Tensei," the Deva path said more forcefully, placing both hands against Naruto's chest and sending more chakra into his jutsu. This time he dislodged Uzumaki, but the fox's claws tore off strips of skin from Yahiko's throat as they were pried away. "Futon, Tornado Lance Jutsu," Naruto snarled as he was thrown back. Deva Pain narrowly avoided the broad spear of chakra. "Hinata, switch with me," Kakashi whispered. "You know that normal attacks don't work on him, right?" The young woman's eyes were on Naruto, though her attention was still split between the 3 remaining Pains. "I noticed," the Sharingan bearer said. "In fact, I'm pretty sure I know what he's doing. I can take him out of the fight." She nodded and shifted her stance towards Yujito, but her face did not move. "If it had been you," Kakashi reassured her, "Naruto would have killed all 3 of them by now." "I'm not jealous," she said softly, "I'm worried about him." "Worry after we finish these guys." "Yes, sensei," she nodded. He turned his attention to the larger man. "Well?" the Naraka path asked, curious. "When you get hit, it hurts you, but doesn't injure you," the copy ninja noted. "You feed off the pain." And the large renegade looked confused, not understanding what difference that knowledge made. "And I am willing to bet the reverse also applies," Kakashi speculated, starting to sign. "Ninja art, shiatsu fingers," the copy ninja said, almost kindly. Pain's unique eyes widened as the genjutsu eased his muscles, waves of relaxation washing over him. His eyes crossed blissfully, and then he blinked once. He tried to bring his hands together, but he moved oddly slowly. "Release," he finally said, and his expression cleared. His Rinnegan locked on Kakashi with a hint of anger. He punched at the Leaf Fighter's head, but the attack had no more power than before he had taken Sakura's hits, and Kakashi dodged easily. Ninja arts, anesthetic jutsu, Hatake covered his Sharingan as he launched his next attack. The rage drifted from Pain's eyes, and his shoulders hung limp. All feeling flooded from his body as the medical jutsu flooded into his brain. "Now," Kakashi mumbled to himself, focusing on keeping the illusion running, "you and I can just stay here while those 2 take care of your friends." Nagato grimaced as the glancing blow from the Rasengan fed back into his real body. "Even if I were allowed to go all out, my paths might not be able to beat these 3 one-on-one, he pondered, amazement almost masking the fear in his voice. The focus of the village was on Pain, so as a result, even carrying an unconscious girl, Madara was able to make it back to the wall without being detected. Upon reaching the barrier surrounding the Konohagakure, he purposefully sought one of the guards he had noticed on his way in, a Hyuga male in his early 20s, who covered his caged bird seal with a beret instead of his leaf shield. Rather than avoid him, Uchiha allowed the sentinel to see his face, and the face of Hanabi, only to kill the unlucky Chunin before he could report in. As he landed an oak outside the wall, Madara paused as he reached for his radio. He was gripped with another impulse for revenge. He breathed out harshly and triggered the device. He could not afford to alienate Pain and Gookie yet. And he might need their help in a more immediate sense if the Leaf Ninjas gave chase. Unit 1, he spoke for the microphone, mission complete. Konan danced and jumped, doing everything in her power to dodge the three irate Jonin. Most of her paper was gone, she was down to a single holdout sheet. The purple hellfire had consumed her ingredients, though the treated pages had held out just long enough for her to dislocate her shoulder and escape Enko and Irika. Even so, as she flipped away, Yugao's jutsu had caught the flowing edge of her top, and had Konan waited any longer to cut the smoldering tail away, the flames would have reached her back, burning her and rendering the shirt useless. Raiton, spark darts, futon, cyclone spikes, the renegade unleashed the two jutsu in rapid succession, but only delayed Irika. She caught Enko's staff blade with her paper dagger, but had to quickly disengage to avoid Yugo's katana. Unit 1, mission complete, Itachi Uchiha's voice emerged from the radio. Yugo froze, recognizing the alto intonation from recordings Kakashi had been reviewing after the undercover shinobi's death. Konan glanced at them briefly, and then turned and ran. Irika and Enko started to pursue, but when Yugao did not move, they stopped. "Come on," Enko urged. "I cannot leave Rei," she reminded her friend. "Damn." "Sorry, Yugo," the serpent summoner nodded, having been too caught up to remember the kidnapper's target. "I'll stay with you." Irika. "None of us are a match for her alone," Yugo asserted. But there was something else in her voice, an undercurrent of fear. Both of her teammates nodded, realizing the younger Kunoichi's worry that the retreat was a ploy. Mitarashi placed her hand on Yuzuki's shoulder, and the three turned towards the house Yugo and Kakashi were using. "We need to report what happened here to the Hokage," Irika asserted. "And remove the seal trapping the two tails," Yuzuki added with a hint of reluctance. But the statement proved unnecessary. Some of the floorboards had been pulled up and the tags were smoldering ashes on the floor. The domesticated demon was crouched defensively in front of the crib. When the three humans entered, the cat regarded them carefully and sniffed the air thoughtfully before finally relaxing. "Were you protecting Rei?" Enko asked, kneeling to scratch the feline's ears. Unlike her teammates, Mitarashi never showed any hesitation around Hinata's pet. Inanni mewed softly at her, before leaning in to accept the attention. "Thank you, Inanni," Yugo told the cat gravely, briefly petting her before checking on the sleeping child. Satisfied that all was well, Irika took out his phone and dialed the number for Ninja Ops. "Unit 2, Konan reported in, have escaped the village without being noticed. I encountered unexpected resistance. Secondary mission is scrubbed." She could not keep a bit of satisfaction from her voice at being unable to fulfill Madara's selfish desire to control the Sharingan's heiress. Pain's animal path formed fire claws again, but unlike her latest mentor, Hinata went offensive rather than defensive. Suetun, fire hose jutsu, the Kunoichi drew in the last remains of Weiba's liquid ammunition, and threw it in a tight stream at Yujito. Though it did not last long on the dry, September afternoon, it was enough to neutralize Pain's fire release technique. The force of Hinata's jutsu nearly slammed Yujito into a building, and the former cloud ninja dug in her toes just in time to stop herself. But in the process she broke and shattered most of the claws on her feet, and the Hyuga heiress did not give her opponent time to recover. 8 trigrams, empty palm, almost as angry as Naruto but more in control, the pale beauty caught the animal path before she could reclaim her focus and balance. The Byakugan technique drove Pain into the reinforced brick wall of a house Hinata recognized as belonging to Moegi's family. Yujito bounced off the ninja abode with a disturbing crunch, managing to land on her feet, though her right arm hung limp. Deva Pain had abandoned his gravity attacks, as they just seemed to roll off the enraged fox, and the recharge time was putting Yahiko's body at risk. He switched to more conventional jutsu, and quickly realized that C and even B-rank Flame's jutsu did not burn Uzumaki's fur, as befitted the inheritor of a fire demon. He expected A or S-rank fire release techniques might have worked, but he did not have the time to execute them. So Pain instead focused on water and earth techniques to delay the teen. He hoped Uzumaki's rage or chakra would run out before the leaf ninja could close the gap between them. Stone claws, Naruto snarled without signing, and Deva Pain jumped back to avoid being snared by the 3 talons that erupted from the cobblestone street. Doton, Stone Claw's jutsu, the Rinnegan user, countered with the fully executed form of the art, and his set of 6 hands immobilized the young man. Naruto growled again, and his 4 tails of silver chakra shot out, shredding the rock easily. Uzumaki lunged forward again, and his right claws clipped Yahiko's Akatsuki robe, but not the flesh underneath. Grand Fireball Jutsu, Naruto incanted, bringing his left hand up to his mouth, even as his right finished the near-miss strike. Pain spun away, removing the cloak and catching the flames in it. He threw the burning cloth at Naruto as he recovered his stance. "I am sorry, Guki-sensei," he thought, "it appears I will have to break my word to you." Yahiko's hands came together again, and he started focusing his gravity powers again. Unit 1, mission complete. Madara's report reached his ears, causing Pain to halt his lethal strike. Unit 2, Conan's voice emerged seconds later. "I encountered unexpected resistance. Secondary mission is scrubbed." Deva Pain glanced at Animal Pain, and they both nodded. Yahiko's hands came apart, and he began to sign rapidly instead. "Heaven Path, Wings of the Deva," he announced. He drew Kakashi and Hinata's attention to him, as 3 pairs of large, white-feathered wings erupted from his back. In the instant of distraction, Yujito scampered away. Hinata started to track her, but then Pain's Deva Path lifted into the air. Naruto jumped for him, but Yahiko's ascent was too fast and he flew above the teen's vertical reach. Naruto ran to the closest building, running up the side. But before he reached the top, Pain suddenly reversed course. He dove back towards Kakashi and his Naraka path. Naruto leapt at his opponent, but missed again. Deva Pain caught Naraka Pain by the shoulders, and began to ascend again. "Release," Yahiko added as he rose above the roof line. Naruto started to give chase, but Kakashi stepped in front of him. "He's getting away." Naruto snarled, looking ready to attack his teacher. Then a hand settled on his shoulder. He turned to glare at the owner, but when his eyes fell on Hinata, his rage broke. "I'm sorry, Naruto," she said, "but he's too fast for us to follow." Naruto sighed, and his form returned to normal. "Besides, our orders were to protect the village from him," Kakashi noted, "so we can't follow him if it means leaving. And that not even stopping to consider the possibility this is a trap." Naruto nodded, frowning unhappily. "But what the heck was all that about?" he groused. "Pain just shows up, attacks the village for a while, and then runs away." "We'll have to ask the Information Corps," the Jonin answered. "For now we should report in. Then, if Pain really did leave, and the Hokage doesn't want us on cleanup, we can head over to the hospital and check on Sakura." Naruto nodded tensely, and Hinata moved her hand from his shoulder to link her fingers with his. "What do you mean we can't see Sakura?" Naruto demanded tersely. "She is still in surgery," the Hokage answered carefully, glancing at Hinata, and then shifting her eyes to Kakashi. "How is she?" the copy ninja asked, confused by Tsunade's attitude. "About as well as can be expected," the Sannin medic offered. "I will spare you the gory details, but the separation was about as clean as we could hope for. They preserved her arm and got her into surgery right away. And we gave her a pint of the special reserve for good measure." She nodded at Naruto, referring to the quarterly donations of jutsu-altered blood the young man made. The Leaf Village kept some on hand for emergencies, but Tsunade did not let him donate more than once every 3 months. She didn't want the medical corps relying on the Kitsune no Chishio too much, and also because she was not completely convinced there were no side effects. "We won't be able to say for sure until Shizune is done operating," the Hokage concluded, "but it looks like with a few months to heal and a few more months of therapy, Sakura will make a full recovery." Naruto sighed in relief, and Hinata let out the breath she had been unconsciously holding. But their Kenny teacher was only moderately mollified. "In that case, why did you want us to come to the hospital, Lady Tsunade?" Kakashi queried neutrally. "Sakura wasn't the only one hurt in the attack," the Hokage admitted, turning to Hinata. "Hinata, the Hyuga Manor was attacked. 2 of the clan's shinobi were killed, and Lord Hayashi was seriously injured." "My father?" Hinata trembled slightly, and it was Naruto's turn to take her hand. He has second and third degree burns over more than 90% of his body, Tsunade continued. We're treating him as best we can, and we've given him a transfusion of Naruto's blood as well. How did it happen? The pale beauty asked nervously. We don't know, the Hokage's voice turned more firm. He has been asking for you and refusing to talk to anyone else. The stubborn fool has even refused any painkillers until he can speak to you. Take me to him. The leader of the Leaf Ninjas nodded, but then looked at the team's teacher and stated, Kakashi, you're going to want to go to room 302. Hatake frowned under his mask, concerned by her tone. Father, Hinata gasped slightly when they entered the room. Still sitting upright, Hayashi Hyuga was wrapped from head to toe in bandages, soaked in green ointment. Only his left eye and mouth were uncovered, but his lips were horribly melted. An intravenous drip ran into his left arm. Naruto stayed by his girlfriend's side, still clasping her palm with his. Tsunade remained near the door, trying to remain inconspicuous as she listened. Hinata, there was relief in her parents' rough, weak voice. Father, what happened? She demanded gently. Hayashi's good eye moved to Naruto briefly before he answered. Madara Uchiha. I killed him. Naruto stepped closer and raising his free hand in protest. Then he retreated, chagrined, and offered, sorry. So I said, Hayashi agreed, taking a long breath after the short statement, but he said you just destroyed his body. He was in Itachi's body. His eyes were. Why? Hinata frowned, her anger rising. Why did he attack us? Itachi's body, he called it a puppet. Hayashi answered shallowly, it is failing, crumbling to dust. Madara is trying to hide it. But I could see. He tried to lift his hand towards his eyes, but Tsunade Flash stepped forward and gently restrained him. No moving, the Hokage admonished. Madara needs a new body? Naruto noted, worried, that's why he was here? Does that mean? Hanabi, Hayashi wheezed, she hadn't left yet, she tried to help me. But she was Madara's target. After he burned me. I could still see, still hear. Tsukuyomi, then he carried her away. Hanabi, Hinata gasped in fear. Hinata, I know, you don't think of her as your true sister, Hayashi's voice grew slightly stronger, but please save Hanabi. His eye fluttered closed. The Hokage checked his pulse, and then injected something into Hayashi's fore. Lady Tsunade? Naruto prompted carefully, not wanting his emotions to influence Hinata. Uzumaki put his other hand over their already intertwined digits. He passed out, the medic answered. Besides the external damage, his lungs were badly burned by the heat and smoke. And we're not sure if his right eye will recover or not. I've given him a sedative and a pain reliever to help him rest. Hinata pulled away from Naruto and left the room quickly. Her partner and former instructor exchanged glances and raced into the hall after her. They caught her and cut her off, Naruto standing in front of her and Tsunade cutting off her escape to the rear. She stopped, refusing to look at them. I'm sorry, Hinata, Naruto told her, this is my fault. If I hadn't let Madara get away, or if I hadn't hurt him so badly. Her head jerked up and she glared at him. For a moment he thought she would yell at him, or even hit him, and he relaxed, prepared to take what she had to give. But seeing his sadness and regret, some of her ire melted. That's not true, she said firmly, you did the right thing. You couldn't have known he would survive that. But if you really feel that way, help me get her back. She turned to look at the Hokage, her suddenly metallic corneas somehow looking more like steel than quicksilver. Her gaze and stance challenged the older Kunoichi to forbid her. But Tsunade smirked at the younger woman. I have no intention of stopping you, on one condition, the Fire Shadow said in her leader voice. What condition? Hinata demanded. Give me 20 minutes to check a few things out, and pull in a few others for this mission. Without some intel, you won't have a chance of tracking Madara and company. If you two can't agree to that, I'll have the ANBU take you both into custody. Hinata wavered, not wanting to delay but unable to deny the Hokage's reasoning. Finally she nodded once. Naruto relaxed slightly, and offered the Sannin a thankful look. you two stay here, in case there is news about Sakura, Hayashi, or Yugo, Tsunade instructed, and Naruto took Hinata's hand as he indicated his agreement. Neither of the teens seemed to notice her mention of Kakashi's girlfriend. The Sannin vanished, and Uzumaki gently guided his fiancée to the chairs outside her father's room. For the first few minutes they sat in silence. Though Naruto had been the one to grasp her hand, Hinata's grip on him was painfully tight. As she settled, easing her hold on him, Naruto felt safe in asking the question that had been plaguing his thoughts. "Hinata," he called out, and she turned to look at him, her determined expression at odds with the tears on her cheeks. He noticed she had allowed her Kekkai Genkai to lapse again. "What your father said earlier," he probed gently, "about Hanabi not being your true sister." "That's not true," she said firmly yet unhappily, "I've never felt that." Naruto didn't say anything, but continued to regard her with a questioning expression. She suddenly refused to meet his gaze, but he would not look away. After nearly a minute, she smiled, just a little, at his determination and also his obliviousness. She decided guiding him to the answer would be better than simply telling him. "Do you remember about my mother?" Of course, Naruto sounded slightly offended. She was a baker, a little shorter than you are now, with medium blue hair, dark blue eyes. She and your father were in love, but your grandfather tried to keep them from getting together, 'cause she wasn't a ninja. And how she died? She prompted again, her briefly moment of mirth fading. She was killed when the Raikage's cousin tried to kidnap you, he answered carefully, sadly. And how old was I? You were 3, right? His lips turned down further, reflecting his confusion. And now, how old are Hanabi and I now? She concluded. You're 16, 17 in just over 3 months. December 27th, he answered easily, then had to think about the other part of her question, and Hanabi turned 12 back in March, right? She nodded, and then waited. Hold on, you're more than 4 years older than Hanabi, he realized after almost a minute trying to figure out her point. If your mom died when you were 3, that means Hanabi can't be your sister. She is my sister, Hinata insisted again, even more sharply. Then she looked embarrassed by her outburst, and explained, but technically, she is my half-sister. Half-sister, he looked at her in surprise. After the incident with the Cloud Ninja, my grandfather manipulated my father, she told him. Hyota convinced my father that I would not be a suitable heir, and that even on the off chance I wasn't a failure, he should still try to have another child, to be safe. My father was angry and depressed, and he came to agree with my grandfather. 5 months later my father married the Kunoichi grandfather selected, and just under a year after that, Hanabi was born. So, who was Hanabi's mother? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowed in thought. The previous leader of the Takamichi clan had 3 children, 2 sons, with a daughter in between. She began, his daughter, Kazuko, was a Jonin rank ninja, and like her father and brothers, she felt the Takamichi clan should still serve the Hyuga clan. And of course, as a Takamichi she had at least some latent potential for the Byakugan. Her rank, her opinions, and her genetics made her the perfect wife in my grandfather's eyes, and she readily agreed. She was only too proud to marry the Hyuga clan leader, even considering their reasons. Things were better, while Kazuko was around, her eyes glazed in memory. Father was not happy, but he was more contented. And Kazuko was always kind to me. What happened to her? Naruto prompted, why haven't I seen her? She died, Hinata said sadly, after Hanabi turned 3, her mother returned to active duty. Not 3 months later, her whole team was killed on a mission. They didn't know who did it, but the water jutsu that killed Kazuko was commonly used by the rain and waterfall villages. I'm sorry, Hinata, Naruto embraced around her as best he could around the connected arms of the hospital chairs. I'm a bad boyfriend. I should already know this. I should have asked you more. No, she protested, you know I don't like to talk about those parts of my past, and you don't pry. And you already know more about me than anyone else. So if Hanabi is the kid of one of the Takamichis, does that mean those twins we met that day are related to her? Naruto changed the subject, suddenly remembering the younger shinobi from the day he was captured by the Akatsuki. Kei is the son of the current Takamichi clan leader, and Keiko is the daughter of his younger brother, she noted. Hanabi is cousin to both of them as well. Do they know? Does Hanabi know? Keiko and Kei are aware. Yes, she nodded, we've talked about it a few times. But Hanabi. My sister has never shown any interest in her non-Hyuga family, at least not in front of me. I'm not sure if she knows her relationship to her teammates, or even how much she knows about her mother. Speaking of, Tsunade interrupted. The lovers turned to look at her, disentangling themselves. The two Takujo immediately noticed Hanabi's comrades were with the Hokage. As promised in their initial meeting, their uniforms disguised their secondary sexual characteristics, and Naruto could not tell Keiko from her male cousin. All of the members of Chosa's team have special jutsu circuits in their uniforms. For tracking purposes, the Sannin explained. Unfortunately, Chosa is out of commission. But Keiko and Kei know the technique, too. We have found Hanabi's signal, moving west, Kei interjected. With the village in an uproar, and the number of injuries we took, I can't spare anyone else, Tsunade said. The four of you will track down and rescue Hanabi. If at all possible, avoid fighting Madara, Pain, and Konan. If you have to fight, break off as soon as you have the chance. I don't think Keiko and Kei are up to fighting the Akatsuki, not quite yet. Hinata nodded, but Naruto queried, Konan? Pain's partner was here as well, Tsunade informed them. Didn't I mention it? She attempted to take Rei, but Yugo, Enko, and Irika managed to stop her. She escaped. Team Hizashi couldn't put Rei at risk by going after her. Yuga took a few hits before Enko and Irika arrived. Kakashi is with her and the kid on the next floor. Naruto, Tsunade said, with a trace of reluctance, Hinata is too close to this and these two are just genin, so I have to put you in charge. You should resupply if you need to, and then head out immediately. Now, I have other patients to attend to, so I'll leave this up to you. She turned and walked away before they could see her true frown. All right, Naruto surged to his feet, the chance to act banishing his worry and sadness. Are you guys ready to go? The other three shinobi nodded immediately. Then let's get moving, he ordered. You two can tell us how this tracking jutsu works and we'll fill you in on Pain. Tsunade looked up at the two animal-masked ninjas reluctantly. Follow them, and if it is too late to stop Madara from taking over Hanabi's body. You know what needs to be done. Her voice was dark and depressed. Tao and Kamachi nodded curtly, and vanished from her office. Sorry, Hinata, Naruto, Tsunade whispered into the dark room. So, you can track each other anywhere? Naruto asked, jumping toward the next branch. In theory, Kei Takamichi confirmed. Keiko was currently maintaining the jutsu, and her now glowing, yellow eyes were locked on an unseen point in the distance. Hinata had been quiet since they had left the hospital. We have never tested the limits of the range of the technique, the younger man added, so it is possible if Hanabi were in the southwest part of the Land of Air, and we were in the Land of Snow, that she might be too far for us to find. But we have never been that far apart before. Also, he continued in a more worried tone, the circuit is woven discreetly into our uniforms, so if they changed her clothing, we... Keiko hissed. She waved her hand in Hinata's general direction, not able to shift her gaze. The male genin lightly bit the inside of his cheek as he suddenly quit speaking. Her signal is still moving, La. Hinata, Keiko told the older woman apologetically. Still, maybe we should hurry it up, Naruto considered. Keiko-chan, can you pick up the pace at all? Not while maintaining the jutsu, the gray-haired girl answered, shaking her head very slightly. This technique draws away my focus. If I were to go any faster, I would almost certainly trip or miss a branch. What if I carried you piggyback? Naruto proposed after a moment of consideration. That might work. A hint of embarrassment entered the kunoichi's voice despite her agreement, but wouldn't that tire you out? Ha, Naruto barked a laugh. Who do you think you're talking to? I could carry all three of you to the Land of Lightning and still have energy to spare. A ghost of a grin passed over Hinata's lips at her lover's slightly exaggerated boast. Time isn't on our side, Naruto said more seriously, so if I have to burn some extra chakra or calories to get us to Hanabi, I will. All right, the Takamichi girl nodded, and then came to a stop on the widest tree branch she could find. Their assigned leader landed next to her, and knelt down so she could wrap her arms around his neck. Eiichi placed his hands under her thighs, and took off again. Just tell me which way to go, Keiko-chan, he told her, and he felt her chin hit his shoulder. They have stopped moving, she said, 141 kilometers due west. Let us know if they start moving again, Hinata instructed faintly. Pain's Deva Path and Conan entered the meeting room of the old Uchiha stronghold. Madara claimed the Leaf Village was not aware of this particular hideout, but the paper user was still wary. Pain's other two paths were tucked away in another room. After the Naraka path had repaired the animal path, Nagato put them into their comatose state at Conan's insistence. Madara joined them, having placed Hanabi in one of the rooms off the central hall. The girl was still unconscious from the Tsukuyomi, but the first Uchiha had tied her down anyway. Now that they were assembled, Yahiko activated the communications jutsu, and a translucent version of Guki Namikaze appeared before them. Pain, Conan, Madara, the brown-haired renegade greeted them. How did your mission go? Our results were mixed, Pain answered in a slightly petulant tone. Madara was able to capture Hanabi Hyuga, and I was able to disable a number of the Leaf Shinobi, though as per your order, none were mortally wounded. Despite that, Conan encountered heavy resistance, and was unable to kidnap Itachi's daughter. And Naruto Uzumaki was able to destroy my human path. Guki's blue eyes widened, but he suppressed his grin. It appeared the trip to the Konohagakure had been the lesson he had hoped to give Nagato. Very good, their leader commended them, and while Yahiko and Conan's moods improved at his praise, Madara twisted Itachi's lips into a scowl. Pain, I have a new task for your Deva path, the X-rank criminal continued. Kahaku has encountered some difficulties with her target. It seems the individual in question believes we are reforming or regrouping the Akatsuki, and is therefore reluctant. However, I think it might help our cause if Lord Pain says otherwise. And if that fails, the Deva path asked. Then play on her madness and turn her against one of the hidden villages, Guki ordered, preferably the hidden stone, as they are the most thoroughly entrenched. At least that way, she might distract them during the next phase of our plan. Yahiko's head dipped in acceptance. Conan, you and the other two paths will remain to guard Madara. Namikaze turned his attention to the Kunoichi. My agent in the Leaf reports the Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Hanabi Hyuga's two teammates left the village 90 minutes after you did, with orders to rescue the girl. He said that the girl's teammates have a way to track her, but he was not clear as to how. He was under the impression that it would slow them down. In addition, I have asked your backup to intercept the Leaf Ninjas. Still, it is possible they will reach you before Madara is finished. Madara turned and left without comment, causing the woman to frown. Are you sure we just can't leave him for the Leaf, Guki-sensei? She asked darkly. Quite sure, Guki chuckled. Madara still has a role that only he can play. All right, she sighed. Good. I will see you both tomorrow. The Leaf Renegade ended the jutsu. I will be going, too, Pain told her. I am rousing the animal path, and you two can wake my Naraka path if Naruto's group arrives. He squeezed her shoulder and then left. Conan sighed again and left the meeting room to find Madara. We have guests, Hinata whispered just loud enough for her teammates to hear, 3 shinobi, trying to get ahead of us, to cut us off. Naruto, they appear to be wearing the robes of the acolytes of Pain. Uzumaki frowned, recalling the 3 warriors he had fought in the Canyon of Dawn. They had managed to stop his Raisin Shuriken and one had used a jutsu that combined 2 opposing elemental chakras. Then, after he killed one of them with Kitsune, they had surrendered and sold out Madara for the chance to report back to Pain. Just 3? Naruto asked, unsure how many total acolytes Pain had. Within my visual range, his fiancée responded, I don't know if there are more further away. Do we try to outrun them, or do we stop and fight? Kei prompted their leader. For now, both Kekuin, Naruto answered with a grin, then asked, where are they, Hinata? 2 are almost 2 kilometers northwest, and the other is 750 meters due south, she informed him, already knowing his plan. Keiko-chan, hold on tight for a second, okay? He removed his hands from bracing her legs, and she hastily wrapped her stems around his waist to keep from dropping lower on his back. Her glowing eyes never shifted. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto slammed his hands together without slowing, and the 6 duplicates sprang into existence and then broke away. Hopefully the clones can buy us enough time to get away, Uzumaki explained, supporting Keiko's legs again before she choked the breath out of him, and if not, then I'll have some idea of what we're up against. Hinata watched as Naruto's two clones hit the closer acolyte. She was able to observe their initial exchange of taijutsu before their respective movements carried the three fighters outside of her range. A short time later, the second group of clones hit the paired pursuers, but this set was able to keep their momentum, continuing to draw closer to the Leaf Shinobi. Darn it, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, nearly breaking Keiko's focus. Hinata turned her head to look at him while still watching the other fight. What happened, Naruto-asai? Naruto? Kei asked. That guy killed my clones with some sort of acid jutsu, Uzumaki growled. Hinata, you'll probably be able to see him again in a few seconds, he added contritely, well aware of her Byakugan's range. She waited, but Pain's follower never reappeared. I don't see him, she noted, offering, maybe you hurt him enough to slow him down. I didn't think so, but maybe he had a trick knee, Naruto couldn't shrug with the younger kunoichi on his back. Tao's chakra spear retracted, once again becoming the tattoo on his right arm. As it did, the acolyte of Pain collapsed to the ground. Kamachi leaned down and retrieved her senbon, pinning up her hair again with the four undamaged ones, and slipping the damaged ones into one pouch before replacing them with fresh needles from a second pouch. The two ANBU agents exchanged glances and resumed following the teens, remaining back just far enough that Hinata's Byakugan could not see them. An explosion reached their ears, and Kei turned to Hinata. What happened? The genin asked. I got one of them. Naruto did not sound happy. But he blew himself up to take out Naruto's clones, Hinata added, and the last one is catching up. All right, Naruto stopped and set the younger girl down. Hinata, stay with Keiko. Kei and I will take care of this guy. Hinata nodded with a hint of reluctance, understanding her lover wanted to keep the tracking jutsu going, and also see what the Takamichis could do in battle. I think I should go with you, Naruto, Keiko said, finally blinking. It is about time for Kei and I to switch out anyway. Fine, their leader nodded. The male twin signed the jutsu, and began looking to the spot his cousin had been locked onto. Where is he? The blonde Takujo asked his fiancé again. That way, she pointed, 400 meters in closing. Thanks, Hinata, he squeezed her hand affectionately, we won't be long. She nodded curtly, her eyes tracking Kei's gaze. The young woman hated the delay, but knew in the long run it was safer and probably faster than letting the renegade catch up with them. Naruto closed his left eye and squinted the right orb as he sorted through the memories of the clones. He nodded and addressed Keiko. Okay, this guy seems to be a mid-range fighter, focusing on wind and lightning jutsu, the older shinobi explained. What about you? I also specialize in mid-range combat, the teen answered, but my elemental affinities are towards earth and water. Okay, then you should drop down to the ground and hit him from below, he instructed. Try to keep him off guard so I can get close. That is a straightforward strategy, she noted. Well, my family name isn't Nara, and we don't have time to plan anything fancy, he shot back, annoyed. She dipped her head nervously. You're right, I'm sorry, she said quickly. Nah, you should speak your mind, he regretted snapping at the kunoichi. I always do. It's just we're in a hurry now. She nodded again. Now down, he ordered, before he sees you. Keiko dropped from the branches to the forest floor, and continued to follow Naruto, using her chakra to draw in the water from the loam beneath her. Raiton, artillery arc, the deep voice of the acolyte of Pain echoed before him, and Uzumaki just barely dodged the curving bolt of lightning that appeared between the tree trunks. It hit a sturdy oak behind the Takujo, and split it in half. Futon, Cyclone Spikes Barrage, Naruto peppered the treetops with green cones of wind chakra, firing randomly in hopes of hitting the pursuer. The acolyte emerged 200 feet to the fox-faced teen's left, completely outside the area hit by the air darts. Futon, Vacuum Bolt Jutsu, Pain's servant whipped up a hand crossbow, and fired at Naruto. The bolt left the weapon far faster than it should have, and struck Uzumaki seemingly before he had a chance to dodge. But a heartbeat later, the young man exploded, leaving a skewered log in his place. The acolyte cast around desperately for the leaf warrior. Suiton, Rain Bullets Jutsu, Keiko finished signing, and 4 high-density, fist-sized teardrops of water flew up at the acolyte. The first hit his knee, and the second his stomach, but he slid around the third missile, and the last missed him entirely. He glanced down at the girl in surprise. And the moment of confusion cost him. Raiten, Rasengan. Naruto dropped down on the rogue from above, leading with the purple sphere of chakra. As he hit, however, the acolyte of pain disappeared out from under him. Naruto landed on the branch, tracking the elder warrior as he flash-stepped backwards. He's fast, Keiko noted as she started to sign again. Double arts, lightning tornado jutsu, the harrier launched an inverted cone of green and purple chakra at Uzumaki. But Naruto just grinned as the attack struck him, and he exploded into a thin mist. The real Naruto suddenly appeared, standing on the trunk of the tree. He swung Kitsune almost casually, and the wind chakra blade sliced cleanly through the branch that supported Pain's follower. Both human and tree limb fell towards ground, and the ninja prepared to push off the branch to leap to a new foothold. But Uzumaki did not give him the chance. He jumped downwards, removing the green sword, and slammed Kitsune's pole into the acolyte's shoulder. The renegade plummeted even faster, unable to recover before he slammed into the ground. As he hit, Keiko was already signing. Doton, stone jacket jutsu, she intoned, and rocks and mud surrounded the stunned rogue, immobilizing him from the neck down. Now what? Keiko asked, not wanting to kill a helpless foe. Naruto slammed his staff blade moderately into the acolyte's temple, destroying the last remnants of the man's awareness. He sheathed his weapon and stepped away. Leave him, Naruto said coldly. If he wakes up and manages to escape, he can explain to his boss what happened to him. Otherwise, we'll pick him up on the way back, and let the interrogation unit see what he knows. Come on, we better get moving. The girl nodded, and they hurried back to their teammates. Just what are you doing? Conan asked neutrally, watching Madara inscribe chakra seals on and around the unconscious tween. He did not answer her. You said after Naruto beat you, you were going to take his body then and there, she reminded, her voice a bit sharper, so why do all of this? Naruto Uzumaki possesses no dojutsu, the immortal Uchiha answered without looking up. I would have simply burned my way into his eyes, taking their place and destroying his soul. He paused, wondering if the trap the Kyuubi had laid might have triggered in that case. His lips twitched at the amusing possibility that Hinata Fuga had saved him. But to preserve Hanabi's Byakugan, to make it mine, I must be more careful, he continued, painting a kanji onto the girl's forehead. I must strengthen her eyes, and prepare them for a true joining. At the same time, I must weaken her spirit. The Tsukuyomi was a good start, but her mind is stubborn. He set aside the materials, and carefully going over his work again. As he did, Conan watched as the distal joint of Itachi's right pink turned to dust and crumbled away. Leave, he barked, hiding a touch of nervous anticipation. I am going to begin, and I do not need you distracting me further. Glancing regretfully at the young girl, the origami kunoichi complied. She had not walked 3 steps out of the room when Pain's animal path joined her. Even though it was Yujito's face, Conan recognized Nagato's expression. What is it? My acolytes missed their scheduled check-in, the animal path answered, which means they are either in the midst of a battle or more likely, they are all dead. The Rinnegan met her amber eyes, and she nodded. The teens forced their way through a dense section of the woods into a small open space. The trees around the break in the forest all leaned inwards, masking it from above. In the center was a moderately sized stone building, with an area more than twice the size of Naruto's condo. Faded paint on the wall facing them bore the insignia of the Uchiha clan. Naruto set down Kei, who ended his tracking jutsu. Hinata tensed noticeably, putting her allies on edge. Hanabi is in there, the male Takamichi offered. Yes, she is, Yujito agreed, as the animal and Naraka paths stepped into view, but you will not get inside. Naruto dropped into a fighting stance, appraising their 2 foes. The few hits Kakashi had scored on Yujito's body were gone, and the Naraka path had also lost the large bruise on the back of his neck. All of Hinata's blows on either of them had also been erased. The jerk that hurt Sakura isn't here, Naruto noted, which means he's probably inside, guarding Madara and Hanabi. Hinata, can you see what's inside there? He asked quietly. The two paths of pain just watched them while staying close to the entrance. No, this is an Uchiha base, it's shielded against the Byakugan, she answered. Okay, I'll take these two, Naruto whispered the instructions reluctantly. I'll distract them with my clones, and you three slip inside. But be careful, that gravity guy is probably inside, and I don't want him doing to you guys what he did to Sakura. Or worse, he added mentally. The twins nodded. On the way, Naruto and Hinata had filled them in about the fight and the powers Pain's paths had exhibited. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto yelled, charging forward alongside his 10 duplicates. Hinata and the Takamichis followed, hiding behind the clones on the outer edges of the pack. The first 4 Uzumakis surrounded the Naraka path and assumed the stance of the whipping willows, hemming him in and waiting for him to attack them. The 5 duplicates that hit the animal path were less gentle. Each launched a punch or kick at the head or torso of the resurrected Jinchuriki. Cat Scratch Jutsu, she met them with rapid, wild swings of her talons, destroying the clones and leaping through clouds of chakra to strike at the last clone and the genin he was escorting. Keiko and Kei fell back as the copy tried and failed to hold Yujito off. Pain's Naraka path launched his fist at one Naruto's neck, but the clone leaned slightly to the side and gingerly pushed the arm away. The big man grimaced and launched a heel kick at the blonde copy behind him, but again Naruto subtly dodged without giving the hellbonded warrior anything to work with. The original Uzumaki, who had been escorting Hinata, darted back towards Yujito, Keiko, and Kei as his fiancée entered the Uchiha hideout. Ninja Art, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, the cousins intoned in unison. Each released 5 throwing stars at the animal path, and their chakra turned the barrage of 10 blades into a cloud of 40. Futen, Windscreen, the female Pain stated without signing, and even without hand signs the barrier was enough to stop the projectiles. Katun, Abyssal Flare Jutsu, Naraka Pain grunted, and the purple flames of the underworld incinerated 2 of the fox-faced duplicates before Naruto could react. Raitun, Forked Bolt Jutsu, Yujito countered with only 3 hand signs, 5 lances of solid lightning shooting towards the twins. Naruto appeared beside her and forced her wrist high, deflecting the energy still connected to her palm. You guys are playing for keeps this time, huh? He growled. This is no longer a distraction mission. The former Two Tails Jinchuriki matched his tone. There is no longer any reason for us to hold back. She kicked back at him, knocking him away and freeing her arm. Naruto pounced forward as soon as he landed, and his eyes flickered to the twins. Get going, you two, he snapped. That doesn't appear to be an option, Kei noted evenly, as the Naraka path used a wind jutsu to slash through the clone standing behind him, and then moved in front of the door, his Rinnegan daring them to try to get past him. We can help you, Keiko added, we can stop that guy, without hurting him. That way you can focus on her. Naruto shook his head, forcing himself to remember the Hokage's orders. The only other options are for the 2 of us to turn back, or to see if we can escape from these guards long enough to locate another way in, Kei explained calmly, and the latter gives Pain the option to follow us and fight us where you cannot help, for the slim chance we will be able to find another unguarded entrance. And if we run, it will just take you that much longer to get past these 2 alone, Keiko offered. The animal path snorted, slashing at Uzumaki with elongated fingernails. The female genin glared back at the renegade. Fine, Naruto admitted defeat, catching Yujito's claws on Kitsune, while a hail of stones from the male Pain eliminated the last clone. The Naraka path stayed by the door, but watched them carefully, ready to strike the moment they made a move. The twins shared a glance and a nod, and then dashed towards Pain's Naraka path, weaving back and forth randomly. Once they reached a certain, both started signing, and as they called out each seal, their voices sounded as identical as their appearances. Ninja Art, Restful Dreams Jutsu, one of the gray-haired teens announced. The large shinobi's eyes began to flutter. Doton, Ensnaring Mud Jutsu, the other Takamichi stated. The ground beneath the Naraka path softened and began to pull him down. Kei, he's behind you, the Earth user shouted, and the supposedly trapped Pain disappeared from the mire, reappearing behind the Genjutsu user. That genin released the illusion and dove forward, barely avoiding a kick to the neck. Thanks, Kei, the assaulted twin offered, landing facing Pain again. How did he escape my Genjutsu? Naruto said Kakashi-san got him with a shiatsu fingers. Your will or jutsu will need to be much stronger to trap me, Pain's Naraka path boasted. Then we'll show you both, the teens answered in harmony. Naruto slid Kitsune forward against Yujito's claws, until the crosspiece struck her pinky. The staff blade nearly hit her chin, but Pain rotated her head out of the way, and buried the ball of her foot in Uzumaki's gut. The blonde Takujo tumbled back, digging his weapon into the soft earth below to avoid being knocked too far away. He shifted Kitsune to his left hand, and stampeded back towards her, a Rasengan forming in front of his right palm. But as soon as he was clear, Pain's animal path had started crafting her own jutsu, and she finished before he reached her. Ninja art, Steel Claws Jutsu, she intoned, her already cat-like fingernails growing longer, sharper, and taking on a metallic sheen. She crossed the bladed nails in front of her chest, stopping the Rasengan cold. Naruto pressed forward, and the sphere whined against the tiny daggers. He had the mass and muscle to push her back, but his jutsu could not overcome Yujito's. Pain split her fingers apart, and while the talons on her left hand guided the chakra orb away from her, she stepped in, angling her right hand blades at Naruto's heart. Though it was not his preferred grip, the leaf shinobi brought up his staff blade underhand, tangling it in her fingers and stopping her claws. He dismissed his father's jutsu, and returned his right hand to Kitsune. He spun the weapon back up into a standard grip, pushing her off balance in the process. Hinata raced into the large meeting room, her Kekkei Genkai instantly taking in the 4 doors around the back of the chamber. The walls inside the building were just as resistant to her Byakugan as the outside ones were, and Hinata forced herself to take a breath. She knew that like most of her clan, she tended to rely too much on her enhanced vision. So she paused, listening, and even though she lacked her lover's keen nose, she also took in the smells. No need to search, a feminine voice offered, and Conan exited the portal in the northwest corner. Madara and your sister are in the room on the other side of this one, the paper user told the younger woman, gesturing towards the portal of her origin. Why are you telling me this? Hinata asked dubiously. 2 reasons, Conan answered. First, because you will notice her soon enough anyway. And second, because no one deserves what Madara is doing to her. And hopefully this will put you off balance, Conan added silently. I fail to see how it is different than what Pain did to Yujito ni, the leaf shinobi said darkly, and then requested, but if that is the case, then please stand aside. I can't do that, the rogue Kunoichi shook her head, dropping dozens of sheets of paper into each hand. I was ordered to protect Madara. My little rebellion doesn't gain you anything, but I can't let you pass. Ninja art, paper shuriken jutsu. Conan released the pages, and they folded into 6-pointed stars and shot towards Hinata. The Hyuga scion quickly planted her feet and started flicking her arms towards the incoming paper blades. Protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, the pale beauty countered, her strings of sharpened chakra slicing through the origami weapons. The former Akatsuki member's eyes widened as the remains of her attacks fluttered to the floor, most cut into 4 pieces. I'm not sure what she did, Conan pondered the invisible attack as she extracted more paper from her replacement top, but it seems projectiles are out. I can't keep my paper strong enough if I don't have a physical connection to it. On the other hand, she's also a Hyuga, so melee combat is also a bad idea. 8 trigrams empty palm, Hinata did not hesitate or even consider her next move. Her right hand thrust forward, launching a column of force at her opponent. Conan swung her arms up, and a double-thick barrier of paper appeared against her hands. The outer layer was torn away and scattered, but took most of the force of the Hyuga technique with it. The hardened inner layer stopped the remaining power of the empty palm without so much as a dimple. But Hinata wasn't done. She followed her initial attack closely, lifting her left hand. A turbulent sphere of visible chakra hovered above her palm. Rasengan, Hinata hissed, driving Minato's ninjutsu forward. The orb hit the paper barrier, ripping to shreds the pages it struck. Conan frowned, and focused her energy, sending the pages towards Hinata's wrist. But the Byakugan picked up the chakra running through the pages, and her right pointer finger flicked forward. The gentle fist severed the flow of chakra in each piece of paper, causing them to flutter to the floor instead of removing her hand. Conan released the 6 pages closest to the younger woman, and pulled back the rest, hopping away from the leaf kunoichi. Dangerous, Conan frowned, she's as fast as I am, and her bloodline trumps my regular origami arts. My only options are to break out one of my trump cards. Or to leave Madara to his fate. Except part of Nagato is still here too. Alright, I guess I have already used this tactic, so there is little harm in using it again now. Katen, Nova Jutsu, Nagato's lover proclaimed as the teen drew closer again. Rotation, Hinata's heavenly spin disrupted the first wave of flames, but rather than maintain her technique, the Hyuga Takujo rolled back to avoid the next two explosions. She watched the older woman more carefully. Itachi's report said she used water, wind, and earth jutsu, Hinata recalled. Could she have mastered a fourth element in 5 months? Or was that intelligence incomplete? The pause made Hinata take stock of the battle. She forced herself to settle down, knowing she could not help Hanabi if she was killed, incapacitated, or even just stalled long enough. It will be enough if I can just slow her down and escape, Hinata whispered to herself. She changed her stance slightly, readying herself for the 8 trigram 64 palms. Raiten, charge spiking jutsu. As Hinata prepared her Byakugan-assisted jutsu, Conan raised her hand, containing an oblong of lightning. Before the younger woman could attack, spikes of electrical power erupted towards Hinata. The teen caught the pikes on Jinmaki, her enhanced kote neutralizing the shock. Now lightning, too? Hinata asked, though her question was not fully directed at Conan. Ninja art, profusion of flowers, the twins said in unison. Before Pain's Naraka path a storm of petals and blossoms sprang up, filling his nostrils with their sweet scent and obscuring his sight. He tensed slightly, waiting for their attack. But nothing approached him, and glances from the animal path told Pain that the two genin were simply standing there, focusing on the illusion. He pressed his hands together, feeling the external chakra inside his tenketsu. Release, Pain incanted, and he felt the jinjutsu shatter. Despite the success, the false world impeding him did not break apart, or even change. He looked at the roses, daisies, and carnations in annoyance. Then Nagato smiled, and his understanding reflected on the Naraka path's face. It was not a combined technique, he announced, you both used the same illusion on me. So when I thought I had broken it, it was really just one of you. Now, for the other. Release. Again, he forced the extra chakra out of his system, and again, his view did not change. So he shifted to his other senses, and then he heard it under the false wind and rustling petals. Ninja art, profusion of flowers, a slight voice whispered. So that's it. Not only do you double the jutsu, if one is broken, you just reapply it over your partner. Nagato decided his animal path must be too focused on Naruto to hear the quiet vocalizations. But you are too dedicated to the illusion, so you can't attack, he taunted them, and now that I know, I can just. Illusion sever jutsu. Rather than simply stopping and flexing the flow of chakra in his body, Pain attached fragments of his own chakra to all of the outside chakra in his system, and forcibly expelled the energy. The illusion sever was far more effective than a jinjutsu release, but it required the presence of mind to form hand seals and expended more energy. Still, I commend you on the perfect synchronization of your illusions, the Naraka path added as his vision returned to normal. He charged the closer of the two genin before they could start their next move. He caught the teen by the throat, but the leaf ninja exploded. The cloud of the destroyed shadow clone was thicker than usual, and Pain started to choke on it. Gas, he croaked, glanced about to find the second twin. The tip of Kitsune's pole stopped just before Yujito's heart as she placed her foot against the staff blade's crosspiece to stop the weapon's forward advance. Wind blade, Naruto activated the extension with a vocal focus instead of the usual gesture. The animal path pushed off Kitsune guard, escaping the green chakra sword with only a minor cut to her foot. Pain glared at him, but Naruto met her look without flinching. You came to my village, buddy, Naruto countered her expression with words, his blade missing her chin by a centimeter. You helped Madara take Hanabi. I'm the one who should be staring you down. Pain's ferrous fingernails snaked out in response, and Naruto blocked them with his staff blade. Kitsune's sharpened addition even sliced off the claw on her left pinky. Yujito's body pivoted as she fired a kick at Uzumaki's midsection. The leaf shinobi stopped it with a kick of his own, driving her leg wide while smashing her knee. The animal path hopped back and landed gingerly on her newly injured stem, though she curled her hands in front of her and began to gather her chakra between them. Two tails menacing fireball, she hissed, launching the sphere at Naruto. Uzumaki's eyes widened, but he quickly positioned Kitsune in horizontally between, the wind blade parallel to his chest. He placed the flat of his left hand and took a deep breath. I hope this works, he grunted softly, and then roared, Futon, Raisin Blade, Barrier Mode. The green chakra began to twist violently, as Kitsune's sword mode shifted to its second stage. Then the extension started to grow and its shape changed. It expanded into a pentagonal wall, 7 feet from one side to the opposing point. The bottom corner of the barrier dug into the ground in front of Naruto. Pain's eyes widened in shock as the tailed beast's signature move hit the shield and broke apart. The 3 largest fragments still exploded, but neither the force nor the flames passed the roiling wall of wind. 2 heartbeats later the shield retracted into the staff blade, and the 2 former Jinchuriki faced one another, panting from their respective efforts. How the hell did you do that without an innie? Uzumaki demanded, fumbling for the food pills in his belt pouches. Some fragments of the 2 tails still in this body, with the assistance of the Rinnegan, Pain gasped, having inferred what an innie referred to. Nagato was shocked that anyone could stop even a weakened version of the menacing ball. And even worse, the younger man was already recovering. So this is the difference in power between the 2 tails and 9 tails. Nagato thought, and unbidden, the Naraka path glanced away from the Takamichis to observe the Kyuubi's former host. I guess it's like how Gaara can still control sand, Naruto commented, popping the tablet into his mouth even though his breathing had already returned to normal, but it also doesn't look like you'll be doing it again anytime soon. Naruto lifted Kitsune in both hands and stepped toward the animal path again. Why isn't he down, Kei? One of the twins asked, hopping away from Pain's fist. His attack was slowed, but was also more powerful. I don't know, Kei, the other Takamichi answered. That toxin, Naraka Pain coughed, but already his movements were returning to their previous speed and accuracy, it hurt to breath. Anything that causes him pain doesn't injure him, one of the genin recalled angrily, embarrassed at the mistake, and makes him stronger instead. Great, so what do we do? The closer cousin sounded worried, our Jinjutsu isn't strong enough, he avoided our trapping jutsu, and the knockout gas only made him tougher. We stay alive until Naruto-san finishes the other one. Now that they were not speaking to Uzumaki, the younger teen returned to a more polite form of address. Easier said than done, the endangered teammate flipped back to avoid a kick to the chest. Hinata dove forward, slipping between the fire attack on the ground and the water jutsu aimed at her neck. All 5 elements, without hand signs, Hinata pondered in growing fear and confusion. Not even Kakashi-sensei or Lady Tsunade can do that. Does she possess the Rinnegan somehow? But I would be able to see that, wouldn't I? That line of thought caused Hinata to realize her Byakugan was not penetrating Conan's uniform. Because the cloths did not cover the older woman from head to toe like a stealth Shizoku, the Hyuga heiress had barely made note of her opponent's built-in concealment. Why bother to hide only part of her body? Hinata pondered, or rather, what is she hiding? Raiten, Thunder Dragon Jutsu, Conan said, again without signing. The white teeth of the chakra wyvern closed in on Hinata, who ducked underneath and rolled forward. The jutsu crashed into the front wall of the meeting room, shaking the whole building, but not punching through. The Byakugan user landed in a crouch, still observing. What's so interesting? The renegade asked carefully. The origami user was worried the leaf kunoichi had deduced something, but kept her tone light with practiced skill. Our data on you says you should not be able to use fire and lightning elemental arts, Hinata answered, hoping to trick something out of Nagato's partner. Your information is outdated, and frankly, wrong, Conan shrugged, gathering her pages and preparing another jutsu. It could be that both Jiraiya and Itachi missed something, the Hyuga scion admitted dubiously, but your uniform. Why spend the time and effort to make it with stealth materials and jutsu, when it leaves almost 40% of your body uncovered? A certain immortal pervert is about to gain the Byakugan, and with it the power to selectively see through almost anything, Conan shrugged, I have my dignity and modesty to worry about. Hinata blushed slightly, remembering her friend's accusations and her own occasional indiscretion. Those are both reasonable answers, the pale beauty agreed, but I can see that you are lying. Hinata sent lines of lightning chakra into each half of Jinmaki, generating the electrical blades. She somersaulted forward, and then jumped recklessly towards the former Akatsuki member. Konan sent out her pages, forming 2 wakizashi to stop the younger woman's weapon. As Naruto's creation clashed with the paper, the origami ninja was forced to send more energy to the sheets to keep Jinmaki from cutting or burning its way through. Hinata drew her left hand back and stabbed out again. The leaf warrior waited until her attack had been blocked, and then turned over her right hand. The move allowed Konan's blade to slice into Hinata's top, but also let the teen carve a long line down Konan's left forearm. The shock sent a tremor through Pain's ally, and she hopped back to prevent Hinata from taking advantage. Naruto's teammate stayed close and started forming a Rasengan in her right hand. She jabbed weakly the bladed koto on that arm, hiding her palm behind the brilliant purple blade. Konan parried, but Hinata twisted her wrist at the last possible instant, and instead of the lightning edge, the chakra ball hit the paper short blade. The failed kidnapper grimaced as she sent more chakra into the blade, but still Minato's jutsu shredded and scattered Konan's paper. The paper user countered, scoring a not a modest cut on Hinata's thigh with her remaining blade. The Hyuga teen flinched slightly, but pressed forward. Hinata kneed Konan's wrist away, and then brought Jinmaki's left side blade sweeping up. The paper user fell backwards, literally, but not quite soon enough. The purple chakra edge hit the valley dividing Konan's impressive chest, splitting the reinforced cloth of her shirt, but not cutting the soft flesh underneath. As her rear hit the wooden floor, Konan's breasts popped out from the bottom of her now further split top. But her modesty was never in jeopardy. Starting an inch below the bottom swells of her cleavage, multiple, overlapping strips of paper covered every inch of her newly exposed skin. Hinata's white eyes quickly took in the odd undershirt. Each of the tags was slightly thinner than a paper bomb, and each was covered with a unique set of shapes and kanji, in various inks. Konan instinctively covered her chest with one arm, but that did nothing to hinder the Byakugan. Those are jutsu circuits, aren't they? Hinata was familiar with the basic concept. The Leaf Village used ninja arts inscribed into computer chips sparingly, mostly for encryption or tracking. But she recalled what Naruto had told her about his mission to the lands of greens and birds. But weaponized, like the ones the hidden grass tried to develop. You adapted the design to your special paper. Konan grimaced, and then glared at the teen. You think I stole this from that weak, foolish village? She asked angrily. Then she kicked out, trying to sweep Hinata's legs as she spun back to her feet. Even if you know about my jutsu talismans, it doesn't mean you can stand up to all the techniques I can bring to bear, Konan asserted, intoning ninja art, agony. One of the slips of paper covering her left breast lit up. The genjutsu hit Hinata hard, and she went rigid, shrieking in pain. With no visual component, there was nothing her Suijin Byakugan could do. Instead, the teen recalled the pain of her near-death experience, using it to dive through the illusionary torture. She clapped her hands together, and though the action aggravated the jutsu, increasing her suffering, she was able to force out, release. Hinata breathed out weakly as the genjutsu fell away, but she did not relax or take her focus off Konan. I am sorry, Hinata Hyuga, the renegade offered sincerely. I had hoped to let you live, for various reasons. But I can't let you go with this knowledge. She raised her paper sword again and intoned, Futon, massive wind sword. Steel claws clanged on steel post as Yujito struggled to prevent Naruto from pushing her back. Pain's animal path was seriously bleeding where Uzumaki had cut deeply into her left bicep, but the Naraka path could fix that quickly enough once he caught or escaped those squirrely twins. Until then, the former Cloud Ninja just had to hold out. A scream echoed out from the fort, and Naruto's head jerked up. He knew Hinata's voice instantly, and the remnants of Sakura's cries were still fresh in his mind. Pain tried to take advantage of his distraction, launching the sharp talons on her right hand at his heart. But without even looking at her, Naruto caught her wrist with his right hand. As he transformed again, he closed his fingers, shattering both of the bones in her wrist. Then, just as casually, Kitsune slipped out twice, first into Yujito's stomach, and then into the side of her head. She collapsed instantly, but Uzumaki did not bother to verify that she was dead. Instead, he darted towards the door. Hold him, he instructed Keiko as he passed her. In his ascendant fox form, Naruto realized he could easily tell the twins apart. We'll try, she answered, still using the masked voice. He nodded, understanding their dilemma. As he raced around the Naraka path, Kitsune flicked out again. It struck the large warrior's knee, and as he noticed the move, Pain smiled. The confidence did not last, for as the staff blade struck, not only did intense pain warp through the Naraka path, but his patella shattered and the femur underneath cracked. He crashed to the ground unceremoniously, his face showing fear. But Naruto vanished into the Uchiha fort without even looking back. My skin of torment, Nagato muttered, a weaker version of Pain's pain spreading through his limb. He can't do that. Who cannot do what? Guki Namikaze asked his apprentice. The leaf trader had arrived at his junior's room to request a status report, only to find Nagato in the trance that indicated one of more of Pain's paths were locked in combat. He observed the slightly younger shinobi in fascination, still intrigued by the Kekkei Genkai that afforded Nagato the power to resurrect and control up to 6 other people. A few minutes later, Nagato had snapped violently back to awareness, and made his almost fearful exclamation. Naruto Uzumaki, the true Pain panted, he broke. No, destroyed, my Naraka path's right knee, even though my skin of torment was active. Guki pondered that. Well, if I remember correctly, the skin of torment only stops around 95% of the damage from physical attacks, while increasing the pain of the attacks and turning that pain into strength. Combined with that body's naturally high endurance, it gives you the illusion of total invulnerability. Perhaps his attack was such that even only 5% of its power was enough to inflict that kind of damage. I know 6, maybe 7, jutsu that could do it, and I suspect your Shinra Tensei or Shinra Bansho could do it as well, if you built them up enough. Nagato shook his head. Guki frowned at the denial. The other option is that his ninjutsu somehow bypassed your skin of torment, Minato's brother added, but still Pain's head rotated in denial. It wasn't a ninjutsu, Nagato explained, noting his teacher's confused expression. He hit me with that stick of his. That is all? He hit you with his staff blade? He was transformed into his fox form, the former Akatsuki leader admitted. I've heard interesting things about his kitsune. Cookies turned away from Nagato, wonder filling his voice, but I may have underestimated it. This may be one of those rare, 1-in-a-million weapons, on the level of the Kusanagi or my siphon. It may be time for you and Konan to pull back, his master's tone solidified again, and Madara too, if you can dislodge him. No, Nagato protested. Cookie frowned at him, and he explained, I can finish off those annoying twins, and then repair my animal path, and have her patch up my Naraka path. Then Konan and I can face Naruto and Hinata, 3-on-2. If Konan is not already out of commission, Guki noted darkly, not happy to find out that both of Pain's paths were injured. Hinata just screamed in agony, the Rinnegan bearer noted, that is what set Naruto off. And we need Madara for the next phase, don't we? All right, Guki sighed uncertainly, I will give you a little longer. But I would rather save you two and abandon Madara than risk losing all of you. Thank you, Guki-sensei, Nagato nodded, and then closed his eyes, focusing on his 2 paths again. Did you see that? Kei exclaimed, slipping into his normal, deeper register in surprise. Keiko glared at him and he corrected the error, continuing in their matched voice, Naruto-san took him down in 1 hit, after telling us he was invulnerable. Obviously that intelligence was incomplete, Keiko stayed in character, but I doubt we would be able to achieve the same thing. We should stay with the original plan. It is still too early for you children to underestimate me. Naraka Pain's eyes cleared, and he surged back to a standing position, though the bottom half of his right leg was twisted at an odd angle. Ninja Art, Event Horizon Jutsu, Keiko announced, having started signing as soon as he spoke. To Pain, the twins appeared to start moving faster, and he again lost track of which one was which. In addition, his body felt heavier, too heavy for his lone leg to support him. He ignored the feeling and placed his hands in the familiar formation. Release, he countered, and as soon as the illusion broke, he began forming his response. Dual arts, feet of clay, he completed, and the dense, yet flexible material flowed out of the dirt, wrapping his legs up to the middle of the thigh. The thick layer of clay turned his leg back into the correct position, and he took a step forward onto the damaged limb experimentally. Satisfied by the result, he jumped forward, catching the closer of the twins. The genin ducked under the fist, but was unable to avoid the kick to the left hip. The leaf warrior tumbled away, but landed standing, bleed from the left eyebrow. And now I can tell the two of you apart, Pain noted matter-of-factly. Good for you, Keiko wiped the red from her brow, no longer trying to mask her voice, shadow snap. She buried a single kunai in the Naraka path's shadow, and he stared at her incredulously. Rather than waste his chakra, he took out a flash bomb, altering the shape of his silhouette long enough to escape from the immobilizing technique. Then he shook his head. Weren't you taught not to use that against a real ninja? He asked, taking another step closer. But she smirked back. Don't you know a distraction when you see one? She shot back. Kei glided in behind Pain, his hands before his chest. He started to blast a chakra-laced mist at the layer of earth supporting the Rinnegan user's broken leg. But the Naraka path casually slammed his good foot into Kei's nose and mouth. The teen tumbled back, and Pain smiled gently at the angry kunoichi. Yes, I do, he said, preparing to sign again. Hinata blocked the invisible sword with Jinmaki, then twisted the wind blade away, trying to get close enough to tag Konan with her gentle fist. The elder kunoichi hopped back to avoid being touched. Even if your bloodline lets you see it, you shouldn't be able to block it like that, the origami user noted, curious and mildly shaken. Hinata did not answer, she slipped closer to try to hit Konan with her glowing fingers. The renegade brought her sword down, but the leaf shinobi was too close. Hinata blocked the sword, and angled her digits towards Konan's elbow. Nagato's lover was not able to dodge, so she sent one of her regular pieces of paper to intercept the blow. The gentle fist broken through the chakra in the page, and it fluttered to the ground, lifeless. Dozens of pages littered the floor around them, and Konan had wrapped most the ones she had left around her upper body to protect and hide her technique tags from immediate view. Hinata was waging a war of attrition, slowly eliminating her opponent's resources, and though it pained Konan to admit it, the younger woman was winning. She had tried to re-establish the link with her unique ammo, but the Hyuga heiress had prevented that as well. Pain's partner had tried to use her extra techniques to even things out, but she was also limited. Inside the Uchiha hideout, she couldn't break out her biggest and most powerful attacks. Or rather, she could, if she were willing to put herself and her abhorred ally at risk as well. Rotation, Hinata's heavenly spin did not stop the semi-solid air blade, but it did stop the paper sword it was crafted over and the hand that held it, so the effect was the same. Konan ended the wind jutsu, and instead channeled her energy into a tag just under her right breast. Katun, grasping Inferno Jutsu, the paper user reached for the pale beauty with giant hands of scarlet flame. 8 trigrams palms, Holy Cyclone, Hinata's enhanced version of the Hyuga technique knocked the fire release jutsu away, but did not end it. As soon as the teen's dome fell, Konan's enhanced hands closed in on her again. The burning digits grabbed onto Naruto's lover, but instead of being burned, the leaf kunoichi exploded. Shadow clone? Konan retreated back to the door, honor-bound not to let the younger woman pass. Where is she? Ninja art, illuminating light. A bright glow leapt out from the paper user's palms, and it melted away the arts Hinata was using to hide in the shadows of the opposite corner of the room. Are you running out of ideas? Konan asked honestly, torn. She did not want to let Hinata escape with her secret, but she knew Madara would be overjoyed if she killed the teen, which was reason enough to let her live. And the former Akatsuki member couldn't risk being drawn away. No, I am just trying to determine the most efficient way to end this, Hinata answered. Her voice carried neither doubt nor boast, and Konan frowned her opponent's assurance. Futon, cyclone pressure, the paper user sent chakra into a tag on her right hip and them to the circuit directly under her left collarbone, dual arts, Inferno lightning jutsu. A twisting mass of wind hit Hinata powerfully yet gently, pinning her to the wall and lifting her off the floor. Then, from Konan's right hand emerged a bolt of forked lightning, but orange in color and far hotter than natural lightning. 8 trigrams empty palms, Hinata turned over her right arm so her palm was facing Konan, but pointed her left hand down. One column of energy disrupted the wind jutsu and even pushed Konan back into the door, while the other empty palm propelled Hinata upwards, out of the path of the combined fire/lightning technique. The younger woman flipped up, landed on the ceiling, and then sprang toward the former Akatsuki Kunoichi, a Rasengan once again glowing in her right hand. Interesting way to use that technique, Konan noted as she jumped to the side, spinning to direct her foot at Hinata's back. It is better to master one jutsu and use it creatively, the Hyuga heiress quoted as she rolled forward under the kick, than to barely know a dozen jutsu that you can only use in one way. Did you hear that from Jiraiya-sensei as well? Konan sounded mildly wistful as she recalled the line. I heard it from Naruto, Hinata answered, but he must have heard it from Master Jiraiya. Well, I think I will take your advice. The paper surrounding her abdomen flowed out to Konan's arms, and the special sheets under her top and pants followed suit. Keiko hopped back, struggling to stay out of Pain's reach while keeping her eyes on both her fallen teammate and Pain's unconscious alternate. The earth/water jutsu not only replaced the Naraka's path's damaged limb, it also enhanced his speed and agility. The young Kunoichi had hoped to run her opponent out of energy, expecting the hybrid technique to be a heavy drain on Pain's chakra. But only 2 minutes after Naruto's departure, she recognized that her plan would not work. She was having to spend her chakra to keep away from Pain, and she was woozy from where her head struck the ground. In desperation, and a small hint of hope after Naruto's success, she drew out 2 kunai, and threw them. They barely dimpled the skin of his left arm, before bouncing off and dropping to the earth. Darn it, Kay, she mumbled to herself, you are supposed to delay and decoy so I can knock them out. Why did you get in close to use cleansing, instead of hitting him with another jinjutsu? Trouble, the Naraka path asked. Despite Naruto's injuring him and escaping, Nagato could not help but have his interest piqued, and even be somewhat amused, by the young woman. Unreliable partners, impossibly strong opponents, she shot back, I'm sure you can relate. He snorted in appreciation, nodding. Then, what if I told you could go, he offered openly. Fine. What, despite having sounded honest in his offer, Naraka Pain was taken aback by her acceptance. My orders were not to engage you, she answered, and if that happened, to escape as soon as I could. So if you are offering to let me go, I have to accept. Then she paused, her lips turning down, though I suppose I should inquire about my short-sighted cousin over there. I don't suppose you would let me take him, too? In both locations, Nagato sighed in thought. He could not decide if the girl was attempting to fool him again. Following orders fit with his expectations of belief, but that was only if she was not lying. But if she is being truthful, I can restore my animal path, he considered, and go after Naruto Uzumaki. By all means, he agreed magnanimously, I know how important loyalty is to the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. Keiko blinked once, then she sighed and shrugged, I suppose that means I shouldn't just leave Naruto and Hinata behind. Would you make up your mind? His eyes narrowed and his mirth faded into annoyance. Then he stumbled, and his Rinnegan flashed again. All right, she smirked, then I think it's time to stop stalling. He glared her, as his vision wavered. What did you? He demanded, how did you? She pointed to his arm, and he looked down at the 3 senbon buried into his muscle. He reached up with his right hand, and extracted the needles, but still he felt nothing. Then his eyes flicked to the kunai lying on the ground a few meters away from him. Kei dropped his jinjutsu, and instead of collapsed on the ground, the young man was crouched facing his cousin and their opponent, though there was still a trickle of blood leaking from his nose. Your ability protects you from things that hurt you, she explained, but a little topical anesthetic to prevent you from feeling the needles, a painless poison, and... She let the statement trail of smugly. Keiko. Kei shouted in warning as the Naraka path lunged for her. She hopped back, and Pain collapsed to the dirt just short of her. But she failed to comprehend her partner's warning until Yujito's claw ripped into her back. Konan wrapped her fire jutsu tags around the outside of her origami claymore, and sent just enough chakra to them to give the blade a superheated aura. The burning energy was mainly to prevent Hinata from destroying the weapon with the gentle fist. She swung the heavy blade overhand at the younger woman, who blocked with both of her kote. Then the Hyuga heiress shifted her weight, diverting the sword towards the floor with her left arm, while freeing up her right hand to stab at the origami user's heart. Konan removed her right hand from the sword's grip, and instead knocked aside Hinata's strike, wrist to wrist. The Leaf Ninja attempted to cut her opponent's arm by widening the lightning projection of Jinmaki, but the renegade has already spun away, aiming her claymore for Hinata's midsection. Again the bracers absorbed the blow, but their owner was pushed back. Konan lashed out again, using her weapon's reach to keep Hinata at bay. In turn, Hinata tried to trap or redirect the sword long enough to move in and land a blow on Madara's reluctant defender. At an impasse, the former Akatsuki member switched tactics. Konan held her claymore vertically and split her hands horizontally. The long blade split in two, and in the process, 5 of the pages, each with an attached katana tag, folded into a shuriken and launched at Hinata. As the pale beauty dealt with the blazing projectiles, the sheets in each of the paper user's hands folded into a kama. Each of the harvesting tools had both Suetun and Raitun tags on the outside. Nagato's lover closed the short distance between them and swung her small scythes in at 2 different angles. Hinata blocked with Jinmaki, and the aura of water chakra around the kama disrupted the lightning projections of the kote. The Byakugan user aimed her fingers at the weapon in Konan's right hand, but the origami expert switched the elemental energy around the paper to lightning, and Naruto's lover had to stop short so she did not shock herself. Konan slashed with her scythes again, and this time when Hinata blocked, she hooked the blades around the teen's bracers and yanked them wide, giving her a clear kick to the younger woman's sternum. The Hyuga scion fell back, coughing for her breath, and Guki's student followed. 8 trigrams, heavenly cyclone, Hinata spun, sending out her chakra to push Konan back. As her jutsu ended, she retreated further back, while her opponent recovered. After she stopped moving, Hinata briefly examined the shallow cut on the underside of the right arm, where the twisting kama had sliced her skin around the straps of Jinmaki. But as Naruto had promised, the new fasteners were scored but intact. Rasengan, Uzumaki's partner, intoned, a slightly larger than normal sphere forming in her right hand. "I'm not going to let you get close enough to use that," Pain's partner advised, a touch of smugness in her voice. She sent out another sliver of her chakra, and the kama lengthened and shifted until they were hook swords. She lifted the weapons, holding her left hand blade high and right sword low, both pointing in the same direction and parallel to the ground. She waited briefly for Hinata to make her move, but the younger woman just stood there, slowly increasing the size of the Rasengan. Having heard about Naruto's Otama Rasengan, and not sure if her opponent could form a sphere of that size given sufficient time, Konan took a step forward, preparing to leap at the leaf kunoichi. Hinata watched the tension build in the renegade's legs, until it reached the point of no return. 8 trigrams, empty palm, Hinata suddenly thrust her arm forward as Konan left the floor. The Hyuga technique launched the Rasengan, and also provided a chakra conduit for Hinata to keep the orb energized and stable. Konan's eyes widened as the turbulent ball rocketed towards her, too quickly for her to defend or dodge in her current position. The Rasengan struck her solar plexus, and both the orb and the empty palm propelling it forced her back into the wall. The sphere dug into her chest, cracking her breastbone and compressing the organs underneath. Konan's lungs were forcibly emptied, and a thick mist of blood accompanied the air. Hinata's attack ended, and the former Akatsuki shinobi slid to the ground. Konan's eyes fluttered, and her hand landed close to one of her fallen swords. She focused her attention on it, and started to extend her chakra to the weapon. "Hinata!" Naruto roared as he burst into the room. Konan had to struggle not to lift her head. Instead, she stopped reaching for her weapon. She closed her eyes, triggered her radio, and tried to pretend she was dead, or at least unconscious. "Naruto," Hinata turned to him, stunned, "where are Keiko and Kei?" "Huh?" Uzumaki was stunned to see his fiancée was ragged and bleeding from a few cuts, but mostly unharmed. His anger and fear abated, he unconsciously returned to his human form. "I killed or knocked out Yujito, and broke the other one's leg," he answered. "They are keeping the big guy busy so he can't fix her up." "I heard you scream," his voice was accusing, with a strong undercurrent of worry. "She hit me with a jinjutsu." Hinata could not help but smile at his concern. "I was surprised, but I felt worse, so I was able to break free." "Great," he nodded, relieved. Then he frowned, his eyes narrowing, and asked, "Where's Hanabi?" Hinata started. She had gotten so caught up in the end of the fight that she had forgotten their hurry. Conan said my sister and Madara are in that room. She pointed to the portal the paper user had emerged from. Come on, he grabbed her arm and pulled her forward. Not a fair trade, Nagato growled, but better than nothing. What? Cookie Namikaze asked, I thought you said your animal path had come too? Those kids killed my Naraka path. They numbed him and then poisoned him, Lord Pain answered, but my animal path hit the girl. I am. She is still woozy, but I should be able to take the boy, too. Suddenly their communicators crackled to life, and they heard Naruto and Hinata converse. Conan? Nagato demanded, but did not receive an answer. His eyes went wild, but Gookie placed a restraining hand on his student's shoulder. Someone had to turn on her radio, and I don't think it was the Leaf Ninjas, the lead rogue reminded the Rinnegan user. Conan, can you hear us? Gookie prompted more levelly. Yes, came the harsh whisper, they are gone now. What is happening? Hinata got me, the Kunoichi answered her master's inquiry. I was going to try to take her out with me, when Uzumaki showed up. They are headed towards Madara and Hanabi now. Can you move? Cookie asked. Maybe, if I use my paper to help. Good, the X-rank criminal, I want both of you to retreat. Lord Gookie? Nagato looked at his sensei in confusion. As I said before, Namikaze noted, your animal path might be replaceable, but losing Yujito would be a pity. And Conan cannot be replaced. You two are both injured, so help each other get away, while those two are focused on Uchiha. Understood, Conan could not keep the happiness out of her rough voice, and Nagato nodded. Me, Saru, Tori, Tatsu, Na, Itachi's voice was chanting as the door swung violently inwards. Madara exhaled sharply at the disturbance. What is it, Conan? He barked, turning to look. But Itachi's already pale and cracked skin blanched further as Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga darted into the room. His Shinin Sharingan flitted between their faces, resting briefly on her silver eyes and his glowing whiskers. Black fire began to glow desperately around his eyes, but Naruto took a step closer. Madara remembered the Kyuubi's mocking request, and the Amaterasu faded. His mind raced, but he was already low on chakra, limiting his options. The first Uchiha tried to convince himself that the lump in his stomach was not fear. I cannot defeat them both, he decided hastily, not like this. I only have one choice. For an instant, his anger and hatred outweighed that feeling that wasn't terror. Susuri, he announced, and after one heartbeat, Itachi's body was restored to its pristine state. His skin was smoothed, and the crumbling digits were intact and restored. He gracefully turned the rest of the way, and rose to his feet, facing them head-on. The teens tensed, but before they could attack, Madara made his move. The immortal Flash stepped over to the wall, and glanced at Hanabi with greed and regret. Then he vanished through the hidden door. Madara! Naruto shouted, and charged the spot where Uchiha disappeared. Hanabi, Hinata cried out, crouching next to her sister. Naruto stopped short of tearing into the wall with a Rasengan, and joined his beloved and her sister. If I had tried to take her, Madara tried to console himself, it would have slowed me down, and forced them give chase. Madara Uchiha. Itachi's body stopped, as two ANBU agents appeared in front of him. The immortal's mouth briefly turned down, then he smirked at the new possibility. She was staring absently out the window when they entered her room. She did not turn or react in any way. They walked slowly over to her bed and sat down beside it. Even when a gentle hand touched hers, she simply gazed at the clouds and the leaves. How is Hanabi? Hinata asked Tsunade anxiously. I removed the lingering effects of the Tsukuyomi, the Hokage offered. There is nothing physically wrong with her, but she remains generally non-responsive. Why? Naruto prompted. I'm not a psychologist, she warned them, but from what we were able to glean from the seals on her, and what little she has said, Madara was trying to break her spirit. If you two had arrived even 10 minutes later, she might not have any mind left. Will she be okay? The Hyuga heiress looked frightened, and her lover put his hands on her shoulders supportively. We'll do everything we can, but ultimately it is up to her. She might just keep retreating from the world. And if we try to force her to come back? Using Jinjutsu to treat mental illness has been attempted before, but it is dicey at best. We might accidentally finish what that bastard started. Isn't there anything we can do? Naruto's voice carried an unfamiliar tone of helplessness. Just be there with her. Let her know that you are there and that you care. Hinata nodded. She took Naruto's hand off her shoulder and led him out of the Sannin Second medical office. Naruto and Hinata sat there for over an hour, not speaking, Hinata warmly holding her sister's hand. Hanabi never acknowledged their presence, never looked away from the sky. Finally, their time with her ran out. Hinata reluctantly let go, and they both stood. Good night, Hanabi, the pale beauty said softly, we'll be back tomorrow. The couple walked towards the door. But as he reached for the handle, a sound stopped them. Uzumaki-san, Hanabi said weakly, and they both spun to face her. She had turned her head slightly, looking into the corner instead of at them. Hanabi, he responded cautiously. Thank you. I have been horrible to you, but you still came to rescue me. Of course, he agreed evasively, I'd never abandon another leaf ninja. Just like they wouldn't abandon me. That's not true, you know, she asked softly, there are those in the village who would not try to rescue you. Those in this room who would not have tried to save you. Maybe not, he shrugged, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't try to save them. Of course you would, her eyes welled up in tears, I'm sorry, Naruto. Then it was like floodgates burst within her. Hanabi sobbed uncontrollably, rocking back and forth, and chanting, thank you, I'm sorry, over and over. Hinata rushed back across the room and wrapped her arms around her sister, holding the younger girl steady. Naruto joined them a heartbeat later, taking Hanabi's right hand in both of his. Both Naruto and Hinata found that they were crying as well. They held her like that until she fell asleep. There was a rather rotund and slightly familiar-looking doctor waiting for them in the hall when they exited the twins' room. I thought it was best not to interrupt you, he told them, that was the most emotion she has shown since waking up. Is she going to be okay? Hinata asked the psychiatric specialist. If you had asked me an hour ago, I would have said no, he answered honestly, but I think her chance is better now. Hinata nodded with relief. Now, I heard you say intended to visit my brother's other student, the healer noted, visiting hours are over, but given the circumstances, I'll give you a pass. He scrawled something barely legible on a sheet from his prescription pad, and handed it to Hinata. This will get you 10 minutes with Keiko Takamichi, he explained, give it to the nurse and she will escort you. Thank, Doc, Naruto said gratefully. You're welcome. Now then, I trust one will see you here again tomorrow? Both teens nodded. Excellent. Good evening. 10 minutes, the severe-faced nurse advised them sharply as she closed the door. Naruto shuddered fearfully, and quickly turned to look at the young woman in the bed. Keiko Takamichi was asleep or unconscious, but the older man in the chair next to her glanced at them with bleary green eyes. He had dark gray hair, but naturally rather than the result of age. He wore a typical Jonin's uniform, but he wore 2 leaf headbands, one around each bicep. Hyugadano, Uzumaki-san, he greeted them, and Naruto frowned in thought, trying to remember if he had met the shinobi before. Naruto, this is Saburo Takamichi, Keiko's father, Hinata introduced her fiancé to her uncle-in-law. The 2 men nodded at one another. How is Keiko? Hinata asked anxiously. She is. He paused, searching for the words, she is about as good as we could hope for. It was close for a while, with all the blood she lost, but she is stable now. The healers have informed me that the paralysis she was experiencing was caused by the compression of her broken vertebrae, rather than actual nerve damage. She already has some feeling back, and once her back heals, she will be able to walk again. But no amount of medic treatment will fully remove the scars on her back. I'm sorry, Naruto said darkly, this is my fault. Yes, but also no, the Jonin glared at the younger man, you were the leader, and from what my nephew has told me, some of your decisions were questionable. However, my daughter and her cousin also bent the Hokage's instructions more than once. And you were right to go in when you thought Hinata was injured or dead, though you could have made sure Pain's body things were more completely disabled. But in the end, you were also the one who kept Keiko stable long enough for her to be properly treated. Also my daughter and nephew defeated Pain, or at least a part of him, Saburo said with proud satisfaction. He may have been tired, weakened, and injured from his previous battles, but they finished him, and that is an accomplishment. So even though I would like to blame you, Uzumaki-san, I find I cannot. Still, I am sorry. Then learn from this, so that you can do better next time. Naruto nodded, and Keiko's eyes fluttered open. Ruto, Hinata, she called out to them weakly, you came to see me? Of course we did, Keiko-chan, Hinata smiled at the younger woman. Sorry we woke you, Naruto added. Sake, she murmured, I've been sleepin' too much anyway. We were happy to hear you were going to be okay, Keiko-chan, the pale beauty told her. Yeah, the genin sighed wistfully, and I'm gonna have some really cool battle scars, too. But it's a good thing I can hide them, or that twins thing wouldn't work anymore. Her eyes fluttered, closed again. The painkillers they gave her are a little strong, her father noted. But if I know Keiko-chan, she really will be happy to have some cool battle scars, the Hyuga heiress countered. Yeah, the Takamichi clan member grinned slightly, you are right, Hinata Dono. She will at that. There was a knock at the door, and the frightening nurse stared in at them. We will come back tomorrow, Hinata told him, as the young couple hurried over to the door. The jonin nodded his thanks, and could not resist an icy shiver as the medic's gaze settled on him. Sakura, I thought you were supposed to be staying in bed, Kakashi Hatake admonished his student as he entered her room. The young woman had swept aside the curtain that was meant to divide the room in two, and was doing one-armed pull-ups on the reinforced rod. Her left arm was still in a sling and her left shoulder was bandaged. I know, Kakashi-sensei, she dropped down, and bounced back over to her bed, lying down, but my shoulder feels fine, and I'm just so full of energy I can't sit still. I've been checking my sutures, and even healing myself a little bit, and everything seems good. I'm ready to get started on therapy. Then she frowned thoughtfully, and pondered aloud, all this energy I have, could it be because of Naruto's blood? We can't rule out the possibility, he agreed simply, is that why you asked me to come here, so I would talk to the Hokage about pushing up the timetable of your recovery? Her expression darkened further, and she shook her head slightly. No, there was something else I wanted to ask you about, she answered apprehensively. What is it? He prompted carefully, recognizing her melancholy. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm strong? She asked quickly, almost desperately, not physically strong, but just in general. Of course you are strong, Sakura, he answered easily, you made jonin after all. Not everyone can do that. But you always say rank doesn't equal power, she countered, like Naruto was still a genin just over a year ago, and he was still considered one of the strongest leaf ninjas. And being a jonin is based mostly on skill, which is why you get people like Ebisu and that duke that Naruto fought. That is all true, he conceded, not sure what else he could say. So would you say I am in the top 50 strongest leaf ninjas? She queried suddenly after a few moments' consideration. Yes, certainly. Then what about the top 20? Or the top 10, she pursued him. Sakura, I don't sit around all day ranking my Leaf Village comrades, he stated, trying to sound like he wasn't evading her question. You'd have to ask the Hokage something like that, and even then, the answer is at least somewhat subjective. You're dodging the question, she shot back, am I in the top 20 Leaf Ninjas? In my opinion, he qualified pointedly, yes, you are one of the 20 strongest ninjas in the village. Top 10, her voice and face told him she already suspected the answer. No, he said as gently as he could, probably not. But there are currently almost 500 active Leaf Shinobi, he tried to mollify her, even if most of them are Genin and Chunin, being considered one of the 20 strongest at your age is an impressive achievement. What about those two, she demanded. Which two, he deflected innocently. Don't pull that, Kakashi-sensei, she barked, Hinata and Naruto. Sakura. He tried to stop her. Naruto's in the top 5, right, she demanded forcefully, him, you, Tsunade-sensei, Jiraiya, and Might Guy, right? He did not answer, and she plowed onwards. I mean, that knucklehead beat Madara and Pain, so he has to be pretty high up there, Takujo or not. Sakura, his voice was gentle, and she glared at him. He sighed, and shrugged. Fine, he relented, without stipulating to any specific order, I would agree with your assessment of the 5 Leaf Ninjas who are most dangerous in battle. Not necessarily most skilled, or even the best shinobi, just the 5 with the highest combat ability. She nodded but was not about to let him go at that. And Hinata, she continued, she beat Conan alone, something it took all 3 members of Team Hizashi to do. There is strong evidence Conan was not serious in either battle, he interjected, and from what I have heard, Hinata was generally evenly matched against Conan, while Yugao, Irika, and Enko defeated her fairly easily. Still, she's in the top 20, too, isn't she? He nodded. Top 10? He did not answer, which was all she needed. She collapsed with a sigh. So Hinata is that far ahead of me, she asked herself as much as him. If Hinata is in the top 10, she's only number 9 or 10, the copy ninja tried to comfort her, and I never said we're in the top 20 I think you are. Then am I top 15, she prodded darkly. Sakura, I think you are putting too much emphasis on combat ability, he sidestepped her again, you are also one of the 3 best healers in the village. She smiled slightly at that, but only for an instant. For a few minutes, they sat there in silence, Sakura thinking, and Kakashi unsure what he should or even could do for his student. How can I catch up, she finally asked. Sakura? I can catch up, can't I? She sounded desperate again. I mean, before Naruto came back, would you have put Hinata in the top 20? Or even before she started training with him? Probably not, he decided to stop trying to dodge her questions. So if she can come that far in 19 months, I should be able to catch up, right? She appeared reassured rather than upset by his agreement. I'm sure you can, Sakura. If you really want to. What does that mean? She asked dubiously. He sighed. If I tell you, you have to promise that it doesn't go beyond this room, he said nervously. I promise, she said eagerly. Then, he exhaled, still anxious, then I'd have to say you need to stop training with the Hokage. She frowned at him and prompted, what does that mean? Lady Tsunade is an incredible kunoichi and healer, he said quietly, as if afraid he would be overheard, but there is a certain fundamental flaw in her style. And her methods are not necessarily the best suited for you. What are you talking about? She lowered her voice as well. For the first part, he explained, Lady Tsunade says that a medical ninja is obligated to stay healthy, because otherwise no one can heal the squad. That's why she focused a lot of your training on dodging and analyzing an enemy's style. She nodded. And then for combat, she taught you close combat with her incredible strength, Kakashi stated, trying to keep the disapproval from his voice, which means if you want to contribute in battle, you have to put yourself in the most danger. Oxymoronic, wouldn't you say? Sakura nodded in spite of herself. Which brings me to my second point, he moved on, you know what the 3 basic types of chakra users are? Taijutsu types, who excel at using their chakra in or close to their own bodies, she ticked off the fingers of her good hand, ninjutsu types, who excel at using chakra outside of their bodies, and genjutsu types, who excel at inserting their chakra into another person's body. I've never liked those labels, he noted, since the type of chakra user you are doesn't directly relate to those types of ninja arts, but they are the common usage, so I use them. She nodded again. Lady Tsunade is a taijutsu type, he resumed, which is why she is so good at focusing her strength. Taijutsu types are also the second best type for healing, because their chakra still has some native connection to the human body. But Lady Tsunade has both a talent for healing and a personal drive that have allowed her to surpass even genjutsu type medics. But you said I am a genjutsu type, she remembered. Which is part of why you are such a good healer, he agreed, but it also means that Lady Tsunade's physical techniques are not as well suited for you. Don't get me wrong, he added defensively, you have mastered and even excelled at what she has taught you, particularly the muscle boosting. And that leads me to my third point, he frowned slightly. But you only had 2 points. I had 2 points against Lady Tsunade, he shook his head, the last point is against the 2 of us. Part of the reason Naruto and Hinata have surpassed you is because they have had more teachers than you. You have only had me and Lady Tsunade, and to be honest, I've never given you the level of attention I should have. But Naruto has had myself, Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, Irika, and Enko, plus some of the personal studying he has done to master his mother's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hinata had Kurenai, then Naruto, Lady Tsunade, myself, and more recently Shizune, Tenten, and Temari. Sakura nodded and then asked neutrally, so what do you suggest, Kakashi-sensei? In general, I think you should broaden your horizons. But specifically, and this is just my opinion, you should become more of a ranged fighter. Your team already has Naruto and Hinata, both of whom can function at either close or mid-range. You should hang back, assisting them at long range, so you can also be ready to heal them. How can I assist them at long range? He considered that, and answered, again, this is just me, but I think you should learn more Genjutsu. If you can confuse or trick your opponents, it will give Hinata and Naruto a better chance to land a killing blow. She nodded. Also, you might try learning to shoot a bow. Given your strength, you could put an arrow through an enemy, even if he was standing behind a brick wall. It would give you a way to use your physical power while still staying out of range. Sakura's brow narrowed in thought. I'll think about that, she said, thanks Kakashi-sensei. Sorry for being such a pain. It's the prerogative of a student to ask their teachers hard questions, he countered glibly, just let me know if there is anything else I can do to help. I will, she smiled up at him. Lady Tsunade, thank you for coming, Hayashi Hyuga offered formally as the Hokage entered his hospital room. Of course, she nodded, I was hoping for a chance to check on you anyway. If we might get that out of the way first? Please, he agreed. In the 2 weeks since his battle with Madara, Hayashi had made an almost miraculous, if incomplete, recovery. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say an infernal recovery, the Sannin medic decided silently, considering the source. The Hyuga leader was now hairless from the neck up as well, though there were indications that his hair and eyebrows were starting to grow back. His skin was mostly healed, though here and there the worst of the burns had left their scars. Hayashi also had recovered almost full movement of his limbs, though his left fingers and toes were sluggish. Unfortunately, his right eye had barely recovered as all, though intact, it had taken on a yellowish hue, and Hayashi could only make out the dullest of lights and shadows with it. The doctors had ordered him not to use the Byakugan, as it would put more stress on the weakened orb, and might arrest any further recovery. You are doing better than I would have suspected, she told him smugly. I owe it to my son-in-law, Hayashi noted, mirroring her thoughts. Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? Her smirk widened. Perhaps, a little, he shrugged. All right, then what did you want to talk to me about? She switched gears rather than start gossiping about her student's love life. It is about Hinata, the Hyuga lord started. What about her? I have been told that it is unlikely I will make a full recovery, he deflected slightly, and particularly worrisome is the damage to my eye, and the effect it will have on my Byakugan. In addition, my clan is still looking for a 5th elder. So I have been thinking I might want to step aside for my daughter sooner, rather than later. Tsunade inhaled sharply, and stared at him in disbelief. I am not speaking of the immediate future, he explained, but I am considering a timetable of 1 to 2 years, rather than 8 to 10 years. Still, I can't imagine you would have even suggested this a year or 2 ago, she noted. Hinata has changed, and so have I, he countered. 2 years ago, she would never openly defied her grandfather, and I probably would not have supported her if she had. Okay, but why come to me? The Hokage questioned. Because, even if I were to decide to wait 27 months, that would be just after Hinata's 19th birthday, Hayashi reasoned, making her the youngest ever leader of the Hyuga clan by almost 3 years. There will be many who would be resistant, and I would need the support of the Hokage to help convince them. She nodded, understanding the politics of the situation. Then she frowned again. What about her and Naruto? She prompted. If she's Hyuga clan leader, it will be harder for them to get married. Actually, we have spoken about that, and she has been formulating a plan. He explained his daughter's idea, and Tsunade chuckled. The knucklehead is definitely rubbing off on her, but she just might be able to make it work if she has the elder's support. Has she talked to Naruto yet? I don't think so, Hayashi grinned ruefully. I wonder how he will react. Kakashi, you go. Tsunade's mood, uplifted her conversation with Hayashi, fell as she made her next stop. Lady Tsunade, the couple greeted her in unison. In a crib in the corner of the hospital room, Ray burbled happily and shook a kunai-shaped rattle. I have a couple of things I want to discuss with you too, their leader said darkly, neither of them particularly pleasant. So I guess we'll go with mostly fact before pure speculation. Both Jonan frowned seriously at her. Yugao, I know, despite SOP, you were pretty close with Tao and Kamachi while you were in ANBU, the Hokage started, and the younger woman nodded, not sure why the Sannin was bringing it up at this point. When I sent Naruto's team to rescue Hanabi, I had Tao and Kamachi follow them. Tsunade explained, if Naruto's group didn't make it in time, I didn't think those kids would have been able to kill Hanabi's body to get to Madara. So I sent the ANBU to finish the job, if necessary. I couldn't risk Madara gaining the Byakugan in addition to the Sharingan. But Naruto and Hinata saved Hanabi, Kakashi interjected, confused, as she paused, though one of Hanabi's teammates was seriously injured. Yes, the Sannin conceded, but Tao and Kamachi chose to stretch my orders. They went after Madara anyway. And? Yugo prompted dubiously. Kamachi is downstairs in intensive care, Tsunade answered. She was gravely hurt in the fight, and used her acupuncture to keep her body going so she could report back, but that further aggravated her injuries. Tawa did not come back, she continued. We sent units to investigate the site of the battle. They did not find Tawa's remains, but they did find what was left of Itachi's body. Yugo inhaled in shock, and Kakashi frowned deeper at the implication. That, combined with what Kamachi was able to tell us, leads me to believe that Madara has taken Tawa's body instead of Hanabi's. That is not good, the copy ninja noted. Madara could be even more dangerous, with Tawa's chakra tattoos. He might not be able to use them correctly, Tsunade speculated, and Madara was never very good with weapons. That doesn't matter, Kakashi shook his head in denial. Madara will figure it out. Then all he has to do is find the right weapon masters and watch them with his Sharingan. For a few moments, they stood in silent thought, until Yugo remembered Tsunade's introductory statement. What was the other thing did you wanted to tell else, Lady Tsunade? The younger Kunoichi asked. There was something odd about Pain's attack, the Hokage answered. He didn't kill anyone, even though he had the chance, especially with Sakura. So we watched the tapes to study his fighting style. As we would have expected, it bore a strong resemblance to Jiraiya's style. But what we were not expecting was that certain moves more closely resembled Orochimaru or Sarutobi-sensei's methods. An apprentice of Orochimaru and the third who tries not to kill his opponents? Kakashi shuddered. That sounds like Goki Namake's. Tsunade filled in after her trailed off. We could be wrong. Pain could have learned from Orochimaru while they were both in the Akatsuki, and the other points could be coincidence. But we can't be sure that he isn't connected to Goki either. The door to Keiko Takamichi's hospital room slid open, and 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at the newcomer. And all 6 green orbs widened simultaneously in disbelief. Saburo Takamichi's jaw dropped, while Kei recovered his composure. Both men scrambled to their feet. And Keiko blinked and shook her head dubiously. I'm sorry, Hanabi Hyuga quailed under their scrutiny. She looked smaller to them. Though her form was no different, her self-confidence and self-importance had always made her seem larger. Now her trepidation made her look shorter and thinner by comparison. If this a bad time, I can come back later, she offered softly. No, please stay Hanabi-san. Hanabi-san, Saburo insisted. Unlike his daughter and nephew, he was still not comfortable speaking to the young woman without using the deferential honorific. Thank you, Takamichi-san, she bowed. Then she faced her teammates and shuddered slightly when she looked at 4 tubes running into Keiko's arm. Hanabi could tell her comrade had lost some weight as well. What can we do for you? Kei asked evenly. Nothing, Hanabi shook her head. I just wanted to see how Keiko was doing and to thank you. And not just for rescuing me. I have not been a good teammate to you too, but you have always stood by me, and you came to rescue me. Her eyes started leaking again, and Keiko looked surprised again. I'm sorry, Hanabi said in a self-chastising manner, wiping away her tears, and I am sorry for everything. Kei crossed the room and gently led Hanabi over to the chair he had vacated. Sorry, she said again, hiccuping. It's fine, he told her. No, it's not, she countered. Hinata tried to show me, even to tell me directly, that how I was treating people was wrong. Naruto-san, too. But I was too full of myself. Then she looked around at them. I never even asked how we were related, she said softly. I know my mother was a Takamichi, but I never bothered to find out anything more than that. I never cared. We're cousins, Keiko said bluntly, the drugs removing any residual subservience she felt towards her younger comrade. Your mom was my dad's older sister. Hanabi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She smiled slightly as she exhaled. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me about my mother sometime, Uncle Saburo? The white-eyed girl asked. I would like that. The jonin relaxed for the first time since the girl had entered the room. Then the door opened again, and a nurse stuck her head in. Miss Hyuga, it is time for your appointment, she said reproachfully. But I haven't even asked how Keiko is. Hanabi deflated further. They say I'll be stuck in this bed for 2 months, and then I'll need up to a year of therapy to get back the strength in my legs and flexibility in my back. I'm sure you'll want to find a new team. Keiko, her father barked angrily. But Hanabi smiled and placed her hand on the other kunoichis. I deserve that, but I will not abandon you, any more than you abandoned me, the tween said regretfully. I will do anything I can to help, and work hard on my own, so by the time you are well, I will be able to stand beside you as I should have before. Good, you better, Keiko shot back, but this time her rejoinder was more kind. Come, Hanabi-san, the nurse prompted again. May I come see you later? Hayashi's daughter requested. Yeah, I think I might like that, Keiko smiled at her, and Hanabi smiled back. Red eyes, accented by black tomo, scanned over the page, and despite their special power did not take in any of the script. Realizing he had spent 15 minutes reading and had learned nothing, Orochimaru grabbed the scroll and threw it across the room. His venting still held a measure of calculated safety as the ancient parchment landed softly on the bed. Problem? Sasuke asked smugly. I may have undervalued Kabuto's skills at translating these old scrolls, Orochimaru noted neutrally, not wanting to let his body's original owner rile him. Then why don't you just bring him back? This time, the trap soul's question was more curious than mocking. It is not so easy, finding a body for the impure world resurrection, the snake answered, living or recently dead shinobi, or a child with the necessary chakra supply and physicality. And even if I could find such a candidate, the Leaf Village has been watching for strange disappearances since my last encounter with your former teammates. Recalling that annoyed him. Naruto Uzumaki has been a thorn in my side for too long now, Orochimaru hissed. First he defeated that idiot Mizuki, preventing me from obtaining the sealed scroll. He interfered in the Forest of Death, and then he stopped Gaara from destroying the Konohagakure. He delayed you when the Sound 4 recruited you. And on, always that boy gets in my way. Orochimaru paused, a smile playing across Sasuke's lips. But perhaps I can solve 2 problems at once. Hinata knocked on the door to Naruto's condo, and was more than a little surprised when he did not answer immediately. After waiting slightly longer than was required by social etiquette, she knocked again, this time firmer and louder. She wondered if he was still in the bathroom getting ready. Just as she prepared to rap on his door a 3rd time, the portal suddenly opened, and Naruto faced her with a sheepish grin. Sorry, Hina-chan, he said quickly, I was going over Dad's tiger and heron scrolls in the armory, and I wasn't sure if I really heard you knock. That's all right. Naruto, she said thoughtfully. There was something strained about his expression and his words. She felt something was bothering him, but she decided not to press him yet. I could be wrong, she thought, so I'll wait until I'm sure, or until Naruto is ready to talk to me about it. Come on, let's go, he grabbed her hand and stepped out of his home. After locking the door, he pulled her back towards the stairs. As he passed her, she noticed again the shadow in his eyes. Naruto tried his best to act like everything was normal for their date day, but Hinata could see the gaps in his performance. He had been fine when they visited Keiko and Hanabi, however in Sakura's room, his interactions had been more forced. Sakura must have noticed too, she had given the other kunoichi a questioning look and a raised eyebrow after he left the room. During lunch he had dropped his chopsticks 3 times, and Tucci had asked if he was feeling all right. Lastly, during the movie, his reactions to the action and comedy were slow, when he reacted at all. As they exited the theater, Hinata decided she could not wait any longer. Hinata? Naruto asked in surprise when she stopped in the middle of the street. Naruto, let's go home, she told him as firmly as she was able. But what about our reservations, he prompted without conviction. You aren't enjoying yourself, she pointed out, you are distracted, and whatever it is, I doubt you will want to talk about it in public. You noticed, he asked sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Naruto, everyone noticed, she informed him with a hint of exasperation. Huh, he was surprised. He had been more confident in his acting abilities than that. Okay, let's go back to my place, he conceded. She nodded, and wrapped her arm around his tightly. Naruto, please tell me what is bothering you, she asked, after they were secured within his home. She guided him over to the love seat, and sat beside him, staring at him intently. Well, he frowned, trying to put words to his dilemma, it's about our Nindo. Like what if you make a promise you know you shouldn't keep? And for that matter, when does a promise really become a promise? I don't understand, she told him honestly, who did you make a promise to? Nobody, yet, he admitted, it's just. Let's say, hypothetically, that Gaara sent me a letter in secret, asking me to duel him, so we could test how strong we are. And he asked me to come alone and not tell anyone, because it could be a problem, politically. But I really thought I should bring Sakura with, so she could heal us, 'cause you know one or both of us would get pretty hurt. Technically, I haven't really promised not to tell anyone, but by reading the letter and accepting his challenge, I also kinda did, you know? Naruto, did someone ask to fight you? Hinata asked, worried. No, he waved his hands, that's just an example. Like if Kakashi-sensei left a phone message about wanting to teach me a special jutsu, in secret, on a day when you and I have a date scheduled. Just when does a suggestion of secrecy become a promise? She pondered that, not fully convinced, I can't really say. It depends on the situation. The Kazekage challenging you to a friendly match would be different than an enemy of the village demanding a duel to the death. She watched his reaction, but did not get one, so she continued, also, what is at stake could change things. Like a chance to capture or kill Madara or Pain would be more important than meeting their demand for a secret fight. Again he considered her words without flinching, and Hinata started to wonder if her initial suspicion had been wrong. I guess that doesn't really help, does it? She prompted. Not at all, he said frankly. As she began to shrink into herself, he grinned and kissed her. But I still feel better, anyway, he said brightly, thanks, Hinata. She smiled back at him and nodded. Grandma Tsunade, Naruto panted slightly as he darted into her office, slamming the door behind him. She frowned at him, both amused and annoyed. What is it, knucklehead? She demanded. I'm busy. I need the next 2 weeks off, he answered quickly. She raised an eyebrow, and her expression darkened dangerously. I already gave you and Hinata the last 2 weeks of September off, she reminded, and light duty in October, so you two could spend time with Hanabi. She didn't begrudge them the chance to help the psychologically injured girl recover, but she couldn't have him taking advantage of her either. Yeah, but this is different, he insisted, desperately. Then tell me why you need the time off, she offered more openly. I can't, he grinned mischievously, that would ruin the surprise. Though it made her even more curious, the statement did little to convince the Leaf Village's leader. Come on, Tsunade-Nizan, he switched his label for her, hoping to butter her up, November's always the slowest month anyway. She sighed, knowing his trick but finding herself influenced by it nonetheless. You're going to have to give me some sort of reason, the Hokage said gently, it's not that I don't trust you, Naruto. Then she stopped and smirked at him, no, actually, that's exactly what it is. Fine, he glared at her a little, you know the weapon-forged jutsu? She nodded thoughtfully. Well, I'm working on something, he continued, and if I can get it right, it will benefit the whole village. Her eyes narrowed as she studied him. She was well aware of the quality of his previous creations, but still his suggestion seemed a little grandiose. Finally she exhaled and shrugged. All right, knucklehead, you can have the next 2 weeks off, she relented, since this isn't a vacation, I'm guessing I won't need to give up Hinata, too? No, he said hastily, in fact, if you could not mention this to her. You want to surprise her, too? Tsunade asked suspiciously. That, Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly, and I'm afraid she might want to watch, which could be distracting. They're as bad as Dan and I were, she thought, a touch of lecherousness entering her brown eyes. Okay, I'll keep quiet. Thanks, Graham. Her eyes narrowed, and he rapidly spit out, Tsunade-nizen. He ran back out of her office, and as he did, his expression turned melancholy. He hated misleading her, but he didn't have any other choice. Ge-sensei. Naruto hailed the bowl-cut jonin loudly. Well, hello, Naruto, Might Guy returned the greeting imperiously. The Hokage gave me the week off, the blonde youth fibbed, so now will you teach me how to fight the Sharingan? Of course, Naruto, Kakashi's rival, gave the Takujo an exaggerated thumbs up. Then he queried, but why is it so urgent for you to learn it now? Even if he didn't get Hanabi's body, Madara is still out there, Naruto said hatefully, and now that she's getting better, I want to make sure the next time I see that guy, I can put him down for good. Then he grinned, embarrassed by his seriousness, and I suppose there is also Orochimaru. I'll probably have to fight him again someday, and he might still be in Sasuke's body. Guy nodded, I understand. Indeed, there is no time like the present. In that spirit, shall we begin right now? Great, Naruto nodded. The first secret to fighting the Sharingan. Guy started as he led the young ninja towards the practice field. As they vanished down a side street, Hinata stepped into the main thoroughfare, a worried expression on her lovely face. Hinata wandered back into the village, despondent. She had secretly observed Naruto's third morning with Might Guy, returning once more to her expert skills in stalking Uzumaki, unobserved. Her lover's clone training was allowing him to learn the anti-Sharingan techniques at a rapid clip. Having already heard from Neji some things about the style Guy created to fight Kakashi, she doubted Naruto would need the whole week to finish his studies. But what really had her worried was what came after the lessons. He wouldn't, would he? She mumbled to herself. Of course he would, she answered herself silently, to fulfill the promises he made to Sakura, to Kakashi, and to himself. But what should I do? Well, good morning, Hinata, a somewhat boisterous voice broke her reverie just before she bumped into its bearer. Jiraiya's clothes and hair were dirty and ragged, as if he had just returned from a difficult trip. He smiled down at her until she looked up and he saw her desperate expression. Master Jiraiya, she sniffled, on the verge of bursting into tears, and the Sannin took a step back in surprise. Better? Jiraiya asked, before sipping his own tea. Hinata bobbed her head, looking down into the ceramic mug. The toad sage had hurriedly led the somber teen to a nearby tea shop and placed her in a booth before getting them both a soothing blend to drink. Good, he nodded back, now do you care to tell me what is wrong? It's Naruto, she whispered, I think he is going to fight Orochimaru. In secret. The Sannin frowned at the accusation, what makes you think that? 5 days ago, on our date, he was worried and distracted, she explained, and when I confronted him, he asked if being challenged to a duel alone constituted a promise to accept the terms of the duel. Like coming alone, even if you knew it wasn't the best idea. Then, a day later, he suddenly took a week off and asked Guy-sensei to teach him how to fight against the Sharingan. That's pretty circumstantial, Jiraiya argued, though his tone seemed to indicate he agreed with her. I know, she said, that's why I don't know what to do. The way I see it, you can either support him, or you can try to stop him, the legendary pervert suggested. If you want to stop him, you could go to the Hokage, but somehow I doubt Tsunade would react well. Or Naruto for that matter. Or you could confront him, but short of threatening to dump him, I doubt you could get through to that numbskull. Could you do that? I don't know, she said, her heart breaking a little just thinking about it. Unfortunately, even if you did, Naruto might just let you, thinking he would try to win you back if he survived. And that's hardly the way you want him going into this kind of fight. So you are saying I should support him? She asked, confused. I'm not going to tell you what to do, Hinata, he countered gently. But it is what you would do? Hinata pressed him. Heck, no, Jiraiya shook his head, I'm not sure Naruto is ready to kill Orochimaru, especially if it means killing Sasuke. I'd haul him into Tsunade's office for his own good, and on the off chance our people could catch the snake at the rendezvous. But then again, he grinned lecherously, I'm not sleeping with him, and I couldn't tear up and beg him to come back to me no matter what. If I were, that just might give the knucklehead the kick in the pants to go all out against my old friend. So that is what I should do. The pale beauty blushed furiously but did not back down. Again, I'm not saying that. It's just one way you could help him, give him your trust and emotional support, and give him a reason to come back. Or you could just follow him, he shrugged. What? Hinata perked up. Some mildly unflattering rumors suggest you are pretty good at tracking Naruto without him noticing. He squinted at her suspiciously with his right eye, closing his left, and it would not surprise me one bit to find out this is some kind of trap. So you could follow him and make sure everything is kosher. Naruto would definitely complain if you stepped in on a fair fight, but if Orochimaru brought resurrected versions of the Akatsuki members, the kid probably wouldn't squawk at a little backup. Sorry, Hinata, but I have other things to take care of. He stood suddenly, but I hope I was able to help you a little. Yes, Master Jiraiya, thank you. As she nodded, there was a renewed determination in her white eyes. I guess I know what she's going to do, the Toad Sage told himself as he strode out into the street, though I'm not quite convinced she is right about what is going on, otherwise I'd tell Tsunade and risk both of their wraths. But if she is right, I had better stop stalling. Naruto's life might just depend on what I find. First, Emporium Karen to replenish my supplies, and then a quick chat with Shikamaru. He turned suddenly and headed for the ninja tool shop. Naruto was almost thankful when his week with Might Guy came to an end. It wasn't just that guy was both crazy and demanding in his training, though that was certainly part of it. No, the young man was relieved because throughout the week he could not shake the feeling that he was being watched. He had never seen, or heard, or even smelled anyone, and Guy didn't seem to notice either. But the feeling was still there, like a dull itch in the back of his neck and scalp. He thought he knew the reason for the feeling, he was afraid he would be caught. If the Hokage learned he was training to fight the Sharingan, she would want to know how it related to the weapon she thought he was working on. Then he would have to lie to her in earnest. Or come clean and risk her stopping him. Right now he could still claim she had misunderstood him and drawn connections he hadn't meant. But if she came straight out and asked him, he wouldn't be able to weasel his way out like that again. He returned to his condo and headed straight for the armory. Naruto began taking out everything he might need. Kitsune, extra kunai, shurikens, and paper bombs, some food pills, rope, a spare uniform, a few generic antidote pills for snake bites. Though he still had a few days before the appointment, he wanted to be ready. As he packed, unpacked, and repacked, his thoughts drifted to Hinata. They had only gotten together once in the last week, and Naruto really missed his fiancée. He wanted to talk to her, hold her, kiss her at least one more time, in case he didn't return. But at the same time, he wanted to keep her away, afraid his resolve would break, or that she would figure out what was going. She can't know I'm leaving to fight Orochimaru, he muttered. I still don't understand this, Sasuke Uchiha grumbled, challenging Naruto, even though you ran from him the last 2 times you met up. And your so-called promise, should he win? Even that guy isn't stupid enough to believe you. He will know this is a trap. I had my reasons for retreating, Orochimaru answered smugly. In the former case, I was already weak from fighting Madara, and fighting both your ancestor and your teammate at the same time would have been difficult, to say the least. And last time I had wasted too much chakra on that stupid soul summoning technique, and I was potentially facing Naruto, those 2 kunoichi, and dozens of enraged toads. Withdrawing was the only reasonable course. And as for your second point, Orochimaru smirked superiorly both outside and on the wall of the soul cage, there is no trap. This will be as fair of a fight as can be, considering the difference in our powers and skills. You're joking, Sasuke stated incredulously. Not at all, the snake's grin did not diminish. You see, I have learned something about your little friend. Making him angry, betraying him, that is not a good idea. Particularly in this instance. Aside from my aforementioned superiority, that Jinchuriki will also be hampered by the fact he does not want to hurt your body. If I make him angry enough that the demon starts to influence him, that advantage will be gone as well. So a fair fight, no tricks, no traps, no backup, and Uzumaki's own honor will be his downfall. In his prison, Sasuke scared, both impressed and disgusted that Orochimaru could make being honest so twisted and devious. Naruto settled onto the wind-hollowed tree branch and pulled a trio of rice balls out of his pack. It was just afternoon, and only 5 hours since he had left the Hidden Leaf Village. Normally he would not have stopped so soon for lunch, or might have even eaten on the go, but he was taking this journey slow and conserving his strength. He had given himself 2 days to make a journey, even though at his best speed would have taken him just over 1 day. As he returned the thermos to his pack, Uzumaki's keen nose caught a whiff of a familiar scent. He scowled in annoyance, masking no small amount of anxiousness. He took off through the trees again, any thoughts of a leisurely pace banished. He raced forward as fast as he could, the forest becoming a blur around him. It was not quite so quickly as he could have moved on an open field or trail, but it was enough that he could have left any horse or automobile in his dust. She caught up to him an instant later, her pale eyes filled with worry. "Please, don't run away, Naruto," his fiancée requested desperately. "You know I am faster than you, unless you use your Ascendant Fox Jutsu. And even then, it is only until you run out chakra. So, would you stop, please?" Hinata, Naruto skidded to a halt and faced his beloved. The exaggerated surprise on his face masked his true shock. Hers had not been the aroma he detected. "What are you doing here?" he asked with feigned nonchalance. "We followed you," Hinata tapped her fingers together. She had thought she was past that nervous tic, but the knowledge that she had betrayed her lover brought it out again. "Why would you follow me?" he asked dubiously, trying to sound confused. "Don't give us that, knucklehead," Sakura barked, finally catching up. Her left arm was still in a sling, but otherwise she appeared normal. The Jonin chose her position so that she and Hinata had Naruto partially blocked off. His only route to escape was back towards the village. Hinata frowned at her, and Sakura briefly showed her friend a contrite grin. Haruno was the one who had drifted out of position, allowing Naruto to catch her scent. "What are you talking about, Sakura?" Uzumaki chuckled weakly. Then he glared at her, and honestly demanded, "Should you even be out of the hospital? If you hadn't been distracted this last week, you'd know I'm back at home, except for physical therapy." The healer countered the deflection, "And I'm here to support Hinata, and I guess you, if she decides we're going with you, instead of dragging you back." "Hinata?" Naruto looked at his girlfriend in a mix of confusion and annoyance. She quailed, then took a deep breath, and banished that part of herself. "I know you are going to fight Orochimaru," the pale beauty announced firmly. "What? What are you talking about?" He tried to sound astonished, but it came out as worried instead. "You are going to a duel. You thought you should bring Sakura even though you were asked to come alone. You had Guy-sensei teach you to fight the Sharingan." She rattled off her points, "and whoever you are dueling, it had to be someone you would have reason to break protocol to fight." "I told you, that duel stuff was just something I made up," he said defensively, "and I'm not breaking the rules, I'm on vacation." "Bend, break," Sakura snarked. "If that is true, where are you going?" Hinata asked directly, "And why wouldn't you tell me? Did you not want me to come with you?" "It's a surprise," he said weakly. "You aren't lying," his fiancée noted, "but you are hiding something." "Give it up," Sakura shrugged and exhaled in derision. "You aren't fooling me, and if you can't do that, there's no way you'll fool Hinata. She knows you better than I do, and she has the Byakugan." Sakura noticed she managed to say that without even a twinge of jealousy, and inner Sakura gave her a thumbs up. "How did Orochimaru convince you to do this?" Hinata asked gently. "He promised to give back Sasuke," Naruto whispered. Both women's eyes widened, and Sakura raised her good hand in front of her face as she gasped. "He what?" Hinata probed again, not believing her ears. "He asked me to fight him, all alone one-on-one," Naruto said with determination, "and he promised that if I won, he would leave Sasuke's body. Forever. That's why I have to do this. It may be my last chance to fulfill my promises, to you, Sakura, to Kakashi-sensei, and even to myself and Sasuke. I have to do this." "It's a trap," Sakura tried to lecture him, but fear and hope stole the force from her voice. "It has to be. That snake would never agree to something like that." "But I have to take that chance," the fox-faced youth argued. "Orochimaru's already been in Sasuke's body for over a year, which means Sasuke's only got 2 years left. Maybe not even that long." "Hinata, please," he grabbed his lover's hands, and stared pleadingly into her eyes, "don't try to stop me. I have to do this. She studied him for a moment and then nodded. Thanks, Hinata. He leaned in and kissed her gratefully. I'll see you two in a few days, okay? Sakura looked surprised and slightly disgusted. But as he started to step back, Naruto discovered Hinata was now holding his hands and shaking her head. We're not going back, Naruto, the Hyuga heir said firmly. We are going with you. Sakura grinned approvingly, and Uzumaki looked stunned. But I have to go alone. That was the deal, Naruto protested weakly, and both women knew that was not really his concern. Normally, I don't mind when you want to protect me, Naruto, Hinata told him lovingly, but this time we are going to protect you. If Orochimaru is truly being honest, we will stay out of it. But when he breaks his word, we will be there to even the odds. And besides, she smiled slyly, you wanted Sakura there to heal Sasuke's body, after you beat the renegade Sannin out of him, right? The medic chuckled in agreement. Naruto was at a loss for a moment, all of his excuses sundered and his true reasons laid. Then he shook his head with a defeated yet happy grin. Okay, I guess there's no way around it. You're right, there isn't, Sakura smirked darkly at him, adding, and if you try to leave us behind, Hinata and I will make you wish Orochimaru had made you his guinea pig. Won't we? She smiled sweetly at her former rival, and Hinata jumped a little. Then the younger Kunoichi nodded firmly at both of her teammates. I know better than that, Naruto told the Jonin nervously. Then he shook out his head and neck, and grinned broadly at his teammates. Let's go get Sasuke back. As he took off, Hinata frowned in worry. Even though he had already checked twice, Jiraiya plotted the coordinates again. The cave entrance was unassuming, one of dozens or even hundreds in the surrounding mountain range. But this one matched exactly with the latitude and longitude values Sasuke had secretly supplied to him during the battle that ended Itachi's life. As he approached the cave, the Toad Sage shivered. At first he wondered if it was nerves, then he realized there was a cold breeze issuing lazily from the cavern. He recognized the tactic as a way to keep random animals or bandits from taking up residence in the serpent's den. If someone or something was looking for warmth and shelter, it or they would not pick a place colder than it was outside. He nodded. It looks like you haven't thrown away everything Sarutobi-sensei taught us, Jiraiya mentally commented to his absent comrade. He tightened his cloak, incidentally bringing the tool pouches on his backpack closer. Well, let's see what your last resort is, old friend, the aging Sannin noted, before stepping into the chasm. Hinata, is something wrong? Sakura asked, noticing her friend's pensive expression. Naruto was a short way ahead of the two Kunoichi, leading the way, yet being very careful not to leave them behind. Over the past few hours, Hinata's visage had slowly darkened, growing thoughtful, then dubious and a little frightened. Are you having second thoughts? The pink-haired Jonin asked. We could still drag him back, and let the Hokage sort it out. No, that's not it, the pale beauty said carefully. Then what? The Hyuga heiress regarded her friend for a moment, as if struggling to know what to say or how to say it. Then she sighed and dipped her head slightly. It's... The dark-haired Takujo started, it's just, when Naruto brings Sasuke back, he'll probably rejoin your team. I mean, it's where he belongs, and to be frank, I'm not sure anyone else would accept him easily, if at all. Sakura nodded sagely. But what does that mean for me? Hinata sounded slightly desperate. I don't want to be selfish, and I don't want to be in the way. But when Sasuke comes back, that means I'll be alone, without a team. Hiba and Shino are doing well with Sasami, so I couldn't go back to them even if I wanted to. And I love being a part of Team Kakashi, and not just because of Naruto. Sakura smiled kindly at the younger woman. Even if Sasuke rejoins Team Kakashi, Haruno reassured Hyuga, that doesn't mean we'll just throw you away. You are a part of our team now, Hinata. And frankly, if asked to choose between Sasuke and you, Naruto would pick you. Then the medical ninja grinned mischievously and added, me, I'd have to think about it. Naruto would pick me over Sasuke? Hinata sounded dubious, I mean for the team. After all, he's doing all of this to get Sasuke back. Yeah, but that's because of the promises he made, Sakura countered, and then it was her turn to look sad. You know how that knucklehead feels about keeping his word. I don't think Naruto has given any thought to what happens after that, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't trust Sasuke anymore. Hinata nodded, remembering how Naruto had told her he had given up on Sasuke, thought he still wanted to complete his oaths. And you might be getting ahead of yourself, the Jonin noted. First Naruto has to beat Orochimaru, then the snake has to keep his promise. Even if that happens, who knows when, or even if Sasuke will return to duty. Naruto will win, Hinata insisted. Of course he will, Sakura agreed wryly. As the sun neared the horizon, the three teenage ninjas had taken down their temporary camp and were getting ready to depart. They had discussed the duel, and decided that the two kunoichi would stay about a kilometer away, far enough away that Orochimaru should not be able to find them, but well within range of Hinata's Byakugan and close enough to intervene if the snake broke his word. Sakura gave Naruto a brief hug with her good arm and then stepped aside. Hinata embraced her lover fiercely and pressed her lips to his. Their pink-haired teammate looked away hastily, feeling like a third wheel. After they broke off the kiss, Hinata rested her chin on his shoulder, tears streaming lightly down her cheeks. Promise me, she whispered into his ear, with a hint desperation in her voice, promise me that you'll come back to me, no matter what. I will, sunshine, he told her lovingly, I swear, I will. Sakura snorted and rolled her eyes, but her lingering grin was happy, if somewhat wistful. I better get going, Naruto said as he reluctantly separated from his fiancée. I wouldn't want Orochimaru to think I stood him up. He grinned at them confidently, and then turned and ran up an oak's trunk, stepping onto a branch and vaulting forward into the tree line. Hinata activated her Kekkei Genkai, and after he was the agreed-upon distance ahead of them, she signaled Sakura, and the two young women followed. The forest opened onto a broad, idyllic field. The grass was thick, lush, green, and grew just past Naruto's ankles. Here and there, large gray boulders broke the monotony of the flowing emerald carpet. A few hundred feet away, a wide, shallow stream meandered through the meadow, with a soft, sandy southern bank and short, sharply cut off, dirt cliff to the north. The late afternoon breeze sent slow waves through both the grass and the water. Uzumaki felt regretful, both that he hadn't seen this place under more peaceful conditions, and for the damage he knew to battle would inflict on it. On one of the flat-topped stones sat Sasuke's body, his left leg lying bent against the rock and his right knee propped up so he could lean forward onto it. When Naruto first entered the plain, his eyes were closed, but now he opened them. The twice younger man grimaced at the hybrid orbs. Sasuke's Sharingan were carved partially in half by Orochimaru's shake-slit pupils. As the blonde teen approached, the Sannin forced his stolen body to slide smoothly into a standing position. He looked around before addressing the leaf shinobi. Where are Hinata and Sakura? Orochimaru asked, using Uchiha's voice with a slightly mocking tone. How did you? Naruto sputtered in surprise and a touch of fury. I passed your camp a few hours ago. On my way here, the snake summoner answered, still sounding like the youth he possessed. I was quite surprised you chose not to honor the terms I laid out in my letter. I almost turned back, but I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt and hear you out first. They followed me, Naruto stated, glaring at his opponent darkly for multiple reasons. They promised not to interfere as long as you didn't cheat, but said if I didn't let them come with and watch, they would drag me back to the village. It sounds like my reputation has come back to haunt me. But I hope I can trust them. The Sannin sounded innocently dubious. Where are they now? Back in the woods, watching. Maybe they should come to the edge of the forest. The serpent raised his voice so the kunoichi could hear him, so they can get better view, and so I can make sure they don't try anything. Stop using Sasuke's voice, Naruto growled, his rage reaching the boiling point. But it is the natural sound of this body, Orochimaru said openly. Given the situation, I didn't want to spend the chakra to modify it. Uzumaki glared at him, unsettled by the body thief's laid-back and seemingly honest attitude. Though he kept his face a careful mask of naivety, Orochimaru could not help but be amused by the effect his exaggerated act was having on his opponent, even though it was not what he had hoped. His Sharingan watched the trees, and a few seconds later, Sakura and Hinata appeared at the edge of the field. The two kunoichi found reasonably comfortable positions to stand watch, and like their male teammate, started to glare at Sasuke's captor. Before we begin, I would like to clarify one thing. The Sannin held up his hand, as Naruto started to coil for his initial lunge. Uzumaki paused, shivering from the built-up energy in his muscles. What now? The leaf Takujo snarled in annoyance. I proposed on a one-on-one battle, with no advanced preparation of the battlefield, Orochimaru reminded him, and Naruto nodded. I just want to stipulate as to whether that excludes my summoned snakes and your summoned toads as well. The blonde youth frowned at the legitimate question. Well, I guess if it's really 1-1-1, then no summons. All right, Orochimaru nodded agreeably, in that case. Summoning Jutsu. All three leaf teens tensed for a betrayal, but the Sannin did not make any aggressive moves. A single python coiled around his arm and disgorged Kusanagi into his right hand. He banished the snake and then plunged the sword halfway in his stone perch. I wanted to make sure I had my weapon on hand, he explained, so I would not be accused of treachery if I decide to use it later. The young women relaxed, but Naruto shook with rage. What is all this crap? The younger man demanded, and Orochimaru twisted Sasuke's face into an expression of surprise. I promised you an honest fight, and I intend to deliver that, the older shinobi answered without a hint of sarcasm. Now then, I am ready to start. Shall we? Darn right, Naruto roared, charging forward, Rasengan. The serpent caller smirked at his opponent's haste. He sidestepped, caught the blonde teen's wrist, and flipped him over. As Naruto started to fall, Orochimaru kicked him away. But as the foot connected with his side, Uzumaki grinned at his rival's stolen face, and then exploded into puff of chakra. The Sharingan darted around, searching for his opponent, but finally settled angrily on the young women. Is this a trap for me, then? He demanded. Lure me out with a fake Naruto, and then have the ANBU try to capture me? Sakura shook her head, as if disappointed, but Hinata glared back. The body thief took a step towards them, however before his foot hit the ground, the earth began to shake. Orochimaru jumped back, but not quite soon enough. Naruto shot out of the ground, fist first, and he clipped Sasuke's chest. The snake completed his backward somersault, and landed looking at the triumphant leaf ninja. Did you really think you could yank my chain just by acting polite? Naruto asked smugly. Perhaps not, Orochimaru shrugged apathetically, but inside was pleased that his plan to keep the teen calm yet still somewhat off balance had not failed. Chidori. He darted in, his lightning-coated hand ready to stab forward. Naruto hopped back twice, watching Sasuke's wrist. But Orochimaru stopped at Uzumaki's original position and thrust his hand forward as if to strike where Naruto had been. Rehibi, the Sannin announced, and the lightning chakra left his fingers, shooting at the younger warrior in 17, slithering, snake-shaped streaks. But Naruto had enough distance, and was aware of the maneuver, so he was able to roll to the left and avoid the attack. I guess that means you decided on a name for that jutsu, Yukihana's son grinned darkly as he returned to a fighting stance. I see my old friend has been telling tales, the snake countered lightly, but I'm still not sure about it. Rehibi doesn't sound much better than Chihibi. But I think that is enough for the warm-ups, Orochimaru added more seriously. He charged in, aiming a right cross at Naruto heart. As the blonde youth blocked, the body thief shifted his momentum, spinning around into a left thrust kick that hit Uzumaki in the stomach. But the attack did not have as much impact as the Sharingan user was expecting, and Naruto caught Sasuke's ankle and attempted to drop his heel onto the knee of the trapped limb. Orochimaru shifted his body, placing his hands on the ground and swinging his unhindered leg up to hit Uzumaki's attacking leg, heel to heel. The impact jarred Minato's son enough that the Sannin was able to twist his grappled limb free. The two men fell back slightly, each favor his leg that had not just been stunned by the brutal impact. Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Sasuke's voice incanted rapidly, and he spit a wide spray of small fireballs at his opponent. If you're hoping for the same thing as last time, you're gonna be disappointed, Naruto shouted, quickly forming 3 hand seals before stating, Futen, Tornado Lance Jutsu. The large cone of green chakra carved through the fire sphere barrage, destroying those it touched. The leaf ninja pulled his arms in tight and followed the attack. Though his uniform's right shoulder and left calf were mildly scorched by remnants of the flames, Uzumaki reached the stolen Uchiha effectively unscathed. Orochimaru was forced to abandon his jutsu to avoid the wind technique. But as he ducked and rolled, Naruto reached him and attempted to sweep his legs. The Sannin grimaced as he hopped over the attack. Why didn't he use the cyclone spikes like I compelled him? Orochimaru demanded of Sasuke, but the trapped teen ignored him. The renegade instead focused his will into the Sharingan thinking, left roundhouse kick. He tensed his body to avoid the attack he expected the fox-faced shinobi to launch, planning a counterattack that would have broken Naruto's knee, at least temporarily. But instead of the kick, Naruto launched twin punches, one at Orochimaru's nose and the other at his gut. Sasuke's form scrambled back, and the red and black eyes stared even more intently at Uzumaki. After a few dozen attacks worth of studying Naruto, Orochimaru realized what was happening. He was very accustomed to people not wanting to look him in the eye, even before he had acquired the Uchiha's legendary orbs. But even then, they generally looked at his shoulders or chest, occasionally glancing up at his face. Naruto, on the other hand, did none of that. His blue eyes were focused on Sasuke's feet, never moving above the knees. Afraid to look me in the eye? Sasuke's conscripted voice mocked him, but the younger teen grinned without looking up. I know if I look into your Sharingan, you can influence what I do, Jiraiya's apprentice answered. Maybe you can't totally control me, but even if you try to make me throw a right cross and I throw a right jab or left cross instead, it's close enough to give you a major advantage. Then what about? Orochimaru trailed off, launching a back fist at Naruto's right temple. But the blonde shinobi deflected it with ease. Any attack worth making takes your whole body, he quoted Might Guy, smirking at the serpent's ankles, then added his own 2 cents, so even if you try to hit me while only moving your upper body, your attacks would be too slow and weak to matter. Even if that were true, the Sannin countered dubiously, you are forgetting one important detail. The body thief had raised his hands in front of his face as he said that and as he trailed off, and finished shaping his next attack. Suiten, wave-pounding jutsu. Sasuke's voice proclaimed, and the stream wrenched out of its banks, taking on the form of a clenched human fist as it struck Naruto. If you can't see my hands, you don't know what they are doing, Orochimaru explained loudly, like forming a ninjutsu, readying a paper bomb, or throwing a shuriken. He punctuated the last statement by do just that, aiming 4 throwing stars at the shadow of Naruto under the water. The deluge continued to engulf Uzumaki, with smaller, denser, fists of water punching him as they flowed by with the more normal mass of liquid. The blades passed through the torrent easily, and slashed into the blonde warrior's form. As the jutsu ended and the water started to recede, the renegade stepped closer, mildly surprised his opponent hadn't done anything else. Suddenly Naruto exploded, peppering Sasuke's body with splinters of wood and metal. What was left of the log toppled over, and both Orochimaru and Sakura regarded it with confusion. Their surprise was short-lived, as Naruto barreled in from behind, and his right knuckles slammed into Orochimaru's jaw as the rogue turned towards the rustling of the grass. Adding some paper's bombs was a great idea, thanks, the younger man grinned. I just wish I wouldn't have had to run back so far after substituting for that fallen tree. He hiked his thumb back towards the forest, opposite where Hinata and Sakura watched. Orochimaru hissed slightly as he spun back to his feet, aiming a quick kick at the leaf ninja's left knee. Naruto hopped back, grabbing for the extended limb, but this time he failed to connect. Both men resumed their fighting stances, and paused, considering. Naruto's doing better than I expected, Sakura noted softly. I thought he would be holding back, and would be pretty beat up by now. No, Hinata shook her head, her braid flailing behind her. They are both still holding back. Sakura glanced to the side, and recognized the tense look in her friend's silver eyes. Hinata, what is it? I would say Naruto is fighting with about half of his full strength right now, the sharp-eyed Kunoichi answered, but if I understand what I am seeing, Orochimaru is still only at around 30%. And Orochimaru appears to have 2 different sets of chakra, if I am right, both his and Sasuke's. He still doesn't have Naruto's reserves, but it is more than anyone else I have seen. Sakura shuddered slightly, but then tried to look reassuring. But Naruto still has his ascendant fox form on top of that, right? The medic reminded, so it's really more like the knucklehead is only at 25% right now. But when they reach that point, will Naruto still have the chakra to use that technique for a practical length of time? Hinata thought, not wanting to dash her teammates' hopes. Assuming the idiot hasn't already spent all his energy on shadow clones and Raisingans, the injured woman continued to herself, not wanting to depress her sensitive comrade. Orochimaru started signing again, but Naruto knocked his hands apart, breaking the jutsu before it was fully formed. He stepped in and rammed his elbow into Sasuke's solar plexus, and then stomped on his right foot for good measure. The Sannin retaliated by boxing the former Jinchuriki's ears. The snake then placed his foot on Uzumaki's knee, and used it as a springboard, jumped back and slammed his knee into the blonde's chin. As he flipped over, Orochimaru started signing again. Blast Avalanche Jutsu, he announced once he was fully inverted. Naruto recovered quickly, a thin stream of blood leaking from the already closing cut in his jawline. Then his eyes widened, and he scrambled back as dozens of stones, each slightly larger than his head, tore into the ground where he had been standing. He was careful not to look at his rival as he started crafting hand seals of his own. Doton, Stone Claws Jutsu, Naruto shouted, watching as a half-dozen claws of earth grabbed his opponent's legs. He ran back in, aiming a crescent kick at Orochimaru's left side. Sparkling Coat, the renegade stated in response, sending a shock down Uzumaki's leg. The lightning jutsu did not destroy the earth technique, it weakened the claws but not enough for Orochimaru to break free. So he quickly signed again while the Leaf Warrior was still reeling. Dual Arts, Steam Scourge Jutsu, the Sannin intoned, and the creek boiled over its boundaries, this time quite literally. The column of superheated water brushed by Sasuke's left side, destroying the stone claws on its way towards Naruto. The younger teen placed his hands together in the seal for dragon, but said Ryu instead of Tatsu. The traitor snorted in amusement as Uzumaki vanished in a blur. You need a hand sign to flash step? Sasuke's voice demanded mockingly. Naruto reappeared right in front of Orochimaru's stolen form, smiling confidently, and staring the renegade straight in the Sharingan. The Uchiha's Dojutsu compelled him to throw a punch at the snake's chin, but the knucklehead just stood there, looking laid back. If he's not planning to attack, I can't make him. Orochimaru frowned at the limit of the auto-hypnosis. Then he shrugged slightly, and simply launched a punch of his own at Uzumaki's nose, while trying to force the blonde man to continue to stand there passively. But before he could finish drawing back his arm, a kick to his back sent him tumbling forward, and Naruto casually stepped out of the way. As he fell, a third Naruto's fist dug into Sasuke's side. Orochimaru tensed and compacted his body, rolling past the fourth copy of the Takujo without being hit. He slithered to his feet, staring at the four fox-faced teens suspiciously. When did you? He hissed, then realization dawned on him. You like my flash split jutsu? Naruto asked in stereo, grinning at his opponent. It is moderately ingenious, Orochimaru agreed, trying not to sound impressed. I wish I had been paying close enough attention to copy it. Would you mind showing me again, so it doesn't die with you? Nah, I'm not worried about that. Uzumaki shook his head, and Sasuke's stolen shoulders bobbed again in acceptance. The next heartbeat, 3 of the versions of the blonde warrior stampeded forward, launching a concentrated barrage of punches and kicks, all while staring Sasuke firmly in the eyes. The second option, for dealing with the Sharingan, is one you are already somewhat familiar with, Might Guy said dramatically. It is to use a small number of shadow clones to overwhelm the auto-hypnosis power. Generally 3 to 5 attackers is what you need. Any more than that, and it will be so tightly packed Madara could turn your clones against one another. Plus with only a few clones you can reinforce them, so they can take 1 or 2 moderate hits before they implode. I can do that? Naruto asked, make my clones tougher? Probably, Guy seemed mildly dubious. My attempts to teach the method to Niji and Tenten were a failure, but having heard of your blood clone jutsu, I think you might be able to handle it. The copy's heel dug into the grass as he skidded back. But a second Naruto clipped Sasuke's hip with his fist, turning him into the path of the third version who kicked him firmly in the chest. The final Uzumaki, who had hung back, finished signing. Doton, Double Stone Jacket Jutsu, Uzumaki announced, and the field erupted, wrapping Orochimaru in 2 feet of compressed earth. The 3 copies surrounded him, still ready to attack. Sasuke's head drooped as he struggled, and the real Naruto took a step closer, watching his trapped enemy carefully. But after his second step, Orochimaru's head snapped up, and his Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Naruto's now unguarded eyes. "Tsukuyomi," he hissed confidently. Naruto's mindscape was laid out like a martial arts dojo, and the young man was frozen near the entrance. Orochimaru briefly examined the scrolls with the names of the dojo members. First was Naruto Uzumaki, naturally, and then Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi Hatake. He looked down the names of the Leaf Shinobi and the current Kazekage, and the Sannin chuckled at the 10th name, Sasuke Uchiha. "Now, what shall I do with you?" he addressed the teen, who was slowly moving closer. "I was thinking of going with my usual for the sake of simplicity. Most humans don't enjoy being forced to molt their skin. They aren't exactly designed for it after all." "That's disappointing," a soft female voice chided him from behind. "It is only natural that Madara has much more experience than you, but I was hoping for something more insightful and creative than a simple snake-related trick." Orochimaru spun around and saw a scantily clad female version of Naruto frowning at him. The Sannin glanced back, but the original Naruto was still in the same spot, and even with his leaden reaction, he didn't seem to notice the other mental construct. "And what are you?" Orochimaru asked carefully. "You should know that already," the young woman said pointedly, and for an instant, 9 tails of red energy flashed behind her. "In that case, why don't you stop right there?" the snake instructed. His Sharingan flared as he drew on Sasuke's memories of suppressing the Bijuu's power. She laughed darkly at his efforts and sauntered deliberately closer. "That doesn't work anymore," she purred. "So now you protect your captor." The body thief tried to hide his nervousness by deflecting the demoness. But she only smirked more broadly and slid even closer. My, what have we here?" Naruto leaned in closer, staring intently at Orochimaru's chest. The serpent summoner tried to step back, but found his actions suddenly slowed as well. The mental constructed lifted her hand, which had transformed into a large, vulpine claw. She slashed out, carving through Orochimaru's heart. The white box holding him shook, to Sasuke's amazement. In all the time since he had surrendered to Orochimaru, nothing the snake had done had ever had that sort of effect on the soul prison. Normally, the only change in his cage was when Orochimaru chose to show him what was happening outside, as he was doing now. The trapped Uchiha stood and walked around the room, probing the walls. As he did, he felt something he could not see. A set of 4 ridges in the back wall, as if the box had been dented by some outside impact. Intrigued, Sasuke continued to examine the sudden and unexpected alteration to his prison. Naruto frowned and cringed, but nothing happened. An instant later, a look of pain and terror flashed across Sasuke's face, and Orochimaru glared at the teen in livid confusion. "How did you convince the vixen to help you?" the renegade snarled, prompting a look of surprise from the teen. Naruto quickly recovered and strode more confidently forward. "That was the same move Itachi used to put Sasuke and Kakashi into comas," Sakura noted, "the one you bounced back at the vampire. Why didn't it work on Naruto?" Orochimaru said the Kyuubi helped Naruto, Hinata whispered nervously, "but I thought the fox was gone." "Maybe Naruto came up with something?" Sakura said dubiously, "Some sort of counter-genjutsu that makes his enemy see the fox?" The 2 young women shared dubious, worried glances before returning their attention to the stalled battle. "Are we done?" Naruto asked pointedly. "No," Orochimaru answered condescendingly. Kusanagi sliced out of its stone sheath and flew across the plain. It speared 2 of the clones, destroying them instantly, and then carved away the dirt trapping its master. He slashed through the final clone, and then pointed the blade at Naruto. "That's right," Sakura gasped as she remembered. "What?" Hinata asked. "I was thinking about what you said earlier, and thought something felt wrong," the medic answered, "and I just remembered, Lady Tsunade said Orochimaru's style is swordplay, with minimal movement. All that dodging and all those kicks weren't like him. He really was just playing with Naruto." "That explains it," the Byakugan user said in a thoughtful tone. The pink-haired Jonin looked at her friend inquisitively, and Hinata explained, "Earlier I said Orochimaru was fighting at 30%, and his fighting spirit had been steadily raising. But just now, the tension in his muscles and the flow of his chakra shifted, and he is down below where he started, at maybe 25%. Now, we begin, Orochimaru hissed, stabbing out with the lengthening sword. Naruto scrambled away to avoid being impaled. However, Orochimaru's sword continued to follow him until Kusunagi's blade was almost 15 feet long. The Jin finally stopped growing, and Uzumaki regarded the sword with suspicion as he stopped backpedaling. Kitsune, the blonde teen, summoned his weapon and scabbard and drew the staff blade. He tapped Kusunagi with the pole experimentally, hoping that a blade of the length to be either very flexible or very brittle. But the grass cutter was neither, bending just the right amount from the pressure Uzumaki applied. If you think this sword will be easy for you to break, just because of its expanding powers, you will be disappointed, the Sannin warned him, pushing Kitsune away and stabbing slightly towards Naruto's stomach. The Leaf Warrior knocked the attack wide, but Orochimaru angled the point back towards his opponent's shoulder. The staff blade blocked again, and in turn the Jin moved towards Naruto's knee. Maybe Uzumaki conceded the point as he shifted his leg to avoid the jab, but at that length, all you can do is fencing-type moves, and you can't even get your full power behind them. The snake countered by turning Kusunagi slowly away from Naruto. The 4-meter-long ribbon of steel hummed as it flashed through the air until it stopped, still resonating slightly, pointing to Orochimaru's right. The Sannin took 2 steps closer and swung the extended blade as hard as he could at Uzumaki's neck. Kitsune intercepted the Jin, but the staff blade and its owner were knocked over by the impact. The teen rolled with the blow and came up crouching, staring suspiciously at the body thief. Simple physics, Orochimaru answered the unasked question. Circular motion is fastest on the outer edge, and force increases as speed does. Simple physics also say that sword should be too heavy for you to swing like that, Naruto growled back, especially if it still has the strength to be a viable weapon. Kusunagi is selective, Orochimaru shrugged, unable to deny the statement, and slightly shocked Naruto even knew that. The Takujo surged to his feet, charging towards his former teammate's body. The rogue drew back his oversized sword and slashed out again. This time Uzumaki put both hands on Kitsune's grip and leaned into the attack. This allowed him to absorb the impact and continue forward, scraping the Jin's blade along the junction of the staff and the crosspiece of his weapon. When he was within striking distance of Sasuke's sword arm, Kusunagi instantly returned to its regular size. Naruto stumbled slightly, having still been applying some of his weight to the grass cutter. He recovered even as Orochimaru stabbed at his chest. The fox-faced warrior spun past the blade and angled his weapon's pole at the intersection of Orochimaru's left shoulder and neck, still wielding the staff blade two-handed. The snake caught the blunt weapon in his free hand and smirked triumphantly at its owner. "You're not looking at my feet anymore," he noted, slashing his blade across the younger man's unguarded chest. Naruto released Kitsune as he stumbled back. The deep cut to his torso was not closing as fast as he would have expected, and Orochimaru's grin widened at Uzumaki's realization. The chakra already bonded to Kusunagi resisted Kabuto's anti-healing technique, the Sannin said, flipping Kitsune into his left hand, but I was able to strike a balance that should slow the fox down, enough to make you mortal. Now it was Naruto's turn to smile, finding it slightly amusing, if strange, that Orochimaru was unaware of his change in situation. He engaged the regeneration jutsu Tsunade had beat into him. He hoped the activate healing, combined with his Kekkei Genkai, would be enough to overcome the weakened version of the medical arrest technique. Sasuke's lips frowned slightly as the wound began to close more rapidly. The Sannin lifted both weapons as Uzumaki kipped up and tensed for another charge. Naruto jumped in, and Orochimaru stabbed Kusunagi at the young man's chest with an incredulous expression. Naruto slapped his hands together, trapping the slender blade between his palms. The snake just shook his head and sent chakra into the grass cutter to increase its length again. But before the point of the Jin hit Naruto's chest, the blonde's Ranshinsho reached Orochimaru's hand. The electricity caused Sasuke's hand to spasm, and the renegade released the sword. Naruto spun Kusunagi around and caught the hilt. As he landed, he lashed out with the borrowed weapon, aiming for a shallow cut across both of Sasuke's thighs. Orochimaru blocked with Kitsune, staring at Naruto impassively. The weak attack stopped, the Sannin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hissed, "Mine." Kusunagi wrenched itself out of Naruto's hands, and spun back around in midair to decapitate the teen. Kitsune, Naruto called evenly, and the staff blade disappeared from Orochimaru's left hand, materializing in its creator's right palm just in time to parry the hovering Jien. The flying sword jabbed, then weaved around behind Uzumaki, forcing him to choose between turning his back on Orochimaru or letting the grass cutter get behind him. Instead, Naruto swiped his empty hand across the still leaking cut in his chest. He sent his chakra into the crimson liquid even as he rotated his body to track the dancing sword. Blood clone jutsu, Naruto spawned a single hemoglobin-based clone. The duplicate followed the retreating, signing Sannin, while the original engaged in kenjutsu with the legendary weapon. Spark darts, Orochimaru switched to a simpler technique, abandoning the more advanced lightning jutsu he had been forming, so he could launch something before the duplicate reached him. Cyclone spikes, the copy of Naruto countered. The two attacks did not interact at all, and both shinobi were forced to dodge as the weak projectiles struck. Orochimaru hopped back, staring at the blood clone, hypnotically urging him, "Do that again." Doton, stone spears jutsu, Naruto announced, and spikes of rock exploded around Sasuke's body, but the expert shinobi was able to use the possessed teen's agility to avoid them. He landed on the largest protrusion, starting to sign again while using the Sharingan to order Naruto's duplicate use a lightning jutsu. Otama Rasengan, the false Uzumaki formed the enlarged turbulent sphere and charged forward, shearing through the sharpened boulders he had dredged up. As his perch was destroyed, Orochimaru somersaulted forward, barely continuing his hand seals. "Why isn't it working?" the Sannin demanded of his Uchiha captive, not caring that he was not showing Sasuke the battle. Thus the teen did not know what Orochimaru was asking even if he were inclined to answer his captor. "You have done quite well, Naruto," Might Guy declared with hyperbolic pride. "There is only one more piece of the anti-Sharingan puzzle." "What's that, Gai-sensei?" the teen asked eagerly, despite his thorough exhaustion. "If you suddenly think of a way to attack Madara, do the opposite," the turtle summoner answered loudly. "I don't understand," Naruto frowned. "If you think you should punch, try to kick instead. If an air jutsu seems like a good option, try a lightning or fire jutsu instead." "I still don't get it," the Takujo's eyes narrowed in thought. "The Sharingan can't force you to do anything," Guy explained. "It can just influence your moves, plant ideas in your head. By doing something completely different, you can disrupt Uchiha's plans. But you have to mix it up a little, because if you always do exactly the opposite, your opponent will catch on to that, too." "How do I do that?" Uzumaki nodded his understanding, but his look of concentration did not fade. "We'll work on it with some taijutsu," the Jonin offered. "I will start calling out attacks, and you try to do something that's not like what I say as quickly as possible. Are you ready to give it a try?" "I guess so, sensei." Naruto sounded slightly dubious. "The Sharingan is worthless against him," Orochimaru snarled to himself and his host, Tsukuyomi, "and the hypnotic power don't work, and he hasn't hit me enough to warrant Susuri. I could try Amaterasu, but I'm worried the fox might have some way to counter that, too. All it can do is read his moves, which I could almost do without this bloodline. I can copy all of his moves except the Rasengan, but I already know every other technique I've seen him use. And he throws around so much chakra in his ninjutsu that it makes up for the difference in our skill. I guess you'll just have to stop playing Uchiha and fight him as yourself," Sasuke finally answered, his voice dripping with contempt. But Orochimaru smiled both inside and outside at the taunt. "How right you are, Sasuke," Orochimaru said aloud. "That is the most obvious way to defeat your former teammate." Naruto's clone looked disturbed by the exaggerated betrayal. Then he shook it off, drew a kunai in each hand, and charged towards his opponent again. His head suddenly felt clearer, but despite that he ignored his initial plan to stab at the snake's shoulders. Instead, the facsimile threw a right snap kick, trying to decide if it was really his idea to follow it up by throwing one kunai and slashing Sasuke's knee with the other. His deliberations were of no use, as Orochimaru caught his attacking leg. Then the serpent's arm lengthened, wrapping around the duplicate's ankle, starting to crush it. At the same time his leg slithered out, and swept Naruto's left leg. With his other leg caught, the clone could not dodge and he crashed to the ground, his right hip partially wrenched out of joint by the fall. The Sannin launched another kick at the younger man's crotch, and Uzumaki had to take the hit with his free knee to avoid more vital damage. The blood clone tried to craft seals for a counterattack, but Orochimaru's other arm also extended and became serpentine, and the renegade pulled Naruto's hands apart, his nails digging into the Takujo copy's wrist. Naruto parried, and once again had to stop short of slashing back meaninglessly. Fighting Kusanagi alone presented an odd difficulty. The remote-controlled blade could twist and slash in ways no human user could have. And, of course, there was no wielder to attack. Jiraiya's student had attempted to break the legendary Jien, but as Orochimaru had stated, the slender sword was much more durable than it appeared. Naruto caught the grass cutter again, and also struck harder than he would have if blocking a human opponent's swing. The thin blade spun with the force of his blow, and its hilt collided with his left wrist powerfully. Kusanagi shifted its axis of rotation, and its edge arced towards Uzumaki's neck. The teen ducked and knocked the hovering blade away, holding back his cracked arm while his Kekkei Jinkai repaired the bone. Kitsune flashed out again, throwing the Jien further afield. The blonde Takujo watched the grass cutter as it flew back towards him. Though he had a good grasp of its attack pattern, that didn't really give him a way to counterattack. "This isn't working," he mumbled, "getting into a sword fight against just a sword doesn't work. But why do I have to fight it as a sword?" He took his staff blade in both hands, and batted Kusanagi's hilt, sending the Jien halfway to Hinata. Then he tucked Kitsune under his arm and carefully crafted a set of hand seals. Fire style, metal burn jutsu. Naruto activated one of the jutsus the Nine Tails had bequeathed him. But unlike his ill-advised use of the creeping napalm, the teen had discussed how this technique with his mentor, and even tested it a few times. A thin beam of intense yellow light emerged from his right hand pointer and middle fingers. It shot across the field, and hit the approaching Kusanagi in the middle of its blade. The steel instantly lit up, and a heartbeat later, over 1/3 of the sword was glowing yellow-hot. Futon, Tornado Lance Jutsu, Naruto overlapped the impact points, hoping the wind technique would damage or destroy the weakened relic weapon. But the drilling spear of green chakra merely cooled down the grass cutter, which reached him a handful of seconds later. The fox-faced youth took his weapon out from under his arm and parried Orochimaru's sword once more. "Darn it," Naruto groused, "I can't break it with Kitsune or ninjutsu, and if I try to grab it again, I doubt I'll be able to hold it any more than I could last time." "Wait, I can't hold it, but maybe." "Nah," he signed as Kusanagi pulled back for another strike. He hammered the Jien down when it tried to cut into his stomach. "Hitsuji," he twisted his fingers, focusing his chakra intently. Then he caught up Kitsune again, and deflected the grass cutter's stab at his eye. Naruto called out the symbol of the boar, and then sidestepped the Jien, pounding on its hilt as it passed him. Tastu, Uzumaki created the final seal, and then incanted, Doton, Stone Claws Jutsu. Naruto's formation of the technique was drawn out not just so he could keep blocking, but also so he could reinforce the art and pour more chakra into it. 9 sturdy talons of stone exploded from the grass. 3 grabbed Kusanagi's hilt. 2 latched onto the grass cutter's crosspiece. And the final 4 acted in pairs, each set sandwiching a different section of the Jien's blade in an imitation of the bare-handed blade block. The legendary sword struggled, but the 9, strategically positioned, stone hands were able to do what Naruto's one flesh and blood hand could not. They held Kusanagi fast. "Great," Naruto grinned, "now you just stay there, while I take care of your boss, owner, whatever." As he started to turn towards where his copy and the body thief were fighting, suddenly the clone's memories and remaining chakra flooded into him. He swung Kitsune around violently to ward off the charging Sannin. But Orochimaru's Sharingan was not focused on him, and when the renegade declared, forked lightning jutsu, all 3 lances of energy missed him. Instead, that attack hit Kusanagi, shattering 2 of the claws on the hilt, 2 on the guard, and 2 on the blade. The remaining 3 rocky constructs were not enough to hold it, and the grass cutter sliced its way free. Naruto ducked under a punch from Orochimaru's serpentine fist, and warded off the dancing Jien with his staff blade. "Fighting like a snake again?" Uzumaki noted, glanced at his opponent's lengthened arms and loose, coiled posture, while also sorting through the clone's experiences. Indeed, the Sannin answered agreeably, your former teammate suggested I might have better luck fighting you with my preferred style, with some minor assistance from the Sharingan, instead of trying to fight like an Uchiha. Naruto frowned, and across the field Hinata took on an angry expression and clenched her right fist tight enough that her pointer and pinky nails cut into her palm. Sakura, however, looked deeply upset by the statement. Is Sasuke really working with Orochimaru again? She whispered uncertainly. Great, Naruto growled darkly, his expression not shifting. I was beginning to think you weren't taking me seriously. Oh no, I won't make that mistake again, the renegade shook his host's head. At the same time Kusanagi darted towards the blonde shinobi's chest, and the Sannin's left arm launched a whip-like forearm strike at the younger man's throat. Naruto caught Orochimaru's wrist with Kitsune and tried to force the snake's arm into the path of the Jin. But the floating sword stopped short, and Sasuke's arm twisted free of its imprisonment. Hinata's lover blocked another slice from the grass cutter and kicked out at Sasuke's torso. Orochimaru stepped back, easily avoiding the attack, and started to sign a new jutsu. Oh no you don't, Naruto grunted, spinning past the Jin's vertical slash and racing toward the Sannin. Kitsune pulled back for a diagonal strike. Kusanagi shot back in between them, forcing Naruto to slow down or risk losing his right arm. The Takujo nearly stopped, then knocked the hovering weapon away before closing the distance. That bought the renegade the time he needed to complete his attack. Ninja art, poison cloud jutsu, Sasuke's pilfered voice intoned, and a thick purple mist emerged from his nostrils. Uzumaki skidded to a halt and flipped backwards, but not before he breathed in some of the gas. Coughing harshly, he weakly fended off another attempt by Kusanagi to impale him, while digging into one of the pouches in his uniform. The sealed pocket was very near the cut in his uniform, but fortunately was intact. He extracted a pill and jammed it into his mouth, grinding it between his molars before swallowing it. His gasping quickly settled, and the pain eased from his face. I see you came prepared, the snake summoners smirked slightly. Try this, Ketan, blazing fastball. He pantomimed an overhand throw, and when he finished the motion, a 2.9-inch diameter sphere of flame rocketed at Naruto. The younger man stepped into the pitch, Kitsune swinging. The blonde warrior drove it in a straight line back at his former teammate's stomach. While Orochimaru dealt with the deflected ball, Kusanagi flashed down again, nearly taking off Naruto's ear, and still managing to cut deeply into the teen's left shoulder. The wound started to close, more quickly than was natural, but still slow for the former Jinchuriki, and Naruto realized that somewhere along the way he had let the healing jutsu lapse. Instead of renewing it, Uzumaki tried to create more clones, but a powerful blast of air from Orochimaru and quick slice at his knees from the grass cutter disrupted him. How am I supposed to fight two of them at once? Naruto grimaced. Doesn't this violate the one-on-one terms of the duel? Sakura demanded anxiously. But Hinata sadly shook her head no. Kusanagi is not independent, the silver-eyed girl answered. Orochimaru is controlling it directly with his chakra. In some respect, it is less of a second attacker than one of Naruto's clones. You're no help, the medic complained. Sorry, Hinata said absently, still more focused on the fight. Naruto palmed a shuriken and pushed Kusanagi aside so he could throw the star at Orochimaru. That disrupted the snake's next jutsu, which seemed like it would have been a lightning or wind technique. The young man had discovered he could stop the snake's attacks in this way, but knew it was an imperfect defense, and more importantly, a limited one. He still had nearly a dozen kunai, almost twice as many shuriken, plus a handful of smoke bombs that might do in a pinch. But after those, he knew he would be in trouble again. As the grass cutter missed his nose, Naruto noticed something he hadn't seen before. A tiny line in Kusanagi's blade caught his attention. That's where I tried to melt it. Naruto felt a glimmer of hope. It looks like I did some damage to it after all. Now, if I can just... Sueton, water burst, Orochimaru incanted quickly, taking advantage of Uzumaki's reverie. Wind blade, Naruto commanded Kitsune, and then sliced through the liquid sphere. The mass of water reflected the burnt umber of the skyline at him, but despite that Minato's sun was able to block Kusanagi's heavy blow, hitting the mark on the blade with the green chakra edge. Then he attacked the floating blade again, absently throwing two daggers at the Sannin. Still not enough, Naruto decided silently, determining that the dancing sword was in no worse shape after 2 more attacks, in that case. He quickly ran his left palm up Kitsune's length, and the chakra projection changed under his hand. The extension ceased to be smooth and sharp and instead became shifting and turbulent. He parried another slash by the flying blade, and it may have just been his imagination, but he thought the mark in the legendary weapon widened slightly. "Come on, you, break," Naruto half-ordered, half-pleaded in his mind as he dodged first one of his own kunai that Orochimaru threw back, and then an extended limb punch from the snake. He hit Kusanagi again, and this time the indentation definitely grew, and a tiny notch appeared in the blade itself. "All right," Uzumaki couldn't help but exclaim, taking his staff blade in both hands. He swung a powerful overhead strike, aiming for the break in the sword as it rotated towards his stomach. Raisin blade. Naruto roared instinctively as the 2 swords connected. He pressed down hard, and for an instant Kusanagi pushed back. Then, with an echoing clang, the chakra blade carved through the steel one. The 2 halves of the grass cutter tumbled away, the hilt dropping to the turf, while the severed blade continued on its disrupted path, scoring an incidental hit on the teen's left side. Naruto ignored the injury, turning to face the Sannin squarely, with a look of triumph. But his pride quickly faded to confusion at the amused smirk on Sasuke's lips. That, and a slight rustling triggered his training, and Naruto threw himself to the side. The fragment of Kusanagi slid into his back between his ribs and sliced cleanly out the front of his chest. His random dodge saved his life, preventing the broken blade from cutting his heart, but it still passed through his left lung. Unfortunately, the broken parts of Kusanagi's blade are only good for 1 attack, Orochimaru noted as the sword shard vanished into the deepening twilight, but it doesn't matter too much. The main portion of the grass cutter floated back into view, and it lengthened and shifted until the blade had resumed its original form. Naruto watched with a despondent look, clutching the exit wound in his chest, gasping as blood poured into his damaged lung. "You should feel a little happy," the Sannin noted openly. "According to legend, only 2 beings have ever damaged Kusanagi before, and one of them was a god and the other was a demon. Though I suppose you are somewhat demonic yourself." "I can't fight 2 of them again," Naruto thought, "especially since these wounds aren't regenerating. I'm not fast enough, and I don't think I can take any more hits like that." "I think it is time to end this," Orochimaru said with sincerely portrayed false kindness. "I need something more." Naruto stepped back, glaring despite his pain. I need that." He threw Kitsune weakly at Orochimaru, the chakra projection fading from the staff blade as it flew. Then he took his hand away from his wound and began signing. Tatsu, Inu, Tora, Ushi, Saru, Kitsune. His fingers moved faster than any of his previous techniques, as this art was now built into his genetic code. Tatsu, Kitsune. He finished the 30th seal an instant before Kusanagi reached him again and shouted, "Ascendant Fox Jutsu." A wave of visible silver chakra rolled off his body, temporarily interrupting the connection between the snake and the gen, and sending the thin sword flying. As the yellow-gold fur erupted on the exposed portions of his torso, Naruto's injuries healed, both as a product of the transformation and from his unnatural healing kicking into overdrive. He flexed the claws on his left hand, grinned with the vulpine teeth under his muzzle, and summoned the fox talisman weapon back to his right hand without even a word or gesture. 3 tails grew out behind him, 1 of flesh and 2 of energy. Orochimaru took back control of his own weapon and sent it shooting towards Naruto faster than it had previously moved. But the transformed Takujo batted it aside easily with his free hand and leaped horizontally at the body thief. The Sannin dodged sinuously, trying to find an escape while also repositioning Kusanagi. But as the grass cutter drifted up behind Naruto, his nostrils flared and the 2 tails of silver chakra stuck. They batted the blade back and forth between them, keeping it from getting past Naruto. "How?" Orochimaru demanded anxiously. "I can hear and smell it." Naruto's pointed ears twitched as he answered. The serpent frowned and listened, but could not hear the movement of the blade over the sunset breezes. "I'll have to take your word for it," Sasuke's possessor noted, punching out at the teen's fox snout, while sending the blade high, trying to get above the reach of his extensions. Naruto's response was to flip forward, causing the fist to hit his leaf shield and the thick skull underneath, hurting Orochimaru's hand far more than Uzumaki's head. At the same time, this kept his tails in range of the Jin, and they slammed the sword in unison, sending it back towards the earth. Cyclone spikes, spark darts, stone bullets, Orochimaru unleashed the 3 weak attacks rapid fire, hoping to hurt Naruto or at least keep him off balance as he completed his acrobatics. Stone Jacket, Naruto activated the trapping technique to swallow up all of the projectiles, though it was cracked by the electrical jutsu. The Vulpine ninja landed with his right foot on Kusunagi's hilt, and he sheathed Kitsune while staring down the renegade thoughtfully. Then he lifted both of his hands before him, cupping his fingers slightly. Green chakra began to spin before them. In gaining his Kekkei Jinkai, Naruto had somehow learned to forge his father's jutsu out of wind chakra directly, instead of creating the Rasengan and injecting the elemental energy afterwards. He created the sphere slightly larger than normal, though not quite into the Odama Rasengan range. Then he shifted his foot aside and drove the orb down. Futen, Rasengan, he growled, pressing the orb into the hilt and guard of the Jin. Kusunagi resisted momentarily, but the sharpened chakra began to slice into it. A few seconds later, there was a small crater in the field, and all that was left of the legendary grass cutter was just over half of the blade. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and he shuddered in rage. But Uzumaki was not intimidated in the slightest, and he charged towards the body thief again. Claws to fangs, the Sannin intoned, and his fingernails transformed into snake's teeth, dripping with venom, and he directed them at the incoming Takujo. But Naruto's own claws lashed out, snapping the jutsu fangs, scattering them. The leaf fighter buried his fist in Sasuke's stomach almost faster than the Sharingan could detect, and certainly faster than the Dojutsu's user could block. He swept Orochimaru's legs, and as the Sannin fell, caught him backhand in the jaw, sending him flying. That is an intriguing transformation. The renegade slurred the words slightly due to the pain in his jaw. I wonder how it relates to my new toy. It is another of the ancient jutsu I liberated. But don't worry, I have already tested this one. So it won't have any unexpected results like last time. Naruto closed the gap again as Orochimaru started signing, but this time the Sannin did not dodge or hop away. He broke into a full retreat while continuing to craft his jutsu. After the first 20 seals, he stopped, and an aura of red energy began to flow around him, deflecting Uzumaki. The blonde-furred teen paced before the cocoon, anxiously aware how fast his altered state was draining his chakra. For good measure he reached into the pocket containing his food pills, only to find one of the attacks had cut through and the pouch was empty. As he tried to decide if he should stay in his fox form, now that Kusunagi was gone, the shell around the renegade cracked. Ninja art, soul revelation jutsu, Orochimaru announced in his own voice, as the chakra barrier disintegrated. What stood there no longer looked anything like Sasuke. He appeared to be made up of 3 white large snakes, one for each arm, and the third as the upper part of his torso, neck, and head. That main serpent's face also looked like Orochimaru's original face, more or less. His legs ended in tuteloned feet, also covered his white scales instead of flesh. The whole creature was 50% taller than Sasuke, and towered over Naruto. Do you like it? The snake asked in 3-part harmony. The soul revelation allows me to assume the form of my soul shell, without needing to leave my body. His right arm lashed out, much faster than before, and sent Naruto sprawling. Uzumaki recovered quickly, and tore 2 large chunks out of the limb before Orochimaru could retract it. But there was no skin, muscle, or blood under the scales, and the damage healed almost instantly. The soul cannot be harmed by physical attacks. Orochimaru taunted his opponent mildly, punching the younger man down to the ground. If this was my real soul shell, and you were a real shinobi, you might be able to seal me away, but neither of those apply here. He swung again, and this time his fangs clipped Naruto. The tagged arm went rigid with pain, and Naruto swallowed a second curative, this time with much less effect. My soul venom isn't like other poisons. But I suppose between that generic antivenin and your regenerative powers you will probably survive. Rasengan, Naruto countered, still slightly weak. The sphere dug into Orochimaru's chest, but again failed to hit anything substantive. And when Uzumaki darted back, his head clearing, the Sannin was again uninjured already. The fox form Takujo drew Kitsune and slammed the staff blade as hard as he could into Orochimaru's left wrist, as the snake tried to bite him again with that arm. Naruto was hoping bludgeoning might have some effect where slashing did not. But the body thief powered through the counterstrike and bowled the leaf shinobi over. Doton, Stone Claw's jutsu. Naruto tried to buy himself some time and space to think. But because he tried to use the jutsu without hand seals, only 3 claws appeared. Uzumaki briefly wondered if this was how other people felt when they fought him. Orochimaru slipped around 2 of the claws and smashed the 3rd when it grabbed him. Katun, Fireball Jutsu, the Sannin announced, and the flames emerged from the snake's mouth that served as his right hand. The flames failed to burn the Ascendant Fox, and the teen used the time to form the Raisin Blade on Kitsune again. He stepped forward, his actions masked by the flames, and sliced off the head of the fire-breathing reptile arm. The severed soul shell part melted as it fell, and a new head extended from the odd white structure of Orochimaru's being. Then his left arm whipped across the staff blade, knocking it out of Naruto's hand. The teen started to call for his weapon, but the Sannin's restored right arm looped around his arms and torso, and began to steadily crush him. The renegade's free arm punched the younger man in the stomach, one of his fangs scraping him. Uzumaki lost control of the jutsu as his breath left him and reverted to his normal form. "Well, this is a little disappointing," the 3-headed snake offered. "This form just makes everything too easy. I guess it is time to end this." His left hand scooped up the remaining piece of Kusunagi's blade and aimed the inert yet still very sharp metal at Naruto's neck. Across the field, the 2 kunoichi both tensed to move. "Can you see a way to deal with that thing?" Sakura asked angrily. "Yes," Hinata answered simply. The broken sword began to descend, and the 2 women prepared to break their promise. But Orochimaru suddenly stopped, shuddering. His center and left heads both turned to look at the horizon, incidentally moving the broken sword away from Naruto. None of the 3 teens were snake experts, but they could still see the undiluted shock on the serpents. "What?" Orochimaru hissed. "No. That's not possible." "No." His grasp around Naruto loosened, and the young man barely recovered in time to land on his feet. The white form of his soul shell melted away, leaving his body, Sasuke's body, still standing there, staring into the distance. "No," he hissed one more time, turning on Uzumaki in a rage. Jiraiya stepped gingerly over the tripwire and carefully placed his foot between the 2 pressure pads on the other side. He crouched to avoid the second, neck-level cord, and lightly hopped over to the clear space. "I'd like to think you are slipping, old friend," he told the cave as if its creator could hear him, "but it is more likely you use this level of trap to kill the inept and lull the skilled into a false sense of superiority. I don't intend to fall for that trick either." The only Sannin, who looked the proper age, slid forward carefully, doing his level best not to disturb the sand on the floor any more than he had to. He had tested the walls and the ceiling, but they were altered to resist attempts to stand on them with chakra, and had been made so unstable that using mechanical means to traverse them would have caused a massive cave-in, as would setting off most of the traps. So Minato's teacher took it slow, using jutsu to enhance his senses. As he crept down the tunnel, he suddenly heard a slight and familiar hissing noise. Glancing around anxiously, he found the source, a tiny hole in the floor with sand spilling into it. Jiraiya quickly reached into his pack and drew out a single marble. He flicked it precisely, and the tiny orb plugged up the pipe. "Now that's a little more like it," he added silently, wondering what would have happened if he had not stopped the flow of the sand. After he was past it, he heard a sputtering sound from the blocked drain, and his eyes widened. He glanced back, and could see the marble shaking slightly where it was lodged in the hole, as if it were under pressure. "Nice," he applauded his former teammate as he took off running. "Let the sand go down, trigger 1 trap. Stop the flow of air completely, trigger another trap." The marble shot out of the trap, shattering against the roof. Following close behind was a high-pressure water stream, and the cavern shook when it hit the ceiling. The liquid continued to impact the weakened stones above, and afterwards fell to the sand, which quickly became saturated. With its limit reached, the water began to flow downwards, towards the fleeing pervert. As it started to catch up with him, Jiraiya could feel the heat pouring off the near-boiling water. He picked up speed, his careful jog becoming a heedless run. He was further encouraged to hurry by a loud rumbling behind him. He started signing as he ran, no longer worried about what he might do to the already collapsing cavern. As he completed the last sign, he turned suddenly to face the hybrid avalanche/flood. Earth release, stone barricade. He swung his hands up, and a thick wall of rock rose up between the Sannin and the trap. He kept pushing the sturdier stone up to compress the deliberately destabilized ceiling. Jiraiya heard a dull crash as the deluge of water and rock hit the barrier, but it held. The walls and ceiling on his side of the barricade crumbled slightly, but did not trigger another catastrophic collapse. The Toad Sage sighed in relief and took stock of his situation. He estimated he had run almost a mile, but did not know how much further he had to go to find his unknown goal. "I just hope there is another way out," Jiraiya commented to the tunnel. "It will take forever to drill out through that, and that's assuming it settles." With no other immediate options, he turned and continued deeper underground. Jiraiya pulled the dart out of his palm, then swallowed another of the antidote pills he had brought with him. He had expected Orochimaru would make extensive use of poison, but the sheer volume of the toxic traps still surprised the third Hokage's student. Mists, darts, sprays, the serpent Sannin had every angle covered and recovered. In addition, poison was frequently added to more mundane traps. Like the cobra venom on the smashing walls, kept virulent by a jutsu. As he waited for the curative to kick in, the legendary pervert stared deeper into the cave, focusing chakra into his eyes. The corridor had become gradually smoother, as if it had been crafted, or at least altered, by human hands. Now, a few dozen feet ahead, just beyond the edge of his electric lantern's glow, the tunnel split in two. He glided slowly forward, being extra careful while the feeling returned to his extremities. "I'm surprised this is the first split," Jiraiya noted. "I expected you would have made a maze down here." "Unless it is a maze, and it is just this far between branches." The thought made him pause again. "I've already been in here 6 or 7 hours, he decided, and then looked at his watch, or 10. So maybe I should take a break and have some shadow clones scout ahead. Shadow clone jutsu. Jiraiya split off 2 copies, who each took one of the paths. They moved with even greater care than the original had, knowing that it would not take much of a trap to destroy them. Then the real Sannin lowered himself to the floor, and extracted a jutsu-sealed bento box from his backpack. Inside sat a beautiful cheeseburger and a mound of fried shoestring potatoes, still warm and fresh thanks to his technique. "I'll never understand why that jutsu isn't more popular," he commented to the cavern again, after savoring the first bite. He poured himself a cup of tea, also maintained at the right temperature, and appeared to relax as he ate his dinner. After the initial fork, the clones encounter numerous other splits in the cave. Each time they would duplicate again. Many of the paths were dead ends, in some cases literally as the copies were destroyed by some of the more subtle traps. Other times the tunnels would merge back together. One clone had encountered the skeleton of a tiger or other large cat. In the end, all the remaining routes eventually converged on a single expansive room, with a large, ornate door in the opposite wall. It was in this cavern that the real Jiraiya now stood, staring at the portal. "Those seals are fairly impressive," he told his fallen teammate as he popped a food pill into his mouth, "but the knot that binds them together is too obvious. It must be some other kind of trap." Despite this realization, the Toad Sage could find nothing out of the ordinary about the tag containing the central seal. It was not tied to anything, nor was it on a central plate. After studying it for a few minutes, Jiraiya had a new idea. "It is almost as if this is to keep whatever is on the other side of the door in," he mused, "rather than keep whoever was in here out. Is this your last resort? Do you have something sealed back there that you would only want let out if you thought you had no other choice?" The one obvious choice chilled Jiraiya to the core. He couldn't have captured the Six-Tails chameleon on his own, could he? The Sannin pondered silently. No, not even Orochimaru is that good. But the chameleon supposedly had a Jinchuriki, so Orochimaru could have caught her. That would make sense. Unleashing the demon or trading it to the Akatsuki would both be suitable last resorts for that snake. The Toad Sage examined the seals again, and decided he might have jumped to conclusions. The barriers would not have held a bijou. Or at least he hoped he was right about that. His attempts to probe beyond the door failed, and he was too curious to wait. Jiraiya stood before the door and reached for the paper anchoring the seal. His eyes narrowed slightly and he exhaled to prepare himself as he tore the tag free. A handful of the other seals exploded weakly, throwing the elder Jonin back and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. As the sediment settled, he could see a figure step forward. The newcomer had spiky white hair, red robes, and a headband with the kanji 4 oil on it. Well, who is this handsome devil? Jiraiya demanded smoothly, facing himself. The copy did not speak, but instead threw an uppercut at the original's jaw. Jiraiya slid around the attack and attempted to bury his fist in the duplicate's stomach, but the clone dodged as well. The real sage attempted to sweep his opponent's legs, hoping the non-standard move would confuse the attacker. Instead, the clone hopped over his leg and launched a snap kick at Jiraiya's lowered head. The Sannin shifted his weight and raised his arm, taking the blow on his left shoulder instead of his left temple. This appears to be the same jutsu team guy encountered when the Akatsuki captured the Kazekage. Naruto's teacher decided, if I remember correctly, those things were tougher than Shadow Clone. Normal attacks didn't even hurt those guys, but one really good blow and they went down. Maybe a distraction with Shadow Clones, or a summoning jutsu. As he formulated strategies, another part of Jiraiya's brain looked at the faded scroll and thought, I wonder if Orochimaru stole this from the Akatsuki, or if they stole it from him. The clone appeared to be unencumbered by such introspection, it simply pressed the attack, launching the real Leaf Shinobi's favorite 1-2 punch combo. Jiraiya recognized the move and blocked the left jab easily enough, but stopping the right cross put more strain on his already injured left shoulder. The Toad Sage hopped back twice, biting his thumb. He signed quickly, then ducked low to press his palm to the stone. Summoning jutsu, he proclaimed, calling out for Gamino with his chakra. But the martial artist Toad did not appear, and Jiraiya felt his chakra twist and then shatter. A summoning seal, he looked around for the symbol that blocked the contract, but could not see it. The Toad Sage decided it must have been buried in the floor or the walls, possibly both. The duplicate stepped in during the moment of distraction, and thrust its right palm into Jiraiya's chest hard enough to crack ribs. Then the cave guardian grabbed his shirt and flung him towards the wall. The Sannin twisted around as he fell horizontally, getting his legs between himself and the wall. He landed on it with his fingers crossed, and looked up at his evil twin. Shadow Clone Juts. The statement was cut off in shock at seeing his enemy making the same motion. For more instances of Jiraiya appeared, 2 flanking the original and 2 guarding Orochimaru's creation. So you can copy my jutsu too? Jiraiya pondered, and the silent duplicate did not answer. That's right, Niji reported his opponent could even use his Byakugan arts, also like a shadow clone. The 2 sets of weaker copies charged one another, and rapidly exploded in a display of symmetrical violence. In the meantime, Jiraiya began to gather chakra into his right palm, spinning it into a turbulent blue orb. He considered hiding the Rasengan, but decided the duplicate would probably be aware of that trick as well. The copy created a Rasengan of its own and stalked slowly forward. Jiraiya hopped back down to the floor and walked sideways, keeping his distance from the clone. He prepared to pour more chakra into the Rasengan, but held back, expecting the copy would do the same if acted too early. They sprang forward in unison, as if expecting to catch the other off guard. A few feet before they met, the real human began to reinforce his jutsu. But the enemy clone did the same, and the Toad Sage noted with a shiver of fear that his opponent's orb was more rapidly becoming larger and denser. Of course, this thing doesn't have to worry about saving chakra for later. Jiraiya told himself their Rasengans met and his exploded. The duplicate sphere lasted a moment longer, and shredded the pervert's right fingertips before the concussion blew them apart. Jiraiya's hand shuddered from the pain, and he looked down, seeing the glimpse of the last bone in his middle finger. I have to find a way to beat this thing, he pondered, and I can't do it like Guy's team did. I'm too far past my prime to just decide to become stronger. Which means I'll have to come up with some way to trick it. Except it know what I know, can do anything I can do. Other than talking, apparently. But there has to be another way. Is there some jutsu that will hurt him more than it hurts me? Jiraiya ducked under a right jab, and decided the blow to his chest might have dislocated a rib instead of cracking it. He countered with an uppercut at the clone's chin, but missed. The imposter answered with a knee to the Sannin's side, just below his injured rib. What can I do against a chakra construct? The sage tried to plan his attack as he was pushed backwards. Well, if I think of it like that, I guess there is always that jutsu. But would I expect me to do that? It is a long shot, at best. If I try it, and he dodges or counters, I might as well just lay down and let him kill me. On the other hand, if it works, I'll have him. He signed na, holding on to the chakra formation tightly as he launched a spinning back fist at his opponent's temple. The copy absorbed the attack with his left wrist, and then aimed a kick at Jiraiya's knees. As he retreated, the proud pervert signed 2 more times, but these 2 seals were decoys, designed to make it appear as if he were preparing a lightning jutsu. He continued to draw in his chakra, have discovered years before that a single rat seal made this jutsu somewhat more safe and efficient. He blocked another kick, feeling his energy reach its peak, and begin to rapidly drop. The facsimile interrupted its taijutsu barrage with a quick, weak fire jutsu, and Jiraiya slammed his forearms together, catching the inferno in his reinforced sleeves. Despite the flame-retardant nature of his uniform, the Sannin still felt his skin crack and blister from the heat. His jutsu complete, he surged forward and grabbed the copy's right arm in his left hand. He thrust his right palm forward, and the clone prepared to block, but the Toad Sage's attack was not a physical one. Ninja art, negative chakra jutsu, he announced, and the column of black energy struck Orochimaru's creation square in the chest. Jiraiya shuddered as the feedback of the technique drained the strength from his muscles, and the clone pulled away from his weakened grip. The effect on the duplicate was much more pronounced. It jerked randomly as it stepped back, and the area of its torso where the inverted energy had hit flickered in and out of existence. It tried to kick again, but fell backwards, no longer able to maintain its balance with only one leg. It fell down onto one knee, its face pointed towards Jiraiya, but its eyes unable to focus. You didn't figure that one out, did you? Jiraiya asked darkly. He took the copy's head in his hands, favoring his uninjured left hand slightly. Then he slammed his knee into the clone's nose as hard as he could. The construct fell back and began to fade away. Not exactly like the ones Guy's squad fought, he decided, dropping roughly into a sitting position. The Sannin first consumed a food pill, and then took out bandages and ointment, and began to treat his injured fingers. He checked his rib carefully, and decided it was a light crack rather than a dislocation, and that there was nothing he could do about it. His self-ministrations ended, the Toad Sage rose unsteadily to his feet, and approached the door again. With the central seal gone, it was a relatively simple matter to clear the rest away, though he was lightly shocked when his numbed right hand brushed a tag that he did not mean to touch. Once the path was clear, the author grasped the ornate handles, and, with a grunt of effort, pulled the large, reinforced doors towards him. He braced himself to be overwhelmed by the 6 tails or its shape-shifting host. There was no demon on the other side of the portal. Instead, an even larger chamber sat on the other side of the barricade, so huge the light from his torch barely dented the darkness. As his eyes adjusted, he realized he was looking at a small town or village. It was ancient, probably from the era when the Bijou and their ilk controlled the continent, and chakra was still considered magic. It appeared to be empty, no lights or sounds reached him. Despite this, it was fairly intact, only here and there had time or earthquakes claimed a few of the stone buildings. Okay, Jiraiya exhaled, suitably impressed, but what are you hiding down here, my old friend? His eyes settled on the center of town, on easily the largest building, some sort of temple or castle. Whatever it is, I'm sure your ego wouldn't let you work on it anywhere else. He trotted down the ramp as quickly as he could, his energy starting to recover from the negative chakra jutsu. Halfway down, he heard the twang of a crossbow, and barely ducked under the bolt that flew by at head level. He looked down, and saw a slight impression in the rocky floor. Right, you wouldn't lay off the traps, even this close, Jiraiya noted, and he proceeded with renewed caution. He reached the bottom of the slope unscathed, and padded towards the church, having decided the structure must have had a religious purpose rather than a military one. Not long after he passed the first set of composite homes, a new noise reached his ears and his eyes widened. On either side of him, the baying of hounds drew swiftly closer. Jiraiya leaned against the inner wall of the ruined blacksmith's shop, closing his eyes against the pain. He tightened the bandage over the chunk that had been torn out of his left thigh, but the bleeding only slowed, it did not stop. He wondered if that was a good thing, as the blood loss was probably the main thing keeping him from succumbing to the last 3 poisons he had been subjected to, now that he was out of antidote pills. The dogs, giant, nearly feral creatures, had chased him through the city as he whittled down their pack. The Sannin wondered if it was just coincidence that they had driven him into so many of Orochimaru's snares, or if they had been trained to do so. Are these things able to find enough food to survive down here? Jiraiya asked the snake, or do you keep them in chakra stasis until they are needed? After he had killed the 17th of the 23 canines, the rest got the message and backed off. Still he could hear and smell them, prowling around the perimeter, too afraid to attack further, yet either too well trained or too vindictive to just let him go. The sage took stock. He was only a block away from the temple. Other than the large injury in his leg, he had almost 24 new, minor cuts and punctures from either the dogs or the traps. He clenched his fists to focus, and the pain in his fingertips flared again. But he was thankful, it helped clear his mind of the poison fog descending on his thoughts. Almost there, he said, stepping back into the street, I hope. He banished away any thoughts that the temple might be the wrong place, or that it might be the portal to another system of tunnels. He strode confidently forward, counting on his bravado to keep the surviving hounds at bay. When he reached the temple, he felt the presence of the dogs fade away, and he took that as validation of his choice. After checking for traps and finding none, he placed his palms on the double doors and shoved them firmly inwards. They opened without even a whisper of protest. Jiraiya picked up his lantern and shined it inside. The church was mostly empty, except for a single altar in the center. He limped towards the stone pedestal, no longer acting for the beasts. As he approached, he could see there was some sort of depression in the center, and the sides were carved with advanced fuinjutsu and ninjutsu seals. Recognizing some of his former comrades' preferred arts, he hastened his uneven steps. Jiraiya gasped in surprise when he saw what was in the stone casket. It was a single human body, a male, with skin so pale white it almost looked blue in the shadow of the box. He had stringy, jet-black hair, extending past his shoulders. The man was shorter than the toad sage, and much more slender. He wore simple white robes, and though his eyes were closed, the purple marks around them cemented for Jiraiya the fact that, had they been open, they would have been yellow and slitted. Orochimaru, the sage began to laugh, and part of him recognized the intoxication as a symptom of his poisoning. He choked the mirth down, and began examining the buyer with his eyes and his jutsu. It is you, he commented in amazement, the real you, your original body. That's what Sasuke meant. This is your last resort, because even if whatever body you are currently in is destroyed and you cannot find a new one in time, your soul will just snap back here and you can start all over again. He marveled briefly at the suspension jutsu that maintained the renegade's body without letting it age. But then he shook his head and moved his attention to the jutsu protecting the snake's form. This must have taken you months, maybe even years. Jiraiya traced the web of connected seals, both permanently etched into the stone and in tags. The words were powerful, precise, and glaringly obvious. They eloquently conveyed Orochimaru's message, touch me, or even get too close, and you will die. Painfully. The loyal Sannin tried to find a way to unravel the protections, but the key seals were on the inside. You must have placed the final seals from in there, before putting yourself into stasis, the toad sage told his unhearing teammate, ingenious. If I had Hinata's eyes, Naruto's chakra supply, and Hiroko's natural talent, I might be able to find a way in. But as it stands... He smiled briefly, mentioning the Cursebreaker's name reminded him of their occasional, past dalliances. But his sliver of happy recollection quickly melted. Jiraiya took out his cellular, and predictably, had no signal. He signed 3 times, sending his energy into the phone to enhance the reception. Hoping the 2 bars he now had would be enough, he hit number 1 on his speed dial. The phone on the other end rang 4 times, and the Jonin sage was afraid it would go to voicemail. But just before the last ring, there was a click as the connection was established. Jiraiya, what is it? Tsunade started without greeting, her voice dangerous. Is it a bad time? He asked weakly, unable to muster his normal self-assurance. I just found out that Sakura and Hinata left the village yesterday, without authorization, the Hokage answered more evenly, worried by his tone of voice. I wonder why that could be, he queried, but his soft intonation hid the undercurrent of meaning in his words. I suspect it has something to do with Naruto's sudden vacation, she told him with a sigh. Then she turned her attention back to him, further agitated by his lack of a glib reply. Anyway, why are you calling? Are you in trouble? In a manner of speaking, he smiled as he said it. I guess the reason I'm calling is to apologize. You asked me not to die, but it looks like that won't be possible. Jiraiya, she demanded anxiously, what does that mean? Sasuke's message, he started to explain. Shikamaru and I decoded it. Snake's last resort, and some coordinates. I'm there, now. What is it? Tsunade's emotions warred in her words. What did you find? Orochimaru. His original body. His contingency against being killed. That's great, she sounded cautiously optimistic, if we bring him back here. Won't work, he cut her off, seals are too much. Even the Cursebreaker couldn't do it. Have to kill him here. But it will take a sacrifice. What are you saying? She barked, anger covering her fear. Seals protect him, and kill anyone who gets too close. Jiraiya's breath was growing short, but he made a mistake. He assumed no one would be willing to die to kill him. The right type of jutsu, like say an Odama Rasengan, could cut through the seals and still kill Orochimaru. But it would be a suicide mission, the seals would tear apart the attacker. That's why I'm going to end it now. Don't you dare, she ordered furiously, as the Hokage, I'm ordering you to stay there and wait for backup. You hear me, Jiraiya? It's too late, he told her gently, I'm already dying. Getting through all of Orochimaru's traps was too much for this old body. At this point, it's a race to see if the poisons kill me before I bleed out. Even if I could survive, part of the tunnel collapsed behind me, so it could take you days to reach me. And by then it might be too late. Though he was thinking about his knucklehead student and the possible duel, Tsunade took it to mean too late for Jiraiya. Besides, he continued, this is my responsibility. Orochimaru was my teammate. He was my teammate too, she insisted, tears running down her cheeks in despair. But you are Hokage now, he countered, you couldn't afford to do this even if you were in my place. He coughed harshly as one of the toxins hit his lungs. I don't have much time left, he informed her, so, I'm sorry Tsunade. Tell Naruto and Hinata to take good care of one another. I wonder what would have happened if I had had the courage to knuckle down and ask you out seriously. Realizing he was babbling, he allowed the phone to slip from his grip, clouds of chakra forming in his hands as he took another step closer. Jiraiya? Jiraiya, her anguished cries echoed around the church, and a 6-foot diameter Rasengan coalesced between his hands. I'll see you on the other side, old friend, he told Orochimaru's comatose form. Odama. Rasengan, he gasped, falling forward, putting his weight on to the chakra sphere. The seals reacted instantly, and lighting, fire, wind, and darkness burned, tore, and flooded into his body. Jiraiya focused all of his remaining chakra and attention into the orb, keeping it stable, forcing it through the barriers. The spiraling chakra shredded some of the shields and slipped around others. The toad sage's hair was gone, melted away, when the Rasengan finally pierced the shell. Jiraiya grunted and pressed down with his arms, feeling his air-damaged muscles rip deeper from the effort. The last resistance of the barriers gave way, and the Rasengan plunged into Orochimaru's chest. Goodbye, Tsunade. Orochimaru's eyes snapped open, and an inhuman howl issued from his throat, as Minato's jutsu destroyed his ribs and then the organs they protected. The serpent Sannin scream cut off, as the last breath was ejected from his throat, and his eyes emptied of all feeling. As the renegade's body died, so did Jiraiya's strength run out, and what was left of the toad sage collapsed on the altar, the sputtering remains of the seals fading around him. Jiraiya. Tsunade's scream echoed from his phone into the ancient church. My body, Orochimaru thought, as he punched wildly at Naruto. The younger man blocked, but could not counter other than to swipe at the Sannin's retracting arm. The Takujo tried to get back in range, but a telescoping chop at his leg forced him to dance sideways or be tripped. I thought I saw Jiraiya before my real body was destroyed. Orochimaru hissed at Sasuke as he dredged up his original form's final recollection, and now I am truly bound to this body. But how? How did he know? He glared inwards at Sasuke even as in the physical plane he hopped away from Uzumaki, striking the blonde's wrist with both of his palms to push the staff blade wide. Uchiha sat cross-legged in the middle of the prison, his look of serenity cracked by a hint of smugness. I told Naruto's teacher where to find your backup plan, the trapped genin stated neutrally. I sent him a message when you fought Itachi. I was beginning to think he had not received it, but I suppose it just took him a while to decode it. He opened one eye and looked up at Orochimaru's face on the wall. I guess you shouldn't have shown me your little fail-safe. Sasuke returned to meditating, and the serpent returned his full attention to the real world, clicking his tongue in futile rage. The master shinobi took stock of the situation. His original body was dead, which meant his personal chakra supply was gone, leaving him only Sasuke's energy to use. Orochimaru tended to use his own chakra, unless Sasuke's was better suited for the jutsu. His sleeping body regained spent ki faster, giving him an addition advantage. This meant he still had most of the Uchiha's reserves left, but that was a small comfort. I'm not sure I will be able to use the soul revelation in this state, but Naruto has also abandoned his ascendant fox form, so I may not need it, the renegade decided. He took out a kunai, and activated a quick jutsu to temporarily transform it into a longer blade. The altered weapon was no replacement for Kusanagi, but he felt it was better than nothing. What just happened? Sakura asked, cautiously relieved. I'm not sure. Hinata's eyes narrowed as she stared hard at Sasuke. There was some sort of unusual chakra reaction around Orochimaru, and then his second chakra supply suddenly vanished. Whatever happened, I don't think he was expecting it. Then this is Naruto's chance, the medic asserted hopefully, and the pale beauty nodded. Naruto frowned as he knocked aside the altered dagger, trying to get closer. After his outburst and sudden reversion, Orochimaru's attacks had become desperate and undisciplined. But now the body thief seemed to be regaining his composure. His extending, snake-like arms were still keeping the leaf Tokubetsu Jonin at bay, though Uzumaki expected if he were to use Kitsun's air sword, that would have changed quite quickly. Fortunately for his composite opponent, Naruto was not willing to maim Sasuke, not when he was suddenly gaining momentum against Orochimaru. Ryu. Flash split jutsu, Naruto vanished and reappeared at 4 points around Orochimaru. But the Sannin's arms snaked out and immediately destroyed 2 of the shadow clones. The renegade shook Sasuke's head with a wry grin. That jutsu places you in a perfect square, making it easy to predict your locations, Orochimaru explained, blocking an attack from one of the remaining Narutos, and drawing a second kunai in his offhand. He stabbed out at the version that was keeping his distance. His jutsu disrupted that Naruto drew Kitsune and tried to disarm his opponent. During the weapons exchange the Sannin scored a hit on the teen's left elbow, and the clone exploded with a regretful expression. You're right, and I'm working on that, the real Takujo conceded the point, but you're also wrong on 2 counts. Flash split. Orochimaru turned to intercept the incoming duplicates, but the copies were not where he expected. Instead, 2 Narutos were closing in on him from shallower angles. I can also do triangles, Naruto explained as he stabbed Kitsune towards Sasuke's shoulder. Orochimaru rolled past the strike and kicked one of the clones full in the belly, destroying it. He blocked one Kitsune with his transformed kunai and the other on his unmodified knife. He turned the blades over, extending his arms and score hits on each teen's left shoulder. The one who had spoken exploded, surprising the Sannin slightly, and the remaining Naruto formed the dragon sign again. And also Ryu. Flash split jutsu. The 4 Narutos reappeared in a square again, but this time, instead of surrounding Orochimaru, the closest one was 20 feet away, with the others further out. Even if you know the shape, you can't really predict where we will end our flash steps, the nearest Uzumaki noted, as the other 3 started signing. Raiten, Spark Darts Jutsu. Futon, Cyclone Spikes Jutsu. Katan, Fire Trace Jutsu. The copies unleashed their attacks, and once the 3 elements had passed him, the lead Naruto followed, Kitsune raised high. With Orochimaru's attention back on the battle, Sasuke moved back to the scar on the soul prison and began to examine it again. He had already discovered in the past that when the snake was extremely focused on something, usually a fight or some manner of ancient book or scroll, he could exert some small control over his body. But now dragging his feet in a pattern or tapping a finger would not suffice. He only had one chance, so he had to make the very most of it. "I am still an Avenger," he whispered, finding an especially rough seam in the top indentation, "only my target has changed." Sasuke started to dig his fingers into the crack. Ninja art, mud surge jutsu, Orochimaru countered, and a 19-foot-tall wave of muck washed towards Naruto, easily consuming the three weaker techniques. It crested over the younger man and his three copies. The shadow clones were destroyed instantly, but the real Takujo was not so lucky. Uzumaki was battered by the thick swell, before ultimately being buried under it. Hinata held her breath, but a second later Kitsune's wind projection sliced through the settling earth. Naruto clawed his way back to the surface, gasping for air. Ninja art, poison mist jutsu, Orochimaru summoned the toxic cloud again, expecting that the panting teen would be more susceptible to gas. Futon, Naruto croaked, not using a jutsu, just expending his wind chakra to enhance the evening breeze. The purple fog drifted back towards its creator, who ended the technique with a harsh chuckle. "Can't form a real jutsu?" the renegade asked mockingly. Naruto regained his feet, forcing his breathing to return to normal. "Didn't need to," the blonde warrior shot back. He raced forward, and the Sannin gave ground, blocking the swinging staff blade with both of his weapons. The modified blade cracked, and he threw the intact kunai at the teen. Naruto deflected the projectile and stabbed out in response. Sasuke's right fist slipped past Kitsune and tagged Uzumaki's throat. Kitsune's wind blade flared out, but Orochimaru's forearms whipped away before they were cut. "I should reconsider this," Orochimaru considered as he stepped back again. "I am in an especially vulnerable state. I should retreat and formulate a new backup plan. But then I would lose this chance to acquire Uzumaki's unique physiology." He ducked under Naruto's slice at his head, and his neck twisted and lengthened, allowing him to bite the leaf ninja's forearm near the elbow. Uzumaki tried to pull away, but Orochimaru's teeth lengthened, digging deeper into Naruto's tissues. The teen instead tried to slam his free hand into Sasuke's ear, but the serpent blocked with one hand while his other palm shot at the shoulder of Naruto's trapped limb. The younger man's arm was thrown out of its socket, and the Sannin unlocked his jaw, releasing the limb. Kitsune slipped out of Naruto's grip as he popped his right arm back into place with a grimace of pain. He briefly glanced down at the odd combination of human and snake teeth marks, closing quickly on the skin visible under the damaged sleeve of his jacket. Then he threw his entire mass behind his left fist, aiming it at Orochimaru's throat. The snake slid around the punch, but failed to see the knee that jabbed into his side. The secondary attack was weaker and slower, and the Sannin caught Naruto's leg and tossed him away. "No, right now the risk is too great." Orochimaru stepped towards the forest, plotting his escape route. "All I need is for him to land an unlucky Rasengan. Once I have a new contingency or two in place, I can try again." He took 2 more measured paces away, while still facing the recovering blonde. Then he turned and darted towards the tree line as fast as Sasuke's legs would carry him. "Hey!" Naruto exclaimed in confused annoyance as he finished regaining his feet. He raced after the renegade, but his rival was still the faster of the two of them. Hinata and Sakura also tried to move to intercept him, but even though Hinata was the fleetest of them all, she was too far away to catch Orochimaru before he made it to the woods. Only 50 feet from the forest, Sasuke's body pitched forwards as if he had tripped on something. "What are you?" Orochimaru hissed angrily as he bounced off the turf. The two kunoichi stopped and Naruto slowed, expecting a trick. A few heartbeats later, Sasuke rose to his feet. But this time there was a different cadence to his movements, and when he lifted his head, the Sharingan was gone, and his pupils were round, rather than slitted. "Naruto," Sasuke said softly, his voice an odd mixture of annoyance and regret. "Sasuke?" Naruto's eyes widened in recognition of the tone the serpent Sannin had never fully replicated. "Is that really you?" For the moment, the real Uchiha answered harshly, as if that fact should have been obvious. Then his visage darkened, and he continued more sadly, but only a moment. Which is why I need you to kill me. Hinata's shoulders shuddered as she realized what the rogue genin had done. Kill you? Naruto's face creased in uncertainty, but you broke free. Even if it's temporary now, we can find a way to make it permanent. Don't you know? Sasuke asked dubiously, didn't Jiraiya tell you about my vow? Or did you just choose to forget? Sakura gasped in remembrance, and both young women started crying. What are you talking about? Naruto queried anxiously. I swore a blood oath to Orochimaru, Sasuke answered, that if I ever interfered in a fight between him and you, Sakura, or Kakashi, my soul would die. I would be completely evicted from my body, and Orochimaru would have full ownership of my body. Even now, I can feel the seal tearing at me. I don't have long. Why? Naruto demanded, tears streaming down his face. Why did you do this? I could have beaten that snake and gotten you back. No, you couldn't, Sasuke shook his head dubiously, his tone mocking. Even if you were strong enough to win, Orochimaru would have left my body like he promised. But only so he could take yours. Then he would have taken my eyes and put them in your body. And if you lost, he was going to use your body to resurrect Kabuto. And I couldn't let this pass, Uchiha continued darkly. I owe Orochimaru for everything he did to me. Now is the best chance I might ever have to see him dead. You see, he had a backup plan for in case his stolen bodies were killed. But that was just taken care of. That's why he was running. He didn't want to risk you killing him when he was this vulnerable. Then you kill yourself, Naruto requested desperately. You're an avenger, right? If you want Orochimaru dead, then you should be the one to kill him. I can't, Sasuke said, his voice weaker. He's still in here, trying to take back control. It's all I can do to just stand in this spot. If I tried to do that. Hinata nodded in spite of herself, remembering Naruto's mental struggle when the Kyuubi had taken over and tried to kill her. You promised to bring me back to the village, right? Sasuke goaded his rival. The only way I'm going back is for you to kill me and bring back my corpse. Otherwise, I will return to the Konoha as Orochimaru's host the next time he attacks. Sasuke shuddered, then added desperately yet angrily, I'm slipping. You have to do it now, Naruto. Naruto turned his head to look at Sakura. His expression begged her for validation. The Jonin closed her tear-filled eyes, and she nodded once. Sorry, Sasuke. Uzumaki lifted his right hand, a tiny orb of chakra forming over each finger. Uchiha closed his eyes and smiled angelically. Naruto roared wordlessly as he stepped in, thrusting his arm forward. I win, you damn snake, the renegade Uchiha whispered. Then his shoulders slumped, and half a heartbeat later, his head snapped back up, the slitted, Sharingan eyes locking on the sky. Sasuke! Orochimaru shrieked as Naruto's attack began to dig into his chest. His shout crescendoed into a howl of raw agony, as the marble-sized Razengans not only shredded through tissue and bone, but also sent a destructive vibration into the area between the spheres, namely Sasuke's heart. The Sannin forced his view down, glaring hatefully at his killer. His arms reached for Naruto's wrist, but he was too late. 5 points Rasengan, the Takujo yelled the name of the jutsu. The reverberation reached its peak, and Sasuke's chest imploded. The miniature Razengans were hurtled away, digging 5 new exits from the stolen body. Naru, too. Orochimaru gasped with what was left of his right lung as he collapsed to the grass. Sasuke's eyes returned to normal, even as the light in them faded. Naruto turned away from his rival's corpse, looking despondently at his lover and his friend. Both Kunoichi started towards him, lifting their arms to embrace him. But before they were halfway there, Hinata froze with a look of terror, and half of a step later, Sakura matched her teammate's action and expression. Naruto spun back around, and then hopped back in surprise. Naruto Uzumaki! Orochimaru shrieked in his original voice, as his soul shell erupted out of Sasuke Uchiha's back. Give me your body, Orochimaru's 3 mouths hissed forcefully in triplicate harmony, as the monstrous Sannin stepped away from Sasuke's corpse. His left arm whipped out to grab Naruto, but even though Uzumaki's grief had amplified his shock at the Sannin's reappearance, the teen's reflexes were enough that he was able to dive to the side. The soul shell's head and left hand continued to follow Uzumaki, but the right serpent looked at the two kunoichi. "Give me a body," he demanded again. "Hinata, Sakura, get out of here," Naruto shouted, drawing kitsune and intoning Raisin Blade. The blonde ninja sliced down, the roiling blade carving through the left snake between the eyes. An instant later, the Sannin's arm was whole again, and lunging for Naruto. Suetun, water spout jutsu, Hinata finished signing and launched a large sphere of liquid at the point where the three snakes joined. The technique was far less effective than it should have been, however Orochimaru was still pushed a few feet away from Naruto. "You said you had a way to deal with this thing, right?" Sakura asked, trying to decide if she could perform hand signs properly with one arm in a sling, or if she should risk wielding her axe with only one hand. "I did before, when it was a ninjutsu," the pale beauty shook her head with a worried expression, "but I don't know what I'm seeing now, and I can only guess what we could do against it. There are no bones, muscles, organs, not even tenketsu, just some sort of strange undifferentiated matter and chakra. I might be able to seal him, except I don't have a suitable vessel, and I have avoided learning necromancy-related fuinjutsu. So what can we do?" Sakura asked herself as much as her teammate. "Katun, Grand Fireball Jutsu," Orochimaru intoned, and the soul shell spit huge clouds of fire from each of its three mouths. The two kunoichi were both far enough back that they were able to avoid the attack, but Naruto was too close to dodge. Instead, he brought up kitsune, and the staff blade's spiraling wind chakra extension carved a wedge in the flames. Uzumaki hopped back as Orochimaru's technique ended. He frowned in consideration when he noticed the snake pant once, before controlling his breathing. "I have to be careful," the essentially dead Sannin reminded himself. "Without my body as an anchor, my soul shell is less stable than normal. And my chakra is even more limited. I need to fight smart." "So, you were willing to kill Sasuke after all?" Orochimaru's hiss dripped with insinuation. "I would not have thought you had it in you. But since you were too weak to bring him back alive, you decided dead was better than nothing." "Shut up," Naruto growled, pointing kitsune at the main serpent's head. "Of course, even then you couldn't do it on your own, could you? You needed Sasuke's help and Sakura's permission." "Shut your damn mouths," the fox-faced teen barked. "Or what?" The snake's lips turned up mockingly. "You'll ask your girlfriends to save you?" Naruto tensed to lunge, grief and rage scattering his prior caution like dried leaves in a fall wind. But as he drew back kitsune, something pulled him back. "Naruto," Hinata called out softly, and her beloved froze. He turned to look at her, and her sad smile cooled his emotions. "I can't begin to know how you are feeling right now," she admitted, "but I do know that you can't let Orochimaru manipulate your emotions. Otherwise, Sasuke's sacrifice will be for nothing." He shuddered, tears forming in his eyes again. He nodded at her, and then turned back to the triplicate serpent, his focus restored. But as he did, the reptilian arms lashed out, biting down on his wrists. "Whether you charge me recklessly, or pause to let your lover talk you down, it serves me just as well," Orochimaru hissed triumphantly, as Naruto tried unsuccessfully to pull away. "You were distracted and now you are mine." As the snake leaned in to engulf Naruto, a sudden light flared on the teen's stomach, bright enough to be visible through the damaged sections of his jacket. Hinata's Byakugan recognized a certain part of the fourth Hokage's set of seals reappearing on his son's skin. For a moment Minato's fuinjutsu glowed, and then it exploded, blinding all four combatants, and throwing Orochimaru back. Hinata's vision cleared first, and as it did, she noticed four new figures between Naruto and Orochimaru. The first figure was instantly recognizable to the Leaf Shinobi, even Sakura, who had not seen him in person on their last encounter with Orochimaru. Minato Namikaze was still a few centimeters taller than his son, but his hair remained almost identical, though his face was a little fuller, and his expression was more serious. He still wore the standard Konoha ninja jumpsuit and vest, accented with a long, white jacket bordered in red flames. His eyes met Naruto's and he smiled slightly. The second newcomer was also the tallest, and had a similar build to Minato. He had a classically handsome face and dark brown hair trailing to the middle of the back. His honest eyes were of a similar brown color. He had a leaf shield across his brow, and unusually for a ninja, he wore heavy, deep crimson, plate armor on his torso and arms. The third warrior was similarly garbed, though his armor was blue rather than red, and had a fringe of white fur around the neck. His hair was white and stood out from his head. Instead of the standard headband, his leaf insignia was part of a partial mask that also partially covered the shinobi's cheeks. He had deep red eyes, and a series of scarlet tattoo lines on his cheeks, chin, and neck. The last to appear was also the shortest. He had short, spiky locks of a medium brown hue and a matching goatee. He wore a dark gray karate gi, trimmed in white, with an armored mesh visible underneath. The younger shinobi thought he looked familiar, but none of them could identify him. However, Orochimaru's eyes widened in recognition. "What is this?" Orochimaru hissed suspiciously, but also fearfully, "What have you done, Naruto Uzumaki?" "My son had nothing to do with this." Minato Namikaze took one step closer. "If you seek to blame someone for what is about to befall you, look to myself and Sarutobi Dano. But to be fair, it's mostly your own fault," Tobirama Senju told the renegade, quickly circling around the renegade. Hiruzen Sarutobi followed closely behind his predecessor, but stopped sooner. Hashirama Senju moved in the other direction, and before he had realized it, the snake was surrounded by the 4 deceased leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village. "What does that mean?" Orochimaru snarled, his 3 heads trying to track his 4 new opponents. The first gestured, and wooden vines grew quickly out of the field, entangling the Sanin's legs. "I tried to warn you, tried to steer you away from this path," the third said regretfully. "You have angered the gods once too often," Tsunade's grandfather explained directly, "particularly your continual disruptions of the afterlife. And now that your real body is dead, the Reaper is able to take action." "What action?" "You," the traitor demanded, and the other 4 spirits all nodded. "It takes the Shinigami some time to manifest in the mortal world," Minato told the living and recently dead ninjas. "And that's not even considering all of the divine bureaucracy required for a god to create an avatar," the second Hokage noted. "The death god was worried you might be able to run, or take a new body, before she could arrive," Naruto's father continued, "but thanks to Sarutobi Dano and myself using the Reaper Death Seal, we were available to fill the gap. The Reaper offered us a deal." Hashirama took over the exposition. "We could be returned to the mortal plane, through the remains of the seal placed upon Naruto Uzumaki. Then we could hold you, until the Reaper arrived. If we did so, we would be granted our freedom, with you taking our place." "A generous offer, the 4 of you for me." Orochimaru glared at them through narrowed eyes, "but you might be getting ahead of yourselves. Do you really think you can stop this form?" To emphasize his point, he tore the plants holding him out of the soft earth, and threw them at the elder Senju disdainfully. Sarutobi shook his head sadly, stating, "Once again, your arrogance blinds you. Just because your soul shell is larger and more grotesque doesn't mean it is stronger than ours," the second pointed out, then smirked noting, "Or did you forget that we are the same as you right now?" He stopped holding in his power, and Tobirama grew until he was half again as tall as he had been in life, and his body was suffused with a brilliant blue aura. His white hair seemed to become liquid, and the scent of salt water washed off of him. The other 3 Hokages followed suit, Hiruzen taking on a slightly simian appearance and an orange aura. Minato's legs transformed into lightning bolts, and the golden thunder's halo of energy matched his name. The first Hokage's feet split and spread, becoming like roots, and his cloak of spirit was a deep green. "Stay back," the fourth warned the 3 teens. Hinata and Sakura gently pulled Naruto away, and the medic began to treat her teammate for the ghostly snake's toxins. Earth-style, stone dragon jutsu, Sarutobi incanted, and a giant stone maw sprang up Orochimaru, catching him around the waist in its fangs. The rest of the wyvern's head flowed out of the ground, carrying the snake into the air. Raiten, stone cracker jutsu, the Sannin countered, shattering the rock teeth. He prepared to jump away, using the beast as a platform to escape the Hokages and potentially reach Naruto. But as his talons left the dragon, Minato appeared in front of Orochimaru in an explosion of golden lightning. "In this state, it appeared I don't even need tags to perform this," the fourth noted, and then he brought both hands down, chopping the serpentine soul back to the ground. Suetun, trapping rain's jutsu, the younger Senju brother completed his technique, and a dense downpour began to fall around the Sannin. The weight of the water was such that Orochimaru could barely move, but he started to craft a fire jutsu to counterattack. Hinata gasped. For the last few minutes, the sky had been growing steadily darker, and the teens had thought it was just the natural progression of nightfall. But the Hyuga heiress realized it was more than that. There were no stars, yet the sky was clear. And the darkness was greater than that, blacker than the deepest, cloudiest night. The keen-eyed woman also noted that the shadow was spreading towards them from all directions. There was something unnatural yet comforting about the encroaching night. Keten, mass evaporation jutsu, Orochimaru growled, realizing he was only reacting. He tried to attack, but Hashirama hit him with a massive log, plowing him into the remains of Hiruzen's dragon. The Sannin managed to slither out, just as the second, third, and fourth Hokages hit him from all sides with mudslide jutsus. The snake decided to burrow down under his attackers, but as he dove into the turf, he hit a net of roots that promptly constricted around him. The first dragged him back to the surface, and the 4 leaders of the Konohage Corps darted forward, one grabbing each of his limbs. "What is this?" Orochimaru hissed, annoyed at having to repeat himself. He struggled to pull away, but the other 4 spirits held him fast. "It is time," Minato answered, almost reverently, and all 4 Hokages looked to the sky, drawing the gazes of the others with them. The entire sky was blacker than the purest pitch, and yet a thicker, still darker swirl had appeared above the 5 souls. It began to fall towards them, like a tornado. Halfway to the ground, a bolt of midnight lightning shot out of the funnel, exploding before them. The form of the Reaper was like nothing any of the shinobi, living or dead, would have expected. The god of death appeared as a young girl, perhaps 4 years of age. She wore the traditional robes of a Shinto priestess. Her stark white hair was longer than her height by half, and cascaded together as if bound in a ponytail, but with no ornaments to keep it in place. Her locks would have trailed on the ground, had she not been floating 4 feet in the air. She glanced briefly at the teens. Her features were perfect, beautiful, yet also inhuman, like a doll crafted by a master artisan. Her eyes were pools of the same darkness that blotted out the sky, though occasionally streaks of color flashed across them. She turned back to the 5 souls. Orochimaru, though she sounded young, her voice held none of a child's innocence. "Time and again you have violated my domain and the domains of my fellow gods, summoning back the long-departed for your own purposes. You have made no apologies or supplications for these transgressions. And you have sought to forever elude my grasp by gaining immortality. But no more. Your body is dead, and your soul has no shield from me. You are mine." Her left hand suddenly snapped out and she lightly tapped his chest. Under her gentle fingertips, Orochimaru's soul shell shattered, leaving behind only his original shape. Her right hand lifted and a scythe appeared in it. The weapon appeared to weigh more than the Reaper's avatar, but despite that she lifted it above her head with ease. Something about its blade kept their eyes from locking on the sickle. She drew the scythe back slightly and swung it down, cleaving Orochimaru in twain. But as the blade passed through him, rather than falling away split, the Sannin spirit followed behind, being sucked into the Reaper's tool. When the sickle reached the ground, Orochimaru was gone. She lifted the blade again, staring at the 4 Hokages, and for a moment the 3 teens tensed. Then the goddess released the scythe and it vanished. "As we agreed, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze, you are all free. You may journey to the afterlife and whatever rewards and punishments await you there." "Wait, you don't know?" Naruto demanded incredulously, and the other 6 Konoha ninjas stared down at him in horror. But the Reaper did not appear offended. Her entire body rotated in mid-air so she could meet his gaze, and she smiled at him kindly. "No, Naruto Uzumaki, I do not know for certain what awaits your father and his comrades," she answered, and then she grinned mischievously, "though I may have some idea." "I am not the arbiter of the realms beyond," the deity explained. "I am merely the gate and guardian of the walls between this world and the next. That is why I was the most aggrieved by Orochimaru's actions. No matter which afterlife those souls returned from, he summoned them through my domain. Now my time in this world is ended, the childlike goddess told the teens. I wish you each a good, long life. Unlike her dramatic appearance, the Shinigami simply faded from sight. The instant she was gone, the sky cleared, and the 3 teens and 4 souls faced one another. Thank you, Hinata bowed to the 4 Hokages, thank you for saving Naruto. It wasn't entirely altruistic, Tobirama shrugged, we did win our own freedom. I failed to stop Orochimaru twice, Hiruzen shook his head at his teacher's flippancy, I am thankful to have had one final chance to make good. Uzumaki staggered back to his feet, Orochimaru's spiritual venom neutralized when the renegade's soul was taken. He looked at his former benefactor fiercely. It's about time, too, he snapped at the 3rd Hokage. Then his expression softened, and he asked, so now what happens? Now? Hashirama Senju smiled, now we move on. A platinum gate faded into view, floating in the air above them, and as it opened, the night was tempered by a warm yellow glow. Translucent stairs extended down from the portal, ending next to the Hokages. All of their eyes were drawn upward, except for Minato Namikaze. What about you, young man? Will you be coming with us? The 4th looked past his predecessors, and the soul of Sasuke Uchiha stepped forward, becoming visible as he entered the nimbus of the heavenly light. I did not think I would be allowed, he answered, mildly sarcastic despite his reverence and honest self-doubt. Well, you're in luck, little brother, a voice emerged from the gate, and the living and dead turned en masse. The 4 teens reacted in varying degrees of shock when they saw Itachi Uchiha standing on the other side. It seems the gods have decided that the sins you have committed were balanced out by the evil done to you, the deceased double agent explained, and so sacrificing your soul to finish Orochimaru tilted the scales in your favor. Come on, guys, another voice commanded, and Naruto's eyes filled with tears as they fell on his mentor. Jiraiya looked almost the same as he had while the teens had known him, except his skin was less weathered. The gods sent an honor guard to guide you in, the Sannin explained, so it would be pretty bad manners to dawdle. Behind him 3 more forms appeared. Naruto recognized his mother, while Sasuke gaped at his parents. The Avenger struggled to keep his composure and stepped closer. Don't you think you've kept me waiting long enough, Minato? Yukihana asked tersely, but there were tears of joy in her green orbs. Her appearance briefly diverted Naruto's attention, but he quickly returned his gaze to Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, what are you doing up there? He asked weakly. Sorry kid, the sage looked away, it was the only way to eliminate Orochimaru for good. The only way? What does that mean? Naruto looked from Sasuke to Jiraiya, recalling his rival's previous statements. I don't have time to explain, the Sannin shook his head, but Tsunade knows. Jiraiya is correct, we must not delay any longer, the 1st Hokage instructed. He and his brother walked quickly through the door, and Hashirama grasped Jiraiya's hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and led him into the light. Goodbye, Naruto, Minato said, I don't think I will see you again on this side. Bye, Dad. Minato stepped through the door, and Yukihana pounced on him. Yuki, not in front of everyone, he scolded, blushing as the door started to close. Shut up and kiss me, she demanded, and the portal to the afterlife sealed shut and vanished. Naruto turned back to his lover and his friend, and took a deep breath, forcing the sadness from his face. Hinata embraced him anyway, and Sakura touched his forearm comfortingly with her good hand. Thank you both, he told them, putting his arms around his fiancée. As they stood there his face started to cloud over again, so the medic tried another tactic. Well, what do you know? Sakura said pointedly, in mock surprise, I guess there is such a thing as ghosts after all. Sakura. Hinata's voice sounded scandalized, but she too was acting for her beloved's sake. Naruto shuddered, and then managed a weak grin. Ghosts like that, I can handle, he announced. Then he sobered, and looked down at the ground, at the remains of his fallen rival and friend. Come on, Naruto Uzumaki stated, it's time to bring Sasuke home. She sat up suddenly in bed. She was not sure what had awakened her. She glanced over, hoping she had not disturbed her lover, but ready to downplay it if she had. He shifted slightly, but remained suspended in his dreams. She looked around their dark apartment, trying to figure out what had interrupted her slumber. Nothing was out of place in their home, none of their phones had rung. After almost a minute, she suddenly understood. It had been with her for years, the pain. The constant, burning ache where her neck met her left shoulder. The stiffness that interfered slightly with the reflexes in her left shoulder. The yearning, a dark urging to give in to her fate. Most of the time it was just there, but occasionally it flared up, sometimes with her emotions, and other times for no reason she, the medical corps, or the sealing experts could determine. Moderate or intense, no matter what, the pain was there. Always. And after over a dozen years, it had become a part of her. Now it was gone. The pain, the tightness, the call, all of it. She could not believe it. The kunoichi scrambled to the side of the bed. She opened the nightstand, scrambling for the mirror in the drawer. Her wild actions finally roused her partner, who opened his eyes and looked at her in confusion. "Enko, what is it?" Irika asked drowsily. Irika, she stopped just short of jumping out of bed, as if suddenly remembering her lover's existence. She dropped back to the mattress and slid towards him. Untethered, her violet hair hung halfway down her back, and she hastily pulled it over her right shoulder, giving him an unobstructed view. "What do you see?" she demanded, and her actions brought the male jonin to full awareness. She had always avoided showing him her back. It was riddled with small scars, leftovers of the various missions and battles she had been in since returning to the village and joining Team Hizashi. She proudly called them her battle trophies, but Yumino knew that boast was mostly a cover. The marks only existed where she could cover them. Any injuries to her breasts, stomach, arms, legs, and face had been properly treated. And even now, he knew most of the blemishes could have been reduced or eliminated by a skilled medical ninja. The scars were Enko punishing herself for her association with Orochimaru, which was why she usually hid them, even while flaunting as much of the rest of her body as she could without being arrested. But that was not her point, and his eyes were drawn up to her neck, to her other brand, the cursed mark of heaven. Except that the serpent Sannin seal was not there. He reached out, and she flinched. He paused, and she murmured a terse apology, upset with herself at her fear. He touched her skin gently, but it was smooth and clean. Irika had little natural talent for fuinjutsu, but he had studied hard despite that, as ninja seals directly impacted two of the most important people in his life. He activated a few quick techniques, probing the area with his chakra, but there was no evidence of Orochimaru's brand. "What is it?" she asked anxiously, trying in vain to see for herself. She ended up staring at her lover instead. "Nothing," he answered carefully. "What? Nothing? I'm not the best choice for this, and I can't be 100% sure," he qualified, "but I don't see it and I can't detect it. Enko, I think your curse mark is gone." She turned her face away from him, and her shoulders began to shake. He realized she was crying, and he cautiously put his arms around her, half expecting her to dodge or even throw him. Somewhat unexpectedly, she not only let him comfort her, she placed her hands on his and leaned back into him. "It's gone," she both sobbed and laughed in pure joy. "I'm free." Irika kissed the now blank spot, to confirm her statement. Her grip on his arms tightened, and after almost a minute, her happy yet sad shaking settled, and she took a deep breath. "Irika," she asked tentatively, shifting in his embrace so she could meet his eyes, "that little box you keep in your nightstand? Could you maybe show it to me?" His eyes widened, and he quickly disengaged. He rolled back off the other side of the bed, clumsy in his haste. He yanked open the drawer, harder than he intended, and withdrew the ring box. Then Irika took a deep breath and walked slowly around their bed. He clicked on the light on her nightstand before kneeling in front of her. He opened the box, showing her the oval-cut diamond in the simple gold band. "Enko Mitarashi, will you marry me?" For a moment she smiled happily at him, then her eyes sharpened and she snorted a laugh. "Hell no," she barked in her normal tone of voice, "I just got out of one prison, why would I jump right into another?" For a moment, the male jonin looked stunned, his jaw hanging slightly. Then he shut both his mouth and the box. He slammed the container down on the bedside cabinet. Glaring at her, Yumino half jumped, half dove forward. He caught her shoulders and gently carried her back until Enko was laying across their bed, with Irika pinning her down. Damn it, Enko, he growled in false rage, if you're going to be like that, I'll just have to ravish you until you lose your mind and say yes. I'd like to see you try. Her voice was dangerous, but her eyes glowed with lusty anticipation. I'm sure you will, he agreed, well aware of his partner's appetites. Then he leaned in the rest of the way and kissed her passionately. Unlike their leisurely trip out, the three teens hurried back home. Despite the late hour and the trouble she knew it would cause, Sakura called Shizune and informed the Hokage's assistant what had occurred. Shizune in turn told her that Tsunade was awake, and why. Master and apprentice had then spoken briefly, and Sakura was unnerved that Tsunade had not raised her voice once, or even scolded her. The Hokage instead just said she would dispatch another squad to meet Team Kakashi and escort them the rest of the way. Naruto had been silent the whole trip, and he neither objected to Sakura calling Tsunade, nor to the news that they would be getting chaperones. Uzumaki merely tightened his grip on Sasuke's body, wrapped in his bedroll. A few hours later, they were met by Guy, Niji, and Tenten, and the blonde man did not acknowledge them either. The two younger Jonin remained impassive, but Might Guy kept glancing at Naruto, his expression fluctuating between mild anger, disappointment, and sadness. When they reached the Hidden Leaf Village, the sun was just starting to peak over the eastern horizon. Guy's squad led them to ninja ops, but instead of the Hokage's office, they were directed to one of the labs on the ground floor. The other trio turned to leave, while Team Kakashi entered. Tsunade and Shizune were both waiting there, and Sakura and Hinata could both tell the last Sannin had been crying very recently. She looked at them impassively for a few moments before speaking. Put Sasuke's body on the table, she instructed them, and then I want the three of you to go home and get some rest. I will debrief you later. For a moment Uzumaki hesitated, as if he did not want to release the sleeping bag. Then he complied, all without making a single sound. Sakura was thoroughly unnerved by her teacher's reaction, or lack thereof, and she wasted no time in exiting. Naruto trudged out after her, and Hinata sketched a hasty bow to her superiors before following her teammates. Tsunade opened Naruto's bedroll and sighed heavily as she saw the face of Orochimaru's last victim. She unzipped the sleeping bag all the way and moved Sasuke's body onto the antiseptic table. The chief medic reached for a scalpel, not trusting her jutsu at the moment, but the physical blade slipped from her fingers. "Milady," Shizune interrupted, "if you would rather. I can do the autopsy." "Thank you, Shizune." Despite her words, there was no gratitude in her voice, only grim resignation, "but I have to do this. There is something I need to see." She lifted the surgical knife, but before she could make the incision, the intercom sounded. "What is it?" Shizune asked tersely when her mentor stopped, but did not answer. "Ma'am, Team Enko and Team Yugao are here as the Hokage requested," Rito said quickly, not knowing what had the normally calm healer annoyed. "Send them down here," Tsunade said, her voice trembling. She set down the scalpel and stepped out in the hall, both because there was not enough space for 8 more people and one large dog in the room, and because she did not want them to see Sasuke's body. A few moments later, the two teams arrived. The Hokage noticed Enko was walking slightly bow-legged, and that she looked much more openly happy than usual. She put aside her suspicions for the moment, and addressed them as normally as she could. "Thank you all for coming." The Sannin put on her leadership mask. "I have an important, last-minute mission for all of you." "Two teams?" Hiba asked. "We haven't done that since the Akatsuki fell apart." "Nevertheless, this mission will take all of your talents." She grimaced at the interruption, but couldn't work up the anger to snap at Inuzuka as she normally would have. "Shikamaru," she said loudly, and the apathetic Chunin hopped slightly, "I understand you know about the snake's last resort." Enko looked at her student curiously, and the normally relaxed teen frowned worriedly. "You could say that," he admitted, "but I thought you didn't believe that message was the real deal." "I do now," she confirmed darkly. "Team Enko, Team Yugao, your mission is to go to that location and retrieve the bodies of Jiraiya and Orochimaru." "Master Jiraiya?" Sasame's eyes widened in shock, and a heartbeat later her green orbs became wet with tears. Shino touched his teammate's shoulder gently to comfort her, aware that she still felt indebted to the now-deceased Sannin. Yugo had a similar, if more subdued reaction, and Enko pursed her lips thoughtfully. Shikamaru also frowned, but Ino, Choji, and Kiba betrayed no emotional impact. What does that mean? Shikamaru asked carefully. Those coordinates are to a cave, Tsunade explained, a trap-filled maze, where Orochimaru had hidden his original body, in stasis. Snake's last resort, Enko repeated, it was his insurance in case whatever body he acquired was killed or burned out. Exactly, their leader concurred. Jiraiya infiltrated the cave, but was severely injured in the process. He determined that getting to Orochimaru's body through the snake seals and barriers was a suicide mission. So, since he was already dying, he decided to take our former teammate with him. So this team set up. Yugo deduced. Enko knows Orochimaru. Kiba and Shino are scouts, and Sasami is a trap expert. Shikamaru knows the coordinates Sasuke provided. Jiraiya said the cave had partially collapsed, so you might need Choji's muscle. Ino will provide medical support, and Yugao, you will be the mission leader. Head out as soon as you are ready. The two shinobi teams turned to leave, and the Hokage added, Enko, if I could have a minute alone? Go on, maggots, Mitarashi directed her charges, more kindly than usual, I'll meet you at the gates. Once they were gone, the two women faced one another, and the younger Jonin grew nervous. Show me, Tsunade demanded. Show you what? The snake summoner asked uncertainly. Your neck, the medic elaborated, your curse mark is gone, isn't it? Enko slipped her jacket down, and shifted her armored fishnet top aside, showing the now clear patch of skin. We'll want to have Hiroko Hyuga double-check that when you get back, the Hokage noted neutrally. How did you know? Mitarashi queried carefully. Aside from your unusually sunny disposition? Tsunade snapped slightly, Orochimaru's real body wasn't the only one that died last night. I still haven't gotten all the details, but Sasuke and Orochimaru's roaming soul were killed as well. You old master is finally gone. Enko nodded. Get going, the Hokage ordered, I have things to do. The younger woman hurried out, and the medic turned back to the autopsy gallery. As the three active members of Team Kakashi exited Ninja Ops, Niji and Tenten were gone, but Might Guy was waiting for them. Naruto walked right past, as if he did not see Kakashi's self-appointed rival, and Hinata glanced briefly at the bowl-haired Jonin before following her lover. Neru. Guy started to call out for the Takujo, but Sakura stepped in front of him, her arms spread to block him, her eyes fiercely protective. I can imagine what you want to say to Naruto right now, Gai-sensei, she said softly. You are angry and feel betrayed, that he tricked you into training him under false pretenses. He nodded vigorously. Well, Naruto is in no condition for a lecture right now. Even Lady Tsunade knows that. He was forced to kill Sasuke last night, and on top of that lost perv, Air Master Jiraiya, at almost the same time. Guy's stern look softened. He had not known the situation surrounding Sasuke's death, nor had he been aware of Jiraiya's demise. Besides that, let me ask you something, Sakura started slyly, what would you have done in this situation? One final battle against your rival, and a chance to save your friend at the same time? If it was Kakashi instead of Sasuke, and you were in Naruto's place, could you really say you would have done anything differently? Guy opened his mouth to deny it, and found he could not. He closed his mouth and considered her words. I suppose I would have done the same, he admitted, without his normal grandiose tone. Then his expression and booming voice returned to normal. All right. I guess I will let Naruto off the hook this one time. Thanks, Gai-sensei, she smiled sweetly at him. Then she turned and jogged away. The elder Jonin noted her path would not take her home, but more likely would lead her to the Uchiha estate. After entering his apartment, Naruto froze inside the doorway, seemingly unwilling or unable to decide what to do next. Hinata closed and locked the door behind her, and then gently took his hand and led him into the bathroom. She carefully removed his tattered uniform, and then took off her clothes as well. She guided him to the shower, and after getting the water running at a suitable temperature, she pulled him in after her. She began to wash him, cleaning away the dirt, grass stains, and most importantly, the traces of both Naruto's and Sasuke's blood. He barely moved, except as she directed him with soft whispers. As always, his body had healed perfectly, the only scar he bore being that line over his heart that she held so dear. Even though there was nothing romantic or sexual about the shower, she could not resist kissing his scar again. After they were both cleaned, Hinata toweled her lover off gently before drying herself. Then she took his hand again and drew him into the bedroom. She dressed for bed, taking a light pink camisole and matching loose shorts from her drawers in Naruto's dresser. Then she extracted a pair of Naruto's sleep shorts and put them on him. Uzumaki finally seemed to awaken a little, and he glanced at his fiancée regretfully. "Thanks for doing all this, Hinata," he whispered hoarsely, "but you should go home." I just want to be alone right now." "No," she shook her head, "I don't believe that's what you want. And even if you really did, I wouldn't leave you. Especially not now." "Don't you get it?" he snapped, as he whirled around to glare at her. "It's not safe to be around me. Not for you, not for anyone. If I were stronger." "You could protect me?" she asked carefully, her thoughts in turmoil. "No," he shook his head, "if I were stronger, I could be alone. I could go back to the way things used to be, before I had friends, before I fell in love. Back when everyone hated and avoided me, no one got hurt from me, and I didn't have to worry about hurting people I cared about." "You can't believe that," she whispered hoarsely, struggling to keep back her tears. "Kankuro and Gamabunta died to help me," he shouted, not quite looking at her, "and from what he and Sasuke said, Pervy Sage probably did, too. Shino lost his leg because of me. Hiba's still on the outs with Choji, Shikamaru, and Niji because of me. And I killed Sasuke. He was my friend, my comrade, my rival. I promised I would save him. Instead he died because of me. If I hadn't gone to fight Orochimaru, he would still be alive. And so would Orochimaru," she countered, more sharply than she intended, "and he would be out there right now, finding a way to undo whatever it was Master Jiraiya did. And that would mean Master Jiraiya would have died for no reason." His expression changed to one of shock and realization, but it did not completely replace his dismay and self-loathing. Hinata smiled kindly, regretting her harsh words, and she wrapped her arms around him tightly, placing her head on his shoulder. "And what about everyone you have helped?" she whispered in his ear. "How many people would be worse off without you? Do you think Niji would have good relationship with me, or my father, without you? Do you even think he would have let himself fall in love with Tenten? And for that matter, I don't think my father would be so open or kind with me or Niji. He paused, unable to think of a counter. "Gaara would have died 2 years ago if you hadn't been there for him," she continued gently. "He would not be the Kazekage without your friendship. And to be honest, if you hadn't helped him in the first place, he would still be a psychopathic killer." "Yeah," he admitted, his dark resolve fading. "And where do you think Sasami would be if you hadn't saved her from Orochimaru?" she said, more firmly, "or Lady Tsunade and Shizune, if you hadn't convinced Lady Tsunade to become Hokage? And Lady Toki, Lady Haruna, and Yuki? You not only saved their lives, you helped them become good leaders for their nations. And Isaribi, and Tazuna, and all the people of the Land of Waves? Okay, but your father and the other 3 Hokages," she interrupted, "if you hadn't killed Sasuke, they would all still be trapped in the belly of the Reaper, and your parents wouldn't be together." "That's true," he smiled slightly, and she pulled back so she could look him in the eye. "And what about me? Where do you think I would be without you?" "You'd be fine," he answered dismissively, "you always would have been." "That's sweet," she looked pleased, yet shook her head. "No, but you still don't seem to understand what you have been to me. Before we started spending time together, when we were only friendly acquaintances, you were my inspiration. Even back at the academy. You saved me from myself more times than I can count, just by being there, just by being you. I don't know what I would do if you vanished from my life." She kissed him, and for a moment he hesitated. Then he leaned into her, sending all his love and gratitude to her through their joined lips. He embraced her tightly, as if suddenly afraid to let her go. "You don't have to worry about that," he said darkly, when they broke apart. "Like I already said, I'm too weak and afraid to do that." "Is that the only reason you're with me?" she prompted sadly, "because you are too frightened of being alone, to force me away?" "No," he shook his head violently, "I love you, Hinata, and I love being with you. Even when your self-doubts drive me to distraction. You mean so much to me." But, she queried more evenly. but I promised myself if I ever became a danger to people close to me, I would leave rather than hurt them. Go and live on a mountain alone somewhere. Naruto, I'm so much safer with you, because of you, than I could ever have been without you, she told him earnestly. He briefly smiled at that and kissed her again. Thanks, Hinata. I guess I'll just have to work harder to protect my friends from the troubles I bring them. Then his eyes darkened again and he added, though, it's too late for Sasuke or Pervy Sage. She interrupted his melancholy again with her mouth. And this time when the kiss ended, she didn't just break off, but instead pulled his lower lip towards her invitingly. Blushing, she took her arms from around him and caught his hand instead, drawing him firmly towards the bed. He resisted, and her seductive expression turned to one of kind worry, though the redness in her cheeks did not fade. Let me help you forget for a while, she told him, even if only for a few hours. After a moment, he nodded and let her guide him into their bed. The members of Team Kakashi each possessed the Jutsu code to enter the Uchiha compound. Unlike normal, Sakura used hers to enter without ringing the bell. She moved quickly through the compound's narrower avenues until she reached the central courtyard. As she moved towards her teacher's residence, her eyes fell on the main family's larger home, and she again wondered if Kakashi had chosen one of the other houses in deference to his missing student. She passed the now familiar dojo, and slowed as she approached the copy ninja's front door. After a few seconds of introspection, she shook her head and knocked 3 times. Good morning, Sakura, the copy ninja greeted her as he opened the door. Sakura, Sakura. Rei Uchiha chanted, smacking her spoon into her oatmeal happily. Kakashi crossed to his daughter's high chair and wiped her face. He took the spoon and fed her another mouthful. The toddler dribbled out more than half of the porridge back onto her chin and shirt. After cleaning her again, Kakashi set the bowl aside, understanding his daughter was done eating. He moved Rei to her playpen, before returning his attention to the younger Jonin. The Hokage called, she has been looking for you and Hinata, he informed his guest neutrally, watching her expression. I just came from seeing her, the medic offered, her tone carefully controlled as well. He nodded and walked back over to his student. What can I do for you? He asked, his interest piqued by her odd mood. There is something I need to tell you, sensei, she began quietly, about Sasuke. His uncovered eye widened, and he was unable to keep a hint of nervous anticipation from his voice as he offered, maybe we should sit down. She bobbed her head, and sat gingerly on the recliner opposite Rei's pen. About 2 weeks ago, Orochimaru challenged Naruto to a duel. She started slowly. When we got back to the village, Guy-sensei's team took us straight to Lady Tsunade. She had us leave Sasuke's body and told us to go get some rest. I think she was going to perform the autopsy right away. Sakura paused for breath, having rushed through what Hinata had told her when the Hyuga heiress had recruited her, and what she had seen during the duel. But instead of going home, I thought I should tell you what happened, she concluded. Thank you, Sakura, he said, his voice somewhat rough. The elder Jonin sighed and took a deep breath to steady himself. And where is Naruto? He queried. Hinata took him home, she explained. I hope she's still with him. I'm worried about him. He was acting very strange on the way back. And for a second I thought he wouldn't give Sasuke's body to Lady Tsunade. Hopefully he just needs some time to work things out. And what about you? How are you handling all of this? He asked, his eye scanning her face. I'm actually fine, she answered, more or less. Maybe it just hasn't hit me yet. But I think I pretty much came to terms with Sasuke's death when Jiraiya told us he gave Orochimaru his body. And the only time I spent with Jiraiya was the mission where we met Sasami in the land of rice paddies. So while I feel bad for you, and Naruto, and Lady Tsunade, his death just doesn't have the same impact for me. What about you, sensei? I don't know yet, he said honestly, I'm still processing all of this. And I guess I am waiting to hear what the Hokage knows about Master Jiraiya. She nodded her understanding. Then she stood up. I should probably get home, in case the Hokage calls me there, she said somewhat regretfully. I'll see you later, sensei. See you later, Sakura, he offered back. Then as she reached the door, he called out to her again, and Sakura? Thanks you for coming to tell me. She bobbed her head again before exiting his abode. Naruto shuddered in a mixture of grief and rage. Although the announcement had gone out to the whole village, only a score of people were present as Sasuke's memorial service commenced. The memo had included a formal commendation, honoring Sasuke as one of the 3 shinobi responsible for the death of the traitor and heretic Orochimaru. Despite that, most of the shinobi and civilians still viewed Uchiha as a traitor. The 4 members of Team Kakashi and the 4 members of Team Guy composed almost half of the attendees. Of the clan leaders, only Hayashi Hyuga, Tsum Inuzuka, Chosa Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Shikaku Nara were present, although, even though they were aware of the truth, their presence was still more of a matter of protocol than of a personal desire to say farewell to the deceased genin. Kakashi had brought Rei with him, and Naruto had learned that Anko and Yugo's teams were both on a mission, though he had not been made aware what their task was. Tsunade was officiating, and the 3 elders had turned out, if only to keep an eye on the Hokage and make sure she did not reveal any uncomfortable secrets. The only other attendees were Shizune and Irika, and while the former teacher genuinely regretted the loss of his wayward student, the medic was primarily concerned about her teacher and her self-appointed little brother. Hinata held Naruto's hand tightly. She had spent nearly every moment of the last 4 days with her lover. Though she did not think he would hurt himself, she was worried he might do something else foolish in his malaise. And she just wanted to be there for him, to try to help him overcome his grief. Naruto had shown signs of improvement the previous morning, to the point of complaining that she didn't need to keep following him into the bathroom. But then the notice for Sasuke's funeral had arrived, and the blonde Takujo had relapsed into the near catatonia he had displayed upon their return to the Leaf Village. Reading over the announcement, Hinata had wondered if Sakura had spoken to the Hokage. She and Naruto had not yet spoken to the surviving Sannin, but there were veiled references to the duel and Sasuke's sacrifice in the memorandum. If anything, Hinata was glad to see Naruto's anger at the poor turnout. It was better than the roller coaster of apathy and self-loathing he had been riding. What the hell? Uzumaki growled quietly, managing a small measure of decorum. Where is everyone? Unfortunately, not everyone is as quick to forgive as you are, Kakashi informed his student, shifting Rei to his other knee. The toddler giggled, unaware of the gravitas of the gathering, and looking at Sasuke's niece caused Naruto to relax, if only slightly. And most people don't know the whole story, Sakura reminded him from the other side of Hinata. The whole hero announcement was a shock to anyone who didn't know the truth about Itachi. What truth about Itachi Uchiha would that be? Rock Lee asked innocently, leaning forward to join their conversation. Sakura looked startled, then embarrassed, at her slip, and Kakashi shook his head. Naruto started to bark an answer, but Hinata's grip on his hand tightened painfully and Guy spoke first. Unfortunately, Lee, that is secret reserved for the clan leaders and certain members of the Jonin Council, his teacher stated in a quiet version of his usual imperious tone, not wanting the Hokage or the village elders to hear him. But Danzo's soul eye drifted over to them anyways. But do not Naruto and Hinata know? The taijutsu master frowned in confusion. Naruto was told because of his connection to those involved, Kakashi answered, and he was allowed to tell Hinata, because he can't keep a secret anyway, and the Hokage hoped Hinata would be able to keep him from telling everyone else. He glanced over at his students' clasped hands and Hinata blushed slightly, while Naruto's frown deepened. Uzumaki glared at his surviving mentor, but refrained from speaking as if to spite the silver-haired Jonin. Though Kakashi's expression remained impassive, inside he was pleased. Like Hinata, he knew his student would have to express his emotions in order to move on, and that irritation was a start. Does that mean Niji and Tenten know what Sakura meant? Lee continued, turning his attention to his engaged teammates. No, Niji shook his head, while at the same time, Tenten nervously answered, yes. Niji's head snapped around to stare at his lover in surprise. Tenten and her father were both told, given their connection to Itachi, Guy offered. The elder Hyuga cousin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded. Before they could continue their conversation, the Hokage finished her benediction, and she looked at the two teams. Sakura expected her healing instructor to scowl at them for talking during the ceremony, but Tsunade's expression was subdued and neutral. She stood and stepped away, allowing the other shinobi the chance to approach the dais and say their farewells. Though the customary framed picture sat on the platform, instead of the casket there was a small urn. The three elders stepped up first, and after saying their token goodbyes, Danzo paused before Tsunade. I see you chose to cremate Sasuke's body before the funeral, the founder of Root stated, an accusation in his voice despite his emotionless tone. Given both Madara's use of Itachi's body and Orochimaru's predilections, I judged it to be the safer course, the Senju princess answered, unperturbed. Do not be concerned, I personally verified Sasuke's identity and oversaw the cremation. A wise precaution, he agreed unenthusiastically, his gaze drifting back to the burial vase even as Team Kakashi made their way up to the stage. Then Danzo tightened the slack on his ever-present sling and strode away. Naruto knelt before the photograph and offered a quick prayer, despite knowing his rival's fate. Goodbye, Sasuke, he said despondently. Hinata took his arm again and guided him away. Tsunade did not face the three teen members of Team Kakashi as Naruto and Hinata told their leader about the events leading up to the duel, as well as the battle itself. Sakura remained silent, having already given the Hokage a brief rundown of the fight and its aftermath, when the Sannin was planning Sasuke's send-off. All right, Tsunade said flatly when they finished, is there anything else you want to add? Yeah, Naruto's tone was similar, but with an undercurrent of anxiety. What happened to Pervy Sage? He said you knew. Is he really dead? We won't know for sure until Enko and Yugo find him, their leader qualified, but given what you three saw. Yeah, Jiraiya's dead. How? Naruto demanded harshly, and then more sadly continued, why? The Hokage sighed, but did not face them. There was something we didn't tell you, about when Jiraiya and Itachi fought Orochimaru. She started at the beginning. During the fight, Sasuke scratched out a message in the dirt. Jiraiya and Shikamaru decoded the message, and it led the pervert to a cave in the mountains, deep in the land of snow. It was full of Orochimaru's traps, but after he made it through, Jiraiya found the snake's original body, still alive, in stasis. That's what the Reaper meant, Sakura interjected. Right. Because his real body was still alive, even if Orochimaru's stolen body was killed, his soul was still attached to this plane by his real, living body. When Jiraiya found it, he called me. He told me he was already dying, from the injuries he suffered getting to Orochimaru. He said that the Fuinjutsu and ninjutsu guarding Orochimaru would have killed anyone who tried to get to the snake. So that idiot sacrificed himself to finish things with our old teammate. And it sounds like he might have saved your life in the process, Naruto. That was why Orochimaru stopped. When he was about to stab Naruto, Hinata realized he felt his body die. More likely one of the seals told him something had happened. Tsunade disagreed, but either way, the timing seems to work out. And that's it. Like I mentioned, I sent Team Yugo and Team Enko to bring back Jiraiya and Orochimaru's bodies. Unless there is something else, you three can go, the Hokage told them apathetically. What, that's it? Naruto groused. What do you want? She turned her chair slightly, glancing at him darkly with one eye. Aren't you going to yell at us? Give us genin jobs for a month? Threaten to beat the stuffing out of us or demote us? Something? Sakura glared at her teammate, but Hinata nodded in spite of herself. Why would I do that? Tsunade barked a laugh, but there was no mirth in her. You were on vacation, and just happened to be attacked by Orochimaru, right? Even if that vacation was granted under misleading pretenses, you did a pretty good job of insulating yourself, Naruto. Besides, I can't punish the hero who took down one of the worst missing nin the Hidden Leaf Village ever produced, can I? And it wouldn't be fair to penalize Sakura and Hinata if I can't punish you. I'm not going to punish you, just so you can feel better, Naruto, she said, her voice full of loathing and self-pity. After all, no one is going to censure me for my mistakes. What the hell does that mean? Naruto stood up and slammed his hands on her desk. It means, I'm the reason Jiraiya is dead, she snarled angrily. If I had trusted his instincts and experience, I could have sent a full team to investigate those coordinates. That fool wouldn't have had to go it alone, and he would still be alive. And Naruto would be dead, or Orochimaru's host, Hinata whispered, and both blondes turned to stare at her incredulously. She wilted slightly, then forced herself to continue. He would have stabbed you, Naruto, and even if that didn't kill you, you were having a hard time with that snake transformation of his. If Master Jiraiya had been part of a team, and had not been injured, they would have probably tried to get to Orochimaru without sacrificing anyone, and that would have taken too long. Master Jiraiya's sacrifice saved you, and also broke Orochimaru's jutsu. Both of the incensed shinobi calmed at her words, if only slightly. They returned to glowering at one another. Hinata may have a point, but you still should have trusted the pervy sage, Naruto growled, especially after everything you two went through together. You were teammates, after all. Yeah, teammates, Tsunade sighed in depression, remembering Jiraiya's delirious musing at the end of their conversation. I'd follow Hinata or Sakura to hell if they really believed they needed to go there, he continued, before quoting Kakashi, anyone who abandons their teammates is the worst kind of scum. The surviving Sanin's shoulders slumped at his words. But Uzumaki wasn't done yet. And if you're looking for someone to make you pay for your sins, old lady, I'll be more than willing to beat that lesson back into you. The two kunoichi of Team Kakashi looked at their male partner like he had lost his mind. And the Hokage lifted her head again, a dangerous glint in her brown eyes. You think you have it in you, Runt? She asked, her voice strangely flat given her words and expression. Believe it, Naruto snapped back. The two grieving warriors collapsed to the dirt, face down. Sakura started to step in, when both Naruto and Tsunade rolled over, landing facing one another. The two younger kunoichi had followed the Hokage and their teammate, and watched their fight with warring emotions. It was no ninja battle, but rather a brawl between two hurting souls. Neither used any ninjutsu or weapons, and their martial arts were rough at best. Even without using her chakra to boost her strength, Tsunade was still the stronger, but Naruto's regeneration made up for that. In the final exchange, the Sanins had landed a fierce blow to Uzumaki's jaw, but had taken a breath-stealing knee to the stomach in return. Now the combatants stared at one another, too far away to reach, and still unable to stand. Is that all you got, old woman? Naruto panted roughly, trying to grin smugly. Like hell, knucklehead, Tsunade's tone remained firm despite her own labored breathing, you're still a decade away from being able to challenge me. Each tried to keep up the facade of confidence and anger, but they could not. After 3 more heartbeats of scowling at each other, they both started grinning. Naruto's coughing turned to chuckling, and before long both were laughing wildly. Tears were streaming down their faces, but not just from the mirth of their shared idiocy. Sakura snorted one laugh at them, while Hinata smiled in relief. A few more minutes passed before their guffaws died down. After catching his breath, Naruto sat up. He staggered to his feet and shuffled over, offering the Hokage his hand. As he pulled her up, Tsunade realized for the first time that Uzumaki had grown a few more centimeters since returning from his training with Jiraiya, and he was now noticeably taller than she was. Then he unexpectedly pulled her into a hug. Her eyes widened for a minute, and then she returned his embrace. It wasn't your fault either, Auntie Tsunade, he told her, striking the balance between the grandma label he normally applied to her and the big sister honorific he used to butter her up. It may have hurt, but we both did what we could with what we had. His eyes fell on Hinata as he used the words she had said to him on their second day back. Then he broke away and grinned. Besides, it was a better way for him to die, instead of keeling over in some brothel of alcohol poisoning. Right? I suppose it was, she smiled back kindly. Then she grinned sharply. Now, about that punishment you were begging for. Sakura groaned. Jiraiya's funeral could most easily be described as the exact opposite of Sasuke's send-off. Instead of a solemn, traditional ceremony, it was patterned after a Land of Air farewell party, if slightly more subdued. And not only had the entire Leaf Village turned out, but the Kazekage, Mizukage, and Sachikage each attended with a small number of their shinobi, all of whom had met the Toad Sage at some point over the years. Naruto had been more or less back to normal after his spar with Tsunade, and though his mentor's funeral hit him a little hard, he was able to get into the swing of things. He danced repeatedly with Hinata, and once with Sakura, and shared humorous stories of the self-proclaimed super pervert with anyone who would listen. As the first round of food trays were cleared to make room for the next course, the blonde Takujo had another unexpected encounter. Hey, Naruto, Anko Mitarashi greeted him informally as she sidled up. Since his defeat of Madara, she had refrained from calling him maggot or punk, though Kid occasionally slipped out. But now Naruto detected something else in her sharp voice, a hint of genuine, open affection. He noticed she was wearing a different outfit. Though she wore her standard jacket, her normal fishnet and short skirt had been replaced white, lightly armored, sleeveless, turtleneck shirt and knee-length jean shorts. "How are you doing, Anko-sensei?" he asked his staff blade teacher. "Pretty good," she admitted, "really good, even. Which is why I came over." She paused, blushing slightly. Then she took hold of herself, disgusted by her own actions. "Sorry, I might have had a little too much sake," she lied roughly, "or was it rum? Anyway, the reason I came over here is because Irika seems to think I owe you a bit of thanks." "What for?" She rolled her eyes, and then pulled her collar down, showing him her blank neck. "My curse mark is gone," she told him loudly at his oblivious look, "because you killed Orochimaru, I'm finally free." "Huh," he grunted, having never considered that. Then he grinned at her slyly, and asked, "Does that mean you're gonna accept Iruka-sensei's proposal?" Anko blushed again as she looked over at her lover. "Maybe," she said non-committally, "we're still negotiating." Naruto just smirked at her. "Don't give me that," she groused. Then she suddenly leaned forward and hugged him. "Thanks, kid," she whispered in his ear. "Sure thing, Anko-nizen," he returned her embrace. She blushed again and pushed him away to cover. "I better get back to Irika before he or Hinata get jealous." Kakashi walked slowly up to the Hokage, who in turn regarded him with suspicion. He had noticed she held no glass, mug, or cup of any kind, which was more than enough to put the copy ninja on guard. But he had another reason to cautious. "Kakashi, what are you doing?" Tsunade finally asked in exasperation. "Just being careful," he answered carefully, trying to avoid a fist fight at Master Jiraiya's funeral, or whatever this is. The surviving Sanin's face relaxed, and she grinned sardonically. "I see Sakura has been telling tales." I will neither confirm nor deny that. He felt safe adding a hint of sarcasm to the canned reply, but someone was certainly worried when you and Naruto started brawling like a pair of common boxers. "We had some things to work out," she admitted, "but I'm doing better, and so is the knucklehead." "And how about you?" She tilted her head to study him. "Sakura told me she told you, and you weren't sure how you felt." "I'm okay," he answered without conflict. "I was never as close to Jiraiya as you and Naruto were. And I think this was a better death than he could have hoped for, given his habits." Naruto said pretty much the same thing. She smirked again. Kakashi affected a look of horror for a moment, and then they both chuckled. "Quite the party," he commented, thankful to be able to make small talk. "It's what he specified in his will," she explained, her voice trembling slightly. Not a modest portion of his savings went to pay for this. "And the rest is to be divided between Naruto and village." "No illegitimate children to care for?" he asked glibly, and for a moment he thought he had gone too far. But the Hokage just snorted derisively. "No, in that respect he was responsible enough," she countered, and as his uncovered eye widened in surprise, she amended, meaning he was careful never to knock up his one-night stands. Kakashi nodded. "Well, I'd better mingle some more," she said, and then she winked at him, "and it might even be time for a beer." Kakashi sighed in relief and returned to where his fiancée was talking to her former teammates. The auburn-haired shinobi glanced briefly at the number of the incoming call, before answering his cellular phone with a slight smile. "Good morning, Kahaku, my love," he said. "To what do I owe the pleasure of hearing your voice?" Gookie, the Jinchuriki sounded worried, and she started without pleasantries. "I just heard about Orochimaru." "Is it true? Could he really be dead?" "Yes, it is true," he answered with a sigh. "My agent in the Konohagakure told me what has transpired, and also the absurd steps that were taken to dispose of Sensei's original body. There can be no doubt." "How are you doing?" she asked carefully. "I am fine," he reassured her. "I may have still respected him as a scholar and as my teacher, but I have no more emotional ties with him. I severed those before I decided to use him in my first scheme." "Are you sure," she asked, "I could come back?" "No," he told her kindly, "thank you, but your mission is far more important than any minor distress I might be feeling. And on that subject, how is our mummified ally doing?" In the 2 weeks after Jiraiya's funeral, the unseasonably warm November quickly chilled as December arrived. and as she promised, the Hokage split up the members of Team Kakashi temporarily, assigning them the most menial and tedious of jobs, repairing leaky roofs and drafty windows, stacking livestock feed, and the old standbys of dog walking and babysitting. Naruto had also been surprised to learn his status as Jiraiya's heir. Most of the Toad Sage's monetary wealth had been donated to the academy, but the royalties for the make-out books Naruto had helped write now belonged wholly to the young Takujo. In addition, Jiraiya's not modest library of books and scrolls, dealing with both the shinobi arts and other more mundane subjects, became Naruto's. Though the dispensation of his mentor's estate briefly sent Uzumaki into depression again, this time the mentally and physically resilient young man recovered more quickly from the new reminder of his loss. As her beloved's mood returned to normal, Hinata started plotting again. The duel with Orochimaru and its outcome had delayed her, but she still needed to talk to Naruto about her father's decision and her thoughts. Naruto returned from a day trip to a nearby village, where he had painted a particularly large fence a lurid shade of pink for a demanding elderly woman. As he entered his condo, he found his kitchen besieged by a disheveled and chagrined Hinata. The entire room was a mess, with a fine layer of flour having spread out into the living room and dining room. Hinata was staring forlorn at a bowl of blackened something, and as she heard him enter, she looked at him with dismay. "What's going on, Hinata?" he asked dumbly. The answer was obvious enough, but his brain just could not accept it. "Well, you are always cooking for me," she blushed as she said it, "so I wanted to cook for you for once. But I've never cooked anything but sweets." "You've brought lunch before," he protested lightly. "Sandwiches, made from leftovers or store-bought materials," she shook her head, spreading some of the white powder clinging to her braid. "It's not the same." Naruto didn't argue further, but moved closer to look into pot. Hinata tried half-heartedly to block his view, but he slipped past her. "Ramen," he looked at the gray noodles and scorched egg. "Well, it's your favorite," she noted, "and you have made onigiri, sashimi, sukiyaki, and other Land of Fire dishes, burgers, ribs, pizza, and many kinds of Land of Earth foods, and even a few Land of Snow stews. But you have never cooked ramen for me." "That's 'cause I've never made ramen before," he offered. "I mean real ramen, not the instant stuff." "What about the time you, Sakura, and Choji helped Tucci-san?" "Yeah, there was that," he remembered, "but that wasn't the same. I was just taking orders from old man Tucci and not really paying attention to the ingredients or any other part of the process." Then he smiled sadly and added, "And Pervy Sage flat out refused to let me learn to cook ramen for him. He said I survived on ramen for the first 12 years of my life, so it was time I branched out." "But since then," she prompted. "Since then, I've been back in the village, so if I want ramen, I can just go to Ichiraku. My ramen probably wouldn't be as good as theirs, anyway," he shrugged. "Tucci and Iam are professional chefs, and that's their specialty." As he finished speaking, Naruto caught up her stirring spoon and, to Hinata's horror, tasted the broth. His face remained passively appraising, but the Hyuga heiress thought she saw a brief quaking in his knees. He turned back to her and gave her his usual humorous grin. "Well, it's better than my first attempt at spaghetti," he told her, "but maybe we should call Ichiraku and have them send Nishi over with our regular order. Then I can clean up in here while you take a shower." "Yes," she nodded, thankful but also slightly saddened. Then he gave her a different kind of grin. "Or maybe I should have some clones clean up, so I can come in there and help you," he offered suggestively. "I mean, you do have quite a bit of flour in your hair. I think some of it is sugar." She turned a deeper shade of red, for more than one reason. He frowned in confusion, and she added, "The broth started to get too salty, so I tried to fix it. But it would be wonderful if you helped me wash up." She met his eyes, a hint of possibility in her white orbs. "Shadow clone jutsu." Before the copies had finished forming, Naruto had taken Hinata's hand and was pulling her towards the bathroom. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Naruto asked, pushing away the now empty bowl. It had taken a little longer than initially planned to get Hinata squeaky clean, and his clones had waited to call in the order until they received a certain signal. Now dressed very casually, the couple had eaten in pleasantly exhausted silence, until Naruto decided to speak his mind. What?" she stammered in surprise. Then she stared into her dish and inquired, "How did you know?" We've been together for 15 months, Hinata, he told her happily. I can usually tell when something is on your mind, and when you're trying to butter me up. She nodded but continued to look down. He waited while she consumed another mouthful of noodles. After she finished covering for gathering her thoughts, she answered him. It's about our wedding, she told him. He scrunched as he thought about that. I guess we have been engaged nearly 3 months. I shouldn't be surprised you were making plans. What did you have in mind? Pervy Sage said all women want to get married in the spring. Were you thinking of a traditional ceremony or a more modern one? Actually, she said hesitantly, I wasn't really thinking about that sort of thing. Well, just tell me what you want, he said happily. I don't really care too much about the details. I just want to be with you. Actually, I was hoping we could delay the wedding a little, she informed him anxiously. Sure, he shrugged. What were you thinking? September? The day we first kissed? Or we could get married on the same day we got engaged. I'm sure your grandfather would love that. She smiled briefly, but she shook her head. What then? He looked confused. Summer would be too warm. I guess if we wait until next winter, we could pick the day in the middle of our birthdays. I wasn't think of a specific time, she cut him off, having worked up her courage, but I'd like to wait 4 years. Naruto stared at her blankly, as if she's speaking a foreign tongue. Maybe 5 years, she added after a moment's consideration, not noticing his expression because of her own focus. Wha? He finally blurted out angrily, what are you talking about, Hinata? She did not answer, and he correctly read the anguish in her gentle eyes. Why, Hinata, he said lovingly, I am willing to wait for you. I mean, I know I made you wait long enough for me. But why? My father has decided to retire soon, she answered, her voice more steady at his words of acceptance, mostly because of his injuries from Madara, but also for me. If everything works out, by this time next year, I will be the leader of the Hyuga clan. That's great, Hinata, he grinned happily. Then he frowned again, but what does that have to do with us waiting to get married? There would be all sorts of problems if the leaders of 2 clans marry. But I'm not a clan leader, he stated incredulously, and then added, and besides, what about Ino and Choji? Their dads are both clan leaders. Ino is not slated to lead the Yamanaka clan, she explained, due to their clan laws, her elder cousin is the heir. Besides, I'm not sure Ino ever intends to get married. I wonder if Choji knows that, Naruto interjected. And now that people know about your Kekkei Genkai, you are expected to become the founder of a clan, she reminded him. Naruto considered that. Last week, the 5 Kages and Hayashi Hyuga had finally agreed on a cover story for the former Jinchuriki's new bloodline trait, and for the fate of the Kyuubi. It was announced that the Kitsune no Chishio was an ancient bloodline, and that the Akatsuki's attempt to extract the 9 tails had both awakened his latent Kekkei Genkai and had also broken the demon apart, destroying it, at least for a few decades. To help sell the lie, it was also said that the hidden bloodline was part of the reason Minato had sealed the fox in Naruto to begin with. I don't care about that, he protested. I know you don't, she smiled broadly, but I do. I care in your place. And that's why I need to finish my business with my clan quickly, so I can retire and stand by your side. Hinata, I would never ask you to. I know, she took his hand, but to be honest, I don't care about my clan, I care about my family. I want to change the way we have been treating each other, all in the name of power and politics. With the support my father and Aunt Hiroko, I can start making things better. Get rid of the caged bird seal, and offer more say to the branch families. If everything works like I have planned, in no more than 5 years, Niji will be able to take over as leader of the Hyuga clan, and I will be free to marry the leader of the Uzumaki clan. To help him make his clan better than mine has become. That sounds great, Hinata, he squeezed her fingers gently, I'll do anything I can to help. Thank you, Naruto, she said earnestly. Then she smiled at him again, and it's not like we won't still be together. I told you before, I could never imagine breaking up with you. She leaned in close, and he met her halfway. And once again, their loving kiss sent tingles down her spine. And now that my chosen generals are gathered, it is time for the second phase to begin. Goki Namikaze to the other 6 figures in the room. Madara, are you ready? Yes, the recently restored immortal answered with grudging respect. Good, the younger Leaf Renegade stated. For the initial stages, I will assign Kahaku, Konan, and Pain's Deva path to assist you, until you have some suitable helpers ready. After that, Kisame and Bunjiro strike forces come first. As you wish, the first Uchiha agreed with a touch of derision. Nagato and the two indicated women all nodded their assent. Then, my friends, let us get to work. The End, A Growing Affection, Book 3.